Chapter 401, sorry, I don't want to be a side character translator, Lemoston editor, Tenish. At the ruins of Legacy, Kong Bai was absorbing the final clump of pure energy in his hands. After transmigrating back and forth over 10 times, they had finally gathered a sufficient amount of pure energy. Naturally, the supply of pure energy there had almost all been retrieved by them. This should be enough, right? Chen Hai asked with a deep voice. Chen Feng nodded. Since they already had sufficient pure energy, their next step was transmigrating. They had arrived in the past purely by accident, and finally, they could return again. Although it was somewhat regretful that they had not obtained the legacy of the barbarians, the amount of things they had witnessed made this trip worth it anyway. Worth the price of the transmigration. It hadn't been easy for them to gather sufficient energy for transmigration. It's too difficult, Chen Feng lamented. Even so, there's no need for you to turn the hull of the pure energy into an emoticon, right? Chen Hai was too tired to even berate this. If Chen Feng wanted to take all the pure energy or leave, then just do it. Why had he insisted on leaving an empty shell there and turning it into an emoticon? That was too excessive. Chen Hai did not even need to imagine how angry that ancient race expert was. The emoticon of the modern era was truly too hurtful. Chen Feng patted his shoulder and said while smiling, "This is called comical effect. You have to put some focus into the entertainment aspect of things." Surprising him, Chen Hai seemed to be somewhat absent-minded, seemingly thinking of something unknown and giving him an odd feeling. Was it because of his combat power? Chen Feng sighed inwardly. He had no idea how he should proceed with comforting Chen Hai for something like that. Once upon a time, Chen Hai was a proud son of heaven. Even after he no longer had any energy and focused purely on his physical flesh, he was still similarly vicious and had off-the-charts combat power. But now, he had been dealt this blow by Chen Feng and Kong Bai. Chen Feng truly wasn't too good at comforting people. Chen Feng had only been able to say, "Don't think too much. After returning, we will think of something for you." Chen Hai shook his head. "Don't worry about it. I'm not thinking about this. I'm thinking about something else." Good. Chen Feng stopped worrying. To deal with a matter that gnawed at one's mind, one had to rely on himself, after all. At this time, Kong Bai was gradually finishing his absorption of the pure energy. Almost there, Kong Bai stated. Chen Feng became spirited. Very good. Their next target would be transmigration. It was time for them to return. Due to this accidental transmigration, they had gone through various dangers in the ancient time period. Finally, they could return. Goodbye, the desolate ancient times. Kong Bai waved his hand. Go. Chen Feng activated his luck aura. Luck aura activate. Transmigrate. Kong Bai howled. Bang! Suddenly, a beam of light appeared, piercing straight to the heavens. They were currently temporarily staying at the ruins of Legacy. If they were to transmigrate back to the current era, they should reappear at the same place as well. Therefore, the actual purpose of this transmigration was to cancel the temporary duration they could remain here. This was the best result as far as they were concerned. Surprising all of them, right at this moment, the world consisted of the ruins of Legacy stilled suddenly, and the whole world shattered like glass. At this instant, they actually returned to the ancient land of Legacy. Their expressions changed greatly. Not good. They were back here again, transmigrating. Could it be that they would only be able to transmigrate when they were at the ancient land of Legacy? They had to return to the normal condition from their previous semi-transmigrated state before they could transmigrate normally. They were not aware of the answer. This was not something they had expected to happen. Bang, bang. The terrifying light beam pierced straight into the heavens, attracting a lot of attention. At this instant, even the sage at the faraway battleground was paying attention to what was happening over here. He only gave that place a single glance, yet it was sufficient to cause killing intent to surge out of his eyes. Shoo! A terrifying radiance started streaking toward them. The ice-cold voice of the sage was filled with bloodlust. Stop them! Bang! The sky itself started collapsing. Time seemed to still at this instant. Kong Bai only required a brief amount of time to perform his transmigration. Based on his past experiences, only 1 second was required. Now, though, it would seem like they couldn't even last 1 second here. The radiance resulting from their transmigration was simply too eye-catching. Bang! Come and die! The ancient race expert nearest to them was already charging at them. His eyes were filled with anger. It was apparent that he was losing his patience against these three that had been playing tricks on him for so long. Chen Feng! Kong Bai shouted. A clump of energy condensed in Chen Feng's hands. Energy equipment. Myriad illusions. Boosting energy equipment. At times like this, Chen Feng wasn't stingy with his luck value. He increased his combat power as best as he could. However, he was aware of his strength. Even with an enhanced energy equipment, Chen Hai inhaled deeply. Let me. The strongest ability of Chen Feng's was his energy equipment. This energy equipment could amplify his power by several times. However, Chen Feng's combat power was initially rather ordinary. As such, even with amplified power, peak B class was the most he could fight. This was his limit. As for Chen Hai, without any energy or amplifiers, with his flesh alone, he could already combat a B class. If he was given the energy equipment, shua, A boundless radiance started converging. The clothes on Xinhai disintegrated as an energy equipment instantly assembled on his body. Shua! Xinhai opened his eyes sharp as electricity. As he felt the surging power within his body, the terrifying amplifier of the energy equipment, he was filled with confidence. He was somewhat speechless with the way in which he had transformed like Sailor Moon, though. Bang! He swung his fist out. That terrifying attack of his almost collapsed space itself. Bang! The void trembled. A trace of joy appeared in the eyes of the three of them. The attack had been blocked. It was somewhat forced, and it did not seem like it would last long, with Xinhai being at the disadvantage in this clash, but he had ultimately blocked the incoming attack, buying half a second of time for them. Shua! Radiance started converging around Kongbai's body. The transmigration was going to start. However, right at this instant, from the single kill word uttered by the faraway sage, his terrifying intent started descending upon them. That terrifying intent swarmed them. A mere collision of their aura was sufficient to cause Kongbai's radiance of transmigration to totter. Kongbai's expression changed greatly. Not good, he was being suppressed. He had transmigrated countless times in the past, yet something like this had never happened. That radiance of transmigration that was nearly unstoppable was actually being suppressed by a single kill word. The radiance of transmigration dimmed. The three that were supposed to be transmigrating were forcefully stopped then and there. Damn it. Kongbai gulped and anxiously stated, "The energy exhaustion is too huge. If this continues, soon, the energy for transmigration will be fully exhausted. At that time, we will..." Chen Feng clenched his teeth. "Let me try." He was not aware of the amount of luck value transmigrating would require. As such, he had been holding back. Now, though, he could only put everything on the line. However, if his luck value was exhausted now, when they were transmigrating later and they lacked luck value, it would be truly hilarious. Perhaps the three of them would truly have to wander the universe then? Forget it. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. However, just as he was about to make his move, suddenly, Xinhai spoke. "Hey, Chen Feng." Suddenly, Xinhai laughed. "Thank you." "What?" Chen Feng frowned. Why was he saying this at times like this? "You once rescued me. I am aware that you are trying to help me. That is the reason you always kept one set of gene reagents behind whenever you produced any breakthrough gene reagents. Anytime you obtained anything good, you would get Ho Liang to give me some. I know I am not supposed to do this. I should be surviving to repay you." "However, I'm sorry," Xinhai mumbled. Bang! With a single punch, he pushed the ancient race expert back. "I am not resigned to this. I am not resigned to being a mere side character. I am not resigned to being your baggage. I, Xinhai, am not supposed to be so useless." Xinhai bellowed angrily. "Shua!" Borrowing the energy equipment provided by Chen Feng, a familiar gold energy sword appeared in Xinhai's hand. That dazzling sword was precisely the sword he had used to kill the Dark Freak previously. "Goodbye." Abruptly, Xinhai charged out. Clang. At this moment, accompanied by the crisp sound of the sword, the gold energy sword that was shining with an unprecedentedly bright radiance pierced through the heavens itself, slashing toward the word kill that was coming at them. Bang! A dazzling explosion erupted. 402. Chapter 402, I Am a Selfish Person. Chapter 402, I Am a Selfish Person. Translator, Limostan Editor, Tenish Kinhai. Chen Feng bellowed. The radiance that filled the sky, the suppression from the sage slacked a tiny bit. The power unleashed by Xinhai with his very life and the support of the energy equipment was truly too astonishingly powerful. Even the intent released by the sage cracked from it. The radiance of transmigration that had dimmed slightly once again shined an intense radiance. Bang! The radiance of transmigration pierced through the clouds and instantly enveloped both Chen Feng and Kongbai. Numerous halos hovered around them, and instantly, the both of them vanished. Transmigration successful. Bang! Space and time swirled around them endlessly. Chen Feng's gaze was fixed at that silhouette, what was gradually growing indistinct. That guy, how dare he? Chen Feng clenched his fists tightly. None of them had expected that Xinhai would be the one to ultimately save them. This guy, who was once a genius, was still as much of a lofty and unyielding character even after losing his energy. Regardless of how difficult it was, he would still survive tenaciously. Chen Feng had once feared that Xinhai would give up due to the blow dealt to him. Unexpectedly, he was not resigned to being baggage. He was not resigned to being useless. Even so, there was no need for him to do that. If Chen Feng had been allowed to use his luck value earlier, they might have still been able to escape. When that happened, they would have been able to transmigrate. With the power of the three of them combined, they would most definitely have been able to seek a brand new future for Xinhai. It was truly unexpected that Xinhai was so unyielding a person. "So, you are still the Xinhai of the past." Suddenly, Chen Feng recalled Xinhai's words. Perhaps he had already seen this coming? He had been keeping silent out of fear that Chen Feng would not agree with this plan? Xinhai, without realizing it, had they been using Xinhai as a bodyguard simply because he did not possess the power of luck, like Chen Feng, or the power of transmigration, like Kongbai? As Chen Feng recalled what had happened during this trip, every single time, it had been Xinhai standing there at the forefront. Even so, Xinhai had never once complained. And this time, to save them, he had stayed behind with the enemy. It did not need to be mentioned what would happen there. Those ancient race experts and that sage whose intent had been cracked by Qinhai would most definitely not let him off so easily. Chen Feng's heart trembled. At this moment, the void before them started collapsing, and endless radiance swirled around them. This was the first time Chen Feng had transmigrated while maintaining his consciousness. Kong Bai sighed. Don't be sad. His unlimited energy supply was activated. Only this would ensure that Kong Bai could maintain their transmigration process. He hadn't known Qinhai for long. As such, he wasn't too emotional about Qinhai's sacrifice. However, Qinhai had still sacrificed himself to save them after all. It would seem like, from today onward, he would owe an eternal favor that he no longer had a chance of repaying. The strength of that person's will was indeed something one couldn't not respect. Your luck is still required for this transmigration, Kong Bai said with a low voice. Although Qinhai was dead, they still needed to stay alive. Chen Feng shut his eyes. I know. Luck aura was activated noiselessly. During the instant of their transmigration earlier, a huge amount of luck value had been exhausted. As such, the luck value required for the transmigration had already been consumed. The remaining luck value, suddenly, Chen Feng opened his eyes abruptly. Kong Bai jumped from the scare. What are you doing? Your sudden movement was rather shocking. Chen Feng's gaze was sharp. Luck, true luck, says who that Qinhai will definitely die staying there. No, even if it's a fixed fate, that's not for sure. Chen Feng checked his remaining luck value. As they had stayed here for one whole month, he had accumulated several hundred points of luck value. Even after the transmigration, he still had 150 points remaining. 150 points is sufficient. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Luck aura activate. A power could be felt spreading noiselessly. If they had already returned to the genetic era, he would have no way to alter the past. Now, though, they were still in the process of transmigrating, existing at no specific point of time. If so, Chen Feng sighed as he commanded his luck aura. Take all the luck value and ensure Qinhai's survival, Shua. Instantly, his luck value was completely exhausted. Next, Chen Feng slumped down weakly. Kong Bai held him up and asked with a low voice, Are you fine? Chen Feng shook his head. I'm fine. A bizarre radiance flashed in Kong Bai's eyes. You helped Qinhai? Chen Feng nodded slightly. As for his ultimate fate, it will have to depend on himself. Kong Bai sighed. Is that so? Luck was truly a magical power. At this time, they seemed to have reached the destination of their transmigration as well. The tunnel of transmigration started dimming, and in the distance, an exit shining with a white radiance could be seen. Hopefully your luck works, Kong Bai said, inhaling deeply and suppressing his anxiousness, in helping Qinhai survive and in helping our escape. Chen Feng's gaze was resolute. It will. Bang! Their figures vanished amidst the white radiance. Presently, at the Land of Legacy, the huge battle had just ended. By the time that radiance vanished, nobody was left behind. As for Qinhai, he was half kneeling on the ground, and the energy equipment on his body was no longer there. His clothing was torn all over, and his body was stained with blood. Looking at the spot where Chen Feng and Kong Bai had vanished, a smile appeared on his face. Success. Forgive me, Chen Feng, Qinhai said with a smile. The outsiders all said that he was a person who cared deeply about friendships and relationships. However, Qinhai felt that he was instead a rather selfish person. The reason he had cared so deeply about friendships and relationships was simply to keep his heart clear. An example was what had happened this time. If he had allowed Chen Feng to die in front of him, that would instead have been something he would find hard to accept. After all, he owed Chen Feng way too much. As for now, he had a clear conscience, being the one left behind. As for Chen Feng and Kong Bai, if those two truly survived this, they would feel guilty forever, right? This was an eternal favor, a favor they could no longer repay. An eternal debt. Ka. Around him, heavy footsteps resounded. The ancient race expert that had been pushed back by him was rushing over, and numerous ancient race soldiers appeared around him as well. They were all fully armed and had Qinhai surrounded, yet none of them dared to move. The only reason for that was because Qinhai had managed to shatter the intent unleashed by the sage earlier, even if it was only in the form of a single word. Finally, the ancient race expert arrived. You deserve to be killed. His eyes were filled with fury, and his killing intent was surging. He had never expected that, with his strength, he would be played around with by these weaklings. Ultimately, 2 of them had still managed to escape. This was intolerable. As for this one guy who had been left behind, the attack of the furious ancient race expert started descending. Die! Qinhai laughed heartily. Come. Facing death, he had instead become more steadfast. If a next life truly existed, he wanted to be a main character as well. Bang! Mid-air, a radiance caused by a collision of energies bloomed, and blood splattered around. At this time, the faraway sage was merely watching on coldly. He was rather astonished that Qinhai was able to crush his consciousness. However, that was all he felt, a small amount of astonishment. However, right at this moment, suddenly, a scene appeared before his eyes, a scene that he had been hiding in his heart for a very long time. Why have I suddenly thought of him? Suddenly, the sage looked toward Qinhai. Is it because of you? That must be so. You two resemble each other greatly after all. Perhaps this is fate. Hum. With a wave of his hand, all the energy there dissipated. With astonishment, Qinhai watched on as the energy that had been about to pierce through him dissipated. As he stared ahead, the sage that had always been standing tall throughout both heaven and earth was walking toward him, one step at a time. Are you willing to be my disciple? 403. Chapter 403, He's Dead. Chapter 403, He's Dead. Translator, Lemostan Editor, Chen Feng. The dense white radiance that gave one an incomparably comfortable feeling started gradually fading, transforming back into the environment they were both familiar with, an environment with a chilly breeze rustling in the air, a bone-piercingly cold breeze that caused a great amount of pain to one's skin. Kongbai was overjoyed. We are back. They had truly returned. After suffering an untold number of hardships, they had finally returned. He had gone through countless transmigrations in the past. However, not a single one of those transmigrations had been as carefree as this current transmigration. They had actually returned successfully. Did that not mean that Kongbai was overjoyed at the prospect? He glanced at Chen Feng only to notice that Chen Feng's expression was rather serene. Kongbai was worried about him. Are you still thinking about Qinhai? Chen Feng frowned, seemingly deeply contemplating something. Suddenly, he asked, if I take you along, can we both still return there? Kongbai's eyes widened. You're thinking of... This guy was actually thinking of going back there. To be precise, he wanted to return to the past and bring Qinhai back to the future. However, the probability of such a transmigration occurring again, Kongbai shut his eyes. Using the remaining energy he had on him, he tried. Kongbai shook his head. It won't work. To be honest, I have transmigrated so many times before. Most of the time, they were space transmigrations or world transmigrations. Only when a unique energy was involved did I encounter a time transmigration. I suspect that our previous transmigration to the past is related to the remaining unique energy in the ruins of legacy. And now, Kongbai tried sensing around. That energy has already dissipated. Is that so? Chen Feng stared ahead, wondering about Qinhai's fate. Howl. A group of barbarians appeared. When they saw Chen Feng and Kongbai, they charged over in excitement. Kongbai patted Chen Feng's shoulder. Let's go. There are way too many things waiting for us to do. Chen Feng nodded slightly. Understood. Bang. They both streaked away and entered the depths of the ruins of legacy. Their journey had even brought them to the ancient era as they had walked this land of legacy. What was the reason for all that? It was precisely for the barbarians' legacy. Traveling through 2 points in time, they had reached this deepest depth of the land of legacy. Those things they had failed to obtain and had lacked the time to accomplish during the ancient era had to be completed here. Amidst the ruins of legacy, a clump of dazzling radiance flickered without stop. As both Chen Feng and Kongbai stepped in, that gentle radiance started blending into their flesh. That was precisely the legacy of the barbarians. This was a legacy every single barbarian who passed the test could obtain. Energy immunity. Back then, the entire race of the barbarians had almost gone extinct. This remnant of their legacy was likely the very thing that had helped them survive till now. This so-called legacy was most probably a certain degree of energy immunity. Let's try it out. Chen Feng shot a beam of energy at Kongbai. Kongbai did the same to Chen Feng. An immunity of 90%. This was still not as powerful as what the barbarians possessed. However, it was sufficiently terrifying to astonish others. In other words, all energy damage, curses, and so on would be weakened by 90% against Chen Feng and Kongbai. This was simply a legacy that was in defiance of the natural order. Suddenly, Chen Feng thought of something. How about healing, Shua? Once again, they tried using energy on each other. With astonishment, they found that even healing abilities were weakened by 90% against them. This is indeed a double-edged sword. Chen Feng wasn't particularly surprised. Since the immunity was capable of reducing energy damage, it was natural that this immunity reduced healing energy as well. However, most of the abilities they possessed were combat-related abilities. As such, they weren't greatly affected by this. Let's go, Kongbai said with a low voice. He felt like it was better for them to leave fast. Initially, the three of them had only come here for the legacy anyway. Now that Qinhai was no longer with them and the both of them had obtained the legacy, there was no longer any meaning in staying here any further. Chen Feng nodded and started leaving speedily. Their journey back was still rather smooth. Only a small disturbance was encountered when they reached the entrance. Instead of stopping, they simply charged through. However, at the very instant they left the land of legacy, Shua, an ice-cold feeling descended upon them. Right after they returned out here, that bone-piercing chill could be felt. The super expert surpassing A-class that had been chasing after them previously was actually waiting for them here. Kongbai's heart chilled. It's over. So long has passed, yet this fellow is still here? DM it. Are all experts that surpass A-class so free? Kongbai nearly lost all hope. Against an A-class, they might still be able to escape. However, facing an expert surpassing a class like this, They had no hope of succeeding even with the energy immunity they had just obtained. "You both deserve death," the stone statue decreed with his ice-cold voice. The eyes of the stone statue were filled with a chilly radiance as his huge body started charging toward Chen Feng and Kong Bai. Bang! Space itself started collapsing. The both of them could only stare blankly at the incoming iron fist. Right at this instant, Chen Feng abruptly started talking. "Shangda, is that you?" Shua, the fist that was about to land, halted. The eyes of the stone statue flickered with a red radiance as he stared at Chen Feng. "Shangda?" This name had seemingly roused an ancient memory back then. He recovered from his absent-mindedness. "Who are you?" Chen Feng unwaveringly stared straight into the stone statue's eyes. "You don't remember me anymore? Back then, you and that young lady of the ancient race rescued us. Furthermore, you personally brought us to the divine ancestor." Chen Feng looked at him. "Have you forgotten?" Young lady, divine ancestor, the stone statue appeared to be in a daze. Seeming to have finally recalled something, with great difficulty he uttered, You are that fellow called Chen Feng." Chen Feng breathed out in relief. All would be fine if he recognized them. "Yes, it's me." More and more memories of the stone statue seemed to emerge. "So it's you guys." He had finally recalled the events that had happened in the distant past. That was truly an extremely ancient era. Chen Feng shot out a succession of questions. "How are you? Do you still remember Qin Hai, that pretty boy? What happened to him? What happened to the war with the ancient race? How have you stayed alive until now? What about that young lady you liked? How is she?" The stone statue remained silent for a long time before answering, "I don't know." Chen Feng was somewhat speechless. "Don't know? How was that possible? This stone statue had lived on all these years. They are probably all dead, I suppose." The stone statue sighed. "After all, the scale of that war was rather huge. By the time I arrived, only crumbling fences and dilapidated walls remained. The ancient race had already retreated, and a countless amount of people were dead." How was that possible? Suddenly, Chen Feng felt that something was wrong. "Wait, when you arrived? Wasn't Zhongda right there? I remember that back then. Zhongda was fiercely clashing against the ancient race." Chen Feng's gaze became solemn. "Who are you? You are not Zhongda." The stone statue shook his head. "I'm not." However, a gratified expression appeared in his eyes. A person might have accidentally seen some picture and recognized his appearance. However, only someone who had been there back then would know that he was not actually Shangda. As such, Chen Feng's identity was verified. "I am indeed not him," the stone statue sighed. "He was killed in that war. I am his brother Xuanhuan." Instantly, Chen Feng had an odd expression on his face. The names of these barbarians truly caused one to be speechless. 404, Chapter 404, Don't Be Sad, Chapter 404, Don't Be Sad Translator, Lemaston Editor, Tenish. When that happened, I was out hunting. By the time I returned, everything had already ended. I searched through every single nook and cranny to find some clansmen with breath still left in them, and exhausted all methods available to me to help them recover before starting a small tribe with them, the stone statue stated painfully. This was truly a painful memory for him. In a low voice, the stone statue said, "I heard about you guys from my brother. You guys greatly resemble the ancient race, yet are actually members of us barbarians. It was said that during the war, you guys killed countless ancient race members and even fought against the sage. You guys are the most respected and powerful warrior of us barbarians." Chen Feng suddenly asked, "How about Qin Hai? Since Xiong knew Chen Feng and Kong Bai, he should know Qin Hai as well." The stone statue's expression was somewhat odd. He was brought away by the ancient race. It was rumored that he was accepted as a disciple by the sage. He also married the daughter of the sage, seemingly turning into a part of the ancient race. Despite his freedom being restricted, everything he wanted, he was allowed. As for the Devil King, they continued warring against the ancient race. Subsequently, news pertaining to the ancient race started becoming less common. As for the ancient land, the power of primal chaos started getting denser, and the races became separated. In the end, we were no longer capable of finding out whether it was the Devil King or the ancient race that was victorious. Primal chaos. Is that the thing that separates the aura of the unknown regions from the outside world? This is the very thing that has caused human satellites to fail to get a clear look at the entire planet. This is also the very thing blocking all sort of exploration or sensory-related abilities. So, this is a leftover product of the ancient era. As for Qin Hai, it seems like the luck value worked back then. At the very least, he survived and lived on rather comfortably as well. However, as for whether he is still alive now, nobody knows. After all, so many years have passed. How have you guys stayed alive until now? The stone statue was somewhat amazed. He had survived by transforming into a stone statue, forfeiting his life force to become an existence that was essentially not alive. This was how he had preserved his consciousness and survived till now. These three, though, we have no idea. Chen Feng started telling a half-truth and half-lie. Actually, we are humans. We stepped into the land of legacy accidentally. Lord Divine Ancestor saw through our identity and bestowed us with some mysterious power, telling us to help the barbarians when we woke up. After we woke up, we were already here. He pointed at his forehead. There, the remnants of the divine ancestor's aura could still be felt. The stone statue's expression became solemn. It is indeed the power of Lord Divine Ancestor. Divine Ancestor, is this the favor your esteemed self bestowed upon us back then? He had indeed heard about the Divine Ancestor summoning these three. The present barbarians had truly declined greatly compared to their past and could no longer rise up. If they were to follow this person, he looked at Chen Feng, young, dynamic, and formidable. Perhaps the future of the barbarians would lie with this person? Suddenly, the stone statue assumed a solemn expression. Chen Feng, right? From today onward, the descendants of the barbarians will be relying on you. Finishing his words, he pointed midair. A dim light bloomed from his finger before landing on Chen Feng's forehead. The radiance started shining brightly. Bang. The shockwave of the terrifying radiance engulfed their surroundings. Howl. Next, countless barbarians started charging at them from their surroundings, giving Chen Feng and Kong Bai quite a scare. To Chen Feng's surprise, these barbarians actually knelt down on the ground while muttering something with their mouths, muttering something like, "Lord Divine Ancestor high above," "O brilliant Divine Ancestor," and so on. Moreover, some of them even started taking out the portraits left behind by their elders and comparing the portrait with Chen Feng's appearance before becoming alarmed and starting to cry bitterly while kneeling on the ground. Chen Feng, vacantly, he stared at the numerous barbarians kneeling on the ground. As far as his eyes could see, there were barbarians kneeling. In the future, these are your people. To be able to see the barbarians obtaining a new future before leaving, I can rest in peace, the stone statue lamented endlessly. Chen Feng widened his eyes abruptly. You're leaving? The stone statue sighed. I should have left long ago. Although I transformed into a stone statue, as long as my consciousness exists, this stone statue will suffer damage. This is especially true whenever I use my power through this stone statue. So many years have passed since then, and my true body has long decayed. Only this final breath remained in my body that was deep asleep underground. All this is to ensure the future of us barbarians. Fortunately, I was able to wait until this day. Lord Divine Ancestor indeed had his own arrangements. Chen Feng opened his mouth yet did not know what to say. What could he say? Tell them that, in fact, Lord Divine Ancestor had been beaten up badly by the sage? Tell them that back then, when Lord Divine Ancestor had summoned them, he had only intended for them to be spies, since they resembled the ancient race? Tell them how their ancestors had actually seen everything that had happened clearly, but that had been too bitter a battle and they had only been able to lie and say that their Lord Divine Ancestor had fought bravely to his death? But then, it was true that he had been killed there. What could Chen Feng say? He could only smile bitterly at this. He had originally only been planning to trick this Shang-Ir. Unexpectedly, he had gotten himself an entire tribe from this single trick of his. To the side, Kong Bai was sighing endlessly. Why not me? Look at this. They had both transmigrated. They had both been summoned by the Divine Ancestor. On his forehead was also the remnant of the imprint of the Divine Ancestor. Why the heck had this stone statue entrusted the barbarians to Chen Feng alone? Kong Bai was indignant. The stone statue glanced at Kong Bai with a hint of apology in his gaze. Actually, you would be more fitting for this than him, the stone statue said. Indeed. Instantly, Kong Bai felt elated. Unfortunately, your looks are somewhat lacking. The stone statue sighed before vanishing into the thin air. From here on, both his consciousness and soul would no longer exist. As for the Kong Bai that had still been rejoicing earlier, the smile on his face stiffened. Looks are somewhat lacking. With a dumbstruck expression, he stared at the stone statue that was no longer there. His face flushed red, and he started raging as he kicked at thin air. What is the meaning of that? Finish your sentence. Feck you, Shang-Er. Get your ass out here. Do you have the balls to come back? What's the point in not finishing your sentence? What do you mean by me lacking in looks? You indeed deserve to perish, both in soul and consciousness. If you are still alive, I will most certainly grind your bones into dust. Come out. If you have the guts, come out, Kong Bai roared furiously. That was too excessive. Before his soul and consciousness perished, he felt the need to first berate me? What the hall? Chen Feng, as the kneeling barbarians saw this, their eyes were filled with reverence as they thought about how these people were indeed the friends of their ancestor. Only such people worthy of being their ancestor's friend would display their emotions so openly, right? It was rumored that, when Zhangda had died back then, Zhang-Er had also cursed endlessly for 3 days and nights, asking Zhangda to return. Back then, Zhang-Er's emotions had been extremely unstable, and now this Kong Bai was the same as well. Naturally, with the intelligence of these barbarians, they did not understand that the present Kong Bai was truly furious. He had been mocked by the demonic mirror. He had been mocked by the barbarian foot soldiers at the Land of Legacy. And now, even an expert surpassing a class had mocked him. How was he supposed to live with this? Kong Bai did not even have the tears to cry. Chen Feng patted Kong Bai's shoulder before sighing heavily. Don't be sad. 405. Chapter 405. The Incredibly Incredible Zhang-Er. Chapter 405, The Incredibly Incredible Zhang Translator, Limostan Editor, Tenish at the Unknown Region. As Chen Feng stared at the village in front of him, his head ached. Why had a training camp exploration mission transformed into a kingdom-building game? As they had spent quite a long time on this mission, he had almost forgotten that their primary goal here was to tame this unknown region and transform it into a training camp. Chen Feng pondered. It's already impossible to turn this into a training camp. After all, he couldn't really kill off all these powerful barbarians, right? This was an extremely fortuitous encounter for him, as Zhang had handed over all these barbarians to him. The strength of the barbarians' combat power was not to be doubted. Every single one of them was comparable to a B class. Moreover, the degree of their energy immunity was even higher than his. Most of them had an immunity above 90%. As long as sufficient training was provided, each of the barbarians would be able to transform into a terrifying combatant that was much stronger than a genetic warrior. However, were these barbarians reliable? Chen Feng pondered deeply. After all, he was not a barbarian. It was reasonable to suspect the loyalty of those from a different race. Chen Feng was not intending to raise a group of fellows that would not listen to him. Right at this moment, a dot of light started radiating on his forehead. That was the thing Zhang had placed on him. Normally, it would be hidden within his body. Now that he had activated it, Chen Feng could keenly feel that this mysterious imprint was actually capable of controlling the barbarians. Chen Feng exclaimed in admiration, "This is bloodline control?" He had once heard of something like this. It was rumored that certain powerful families used such a method to control their clansmen. As long as they were related by blood, everyone's lifeline would be under control. What this thing controlled was one's origin blood. Against some people, this control method was extremely effective. Those capable of being controlled were normally those possessing one's bloodline, such as one's children or offspring. Whoever it was, as long as that person's bloodline density exceeded 10%, this thing would work. Nobody would dare to rebel against this control either. Using familial affection and threat together, such a control method was extremely hegemonic. Chen Feng had never expected that the barbarians were also employing such a method to control their offspring. In other words, with this imprint, Chen Feng would be able to control the elites of the barbarians? This was Chen Feng's guess. Through his perception, he found out that this imprint was essentially the origin imprint of Zhang. Anyone who was related by blood to Zhang Chen Feng would be able to control. Presently, Chen Feng was only praying that among the blood descendants of Zhang a complete army was included. Only with that could he maintain order among the barbarians. That would be the best scenario. If the blood descendants of Zhang only consisted of some ordinary barbarians or some barbarian thugs, what was the point of Chen Feng having control over them? Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Hopefully, everything will work smoothly. Activate. Ding, he pointed midair. Zhang imprint started blooming with a dazzling radiance. Numerous shining red dots could be seen on the imprint. These red dots were all joined by numerous red threads, akin to a horoscope. From this, Chen Feng was able to see the information and location of all the blood descendants. Shua. Soon, Chen Feng was able to see all the red dots. However, when all the red dots appeared, after Chen Feng studied them attentively, he felt like something wasn't right. As such, he studied those dots again, yet he still felt like something wasn't right. Chen Feng frowned. This amount, Shua. All the red dots were now joined, and the activation of the imprint was thus complete. Each of the red dots was flickering without stop. Chen Feng only needed to urge inwardly and he would be able to kill any of these barbarians anytime he wanted to. This was the present given to him by Zhang. However, this amount, Chen Feng was dumbstruck when he saw it. Shua. The red dots were so numerous that their radiance nearly blinded Chen Feng. He had initially believed that there wouldn't be many blood descendants of Zhang, with most of his actual blood descendants being the elites of this tribe. Unexpectedly, the entirety of the tribe were blood descendants of Zhang. That's right. All of them. What the hell? Chen Feng tried calculating the total amount of the barbarians. The total amount of barbarians here was exactly the same as the barbarians contained in the imprint. In other words, everyone here was a blood descendant of Zhang. Suddenly, Chen Feng recalled what Zhang had said earlier. When he came back, the war had already ended. He had only been able to rescue several dying barbarians with great difficulty in order to leave some descendants behind. Only with this had the barbarians continued existing until this day. As such, the barbarians he had rescued had all been female? Therefore, by himself, that guy had continued the bloodline of the barbarians? It was still fine for his generation. As for the next generation, for the bloodline density of Zhang to still remain 10% even among the barbarians of this generation, this signified that Zhang had been working hard even among the subsequent generations. This, Chen Feng and Kong Bai looked at each other in dismay. This is truly the act of a single person creating an entire race, Kong Bai lamented. Chen Feng felt too powerless to even berate this. No wonder the intelligence of the barbarians decreased without stop. With their incestuous breeding method, it would truly be an oddity if their descendants were of quality. In all honesty, if it wasn't for their body quality being already on the extremely high side, granting them numerous immunities, the current generation of barbarians would most probably all be retarded. Kong Bai was curious. The bloodline density should be decreasing, right? Chen Feng coughed. Male barbarians who were in charge of fighting had a rather high casualty rate. As such, most barbarians left alive in the village were female barbarians. Therefore, I suppose our dear friend Shang still needed to work hard to continue extending his bloodline, Chen Feng lamented. Kong Bai, could this be considered an act of keeping good things for oneself? The scariest question was, even if Chen Feng is in control of the barbarians now, how should the barbarians continue breeding in the future? All the barbarians here had bloodline density above 10%. This indicated that all of the barbarians were actually close relatives of each other. How would the child conceived through such pairings be intelligent? Suddenly, Kong Bai asked, "Mysterious organization, are you planning to return?" "Yes," Chen Feng replied without the slightest hesitation. Why? Kong Bai couldn't understand the reason. Back then, hadn't Chen Feng stayed there by pure accident? Now that he was out here with great difficulty, why did he have to go back there and throw his life away? Chen Feng stared at the bustling barbarians around him. "I did not say that I am returning alone." Suddenly, Kong Bai's eyes widened. "Don't tell me, the Hall, this lunatic. He was trying to attack the mysterious organization using the barbarian army? There's something I need there," Chen Feng stated calmly. "However, I'm afraid these barbarians won't be sufficient." Kong Bai shook his head. Although these barbarians were powerful, they were totally lacking when it came to high-level combatants. All of the barbarians were B-class. It would still be fine if they encountered an A-class, but if they encountered genetic warriors surpassing A-class, all those barbarians would probably fall there. How was this war supposed to progress then? Chen Feng was aware of the crux of the issue. Ultimately, it is still the bloodline that will affect the future of the barbarians. Through the methods Zhang had employed, he had indeed prevented the extinction of the barbarians. Unfortunately, the intelligence of the present barbarians, Kong Bai shook his head. Several generations will be required to reduce the amount of bloodline density. The barbarians' growth was rather rapid and was more than 10 times faster than an ordinary human's. As such, what a human needed 10 years to accomplish, the barbarians could accomplish in several months. However, even if a new generation was birthed every 3 months, did they truly have to stay here for around a year or so, waiting for the combat power of the barbarians to increase? This solution was rather unreliable. Moreover, there was one more point, an extremely crucial point. Chen Feng could only control the barbarians with bloodline density above 10%. Those with lower bloodline density would be out of his control. That was the largest problem he currently faced. E406, Chapter 406, Have you played sim games? Chapter 406, Have you played sim games? Translator, Limostan Editor, Tenesh. The matter pertaining to the bloodline density was in fact rather simple to understand. In short, the control of Xuanhuan's imprint was stronger the higher the density was. If the density was too low, even if a genius barbarian was born in the future, the barbarian would most probably not be of use to Chen Feng. When barbarians with higher intelligence started appearing, it would be questionable whether they would still listen to Chen Feng or not. Chen Feng merely smiled nonchalantly at this. "You don't have to worry about this. The problem pertaining to the control, hehe, don't worry. I am even better than the White Church when it comes to brainwashing." Chen Feng smiled toyingly. If he employed methods similar to those multi-level marketing schemes to brainwash these barbarians starting from childhood, as long as he stayed alive, the barbarians would hardly revolt against his rule. Based on his memories, such multi-level marketing brainwashing methods were extremely effective. As for those who failed at brainwashing even after using those multi-level marketing brainwashing methods, they were normally those who had earned their failure by doing something stupid like telling their followers to kill their own parents or children. That was a rather idiotic action. By doing this, let alone brainwashed people, even a person whose entire being had been washed, it would still backfire. This was simply an action of forcing a revolt. Such an idiotic mistake was something Chen Feng would most certainly not commit. Controlling these barbarians using brainwashing methods might be even more reliable than Zhang imprint. As for the time required to produce some barbarians of better quality as mentioned by Kong Bai, after Chen Feng contemplated it, he concluded that since the body quality of these barbarians was rather high, there might be some means to solve this issue. From his memories, there indeed existed some gene reagents capable of speeding up the growth process. Kong Bai was dumbstruck. "You are breeding the barbarians, not some livestock." "The hell? This bro here is totally an unscrupulous businessman. He's actually planning to use the hormone injection method commonly used on livestock on these barbarians?" Chen Feng coughed and said, "No, I'm only thinking of using some regular growth-enhancing gene reagents." Kong Bai rolled his eyes. "That's the same thing as hormone injections." "No." Chen Feng pondered deeply before saying, "Livestock are raised to feed humans. As such, we can't use hormone injections for them since they will be harmful to the consumers. The gene reagents I am planning to use on these barbarians are purely for enhancing their growth. Moreover, I will personally improve these gene reagents. As such, nothing harmful ought to happen." Kong Bai, After he had decided what to do, the remaining affairs became rather simple. For example, how to allow these barbarians to have fun in the bushes, Shua. With a wave of Chen Feng's hand, the annual Night Spring Festival was once again activated. Thereupon, the barbarians who had been holding it in due to several interruptions became delighted and started having fun, performing that biological action that ensured the continuation of life. Chen Feng also added some enhancers to assist them in this. For example, a certain powerful gene reagent capable of rousing one's passion. For example, a certain mystical gene reagent capable of ensuring one was able to give birth to triplets. For example, a certain gene reagent capable of increasing one's body's activity level. This particular gene reagent was ordinarily only used once per person. It was something capable of healing a person who was about to die in only a short few days. When used on these barbarians, within the active duration of a short few days, the growth rate of these barbarians increased by several tens of times. Thereupon, within only half a month, Kong Bai could already see child barbarians popping out. Kong Bai was alarmed. What the fuck? This is even faster than hormone injection. Half a month? This was too excessive even by the standards of livestock, right? Chen Feng patted his shoulder. Stay calm. This is only the beginning. Kong Bai was bewildered. What? Chen Feng merely chuckled as a response. Hehe. Subsequently, on the second day, those child barbarians could already run. On the third day, those child barbarians could already fight. On the fourth day, those child barbarians had already reached S class. On the fifth day, by the time the seventh day had arrived, those child barbarians had already reached B class. This was an extremely terrifying growth. Kong Bai was aware that the barbarians grew faster than humans, surpassing humans by more than 10 times. However, this speed accomplished by Chen Feng was rather horrifying. In 7 days, the barbarians had reached adulthood. Somewhat regretfully, though, among these barbarians, the strongest of them were merely B classes. Based on Chen Feng's senses, their bloodline density was still above 10%. Chen Feng could only sigh at this. Xiang At this time, the initial batch of barbarians Chen Feng had received from Xiang started displaying the side effects of using those gene reagents. They became infertile as a result. The rapid growth had seemingly disrupted the balance of their bodies. Chen Feng breathed out in relief. Perhaps this is a good thing. He had feared that these fellows would accidentally create more barbarians with high bloodline density. If that truly happened, it would be rather troublesome. After all, there were no abortion hospitals here. The bloodline density is gradually decreasing, Chen Feng analyzed silently. Now, the breeding of the second-generation barbarians began. If one insisted on putting a name to this event, one could call this the Second Night Spring Festival. Once again, the barbarians started having fun, happily. Multiple periods of 7 days passed. Chen Feng and Kong Bai were silently gathering data on these barbarians. Within a short period of time, the population of the barbarians expanded greatly, and the strength of their tribe increased by several times. As for the latest generation of barbarians, their level of intelligence was increasing as well. Finally, several barbarians managed to break through the shackles binding them and enter a class. Chen Feng was overjoyed. Success. A class barbarians. An A-class physical warrior with energy immunity above 90%. Chen Feng did not even need to think to figure out how terrifyingly damaging these fellows could be. This was the dawn of the new era of barbarians. Howl, howl. The barbarians cheered endlessly. These new barbarians that were more intelligent had started to contemplate the pros and cons of what Chen Feng had done. However, as they compared the previous and present condition of their tribe, they understood the reason for Chen Feng's actions. In unique times, unique methods were necessary. Now that there were already A-class barbarians and the bloodline density had lowered to a certain degree, Chen Feng stopped his previous breeding strategy. Since A-classes were already appearing, this signified that the condition of the latest generation of barbarians had already normalized. Moving on, these barbarians could breed as they wished, and perhaps a higher amount of powerful and genius barbarians would be born. Naturally, Chen Feng would definitely not allow incest anymore. After thinking about it, Chen Feng made this an ironclad rule for all barbarians. Presently, Chen Feng was silently calculating the time. Based on his initial plan, by the time the A-class barbarians started popping out, it wouldn't be long before he had to fight the mysterious organization. However, surprising him, right at this moment, Kong Bai bid him goodbye. Initially, I was worried that you would act recklessly. Haha. Now I see how successful you are. Despite your somewhat unscrupulous methods, the end result is still quite good. Good luck in your coming operation. In a carefree manner, Kong Bai left. He did not belong here anyway. Since he had already obtained the legacy, it was time for him to leave. Chen Feng did not say much either. If fate allows, we will meet again in the future. After all, everyone had their own path to walk. A new generation barbarian that was filled with a youthful energy walked over to Chen Feng. Lord. Chen Feng glanced at him. Anything? The formation of the first squad is complete, the barbarian answered loudly. First squad? Chen Feng's eyes shone. The so-called first squad was a special squad comprised fully of A-class barbarians, a squad that was a combination of the natural prowess of the barbarians and the equipment produced by Chen Feng. The squad is finally formed? Hehe, mysterious organization, I am coming. 407, Chapter 407, Target, Spirit Seawood. Chapter 407, Target, Spirit Seawood. Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenesh Unknown Region. Leading a squad, Chen Feng was traversing amid the darkness. With 2 months and using gene reagents, he had created this powerful barbarian squad. A squad of 10 barbarians, all of them with a body strength of A-class and with over 95% energy immunity. Naturally, despite these fellows not having any problems with their brains, due to their actual age being young and their rapid growth, they were still all brawn and no brain. Each of these fellows was an existence akin to a boss in a game. In this era of technology, even weapons were all pure energy weapons. After witnessing the prowess of energy weapons, humanity had long given up on physical weapons. As such, even the mysterious organization was using high-energy weapons. Those were all useless against the barbarians. With over 95% energy immunity, only 5% damage would be dealt against these barbarians. Such an amount of damage might still be able to hurt an ordinary person, but against these barbarians with their heaven-defying bodies, these weapons were merely jokes. On top of that, a huge amount of gene reagents had been prepared by Chen Feng for these barbarians as well. The only goal for him at the mysterious organization was their spirit Seawood. In actuality, things would be more interesting if he decided to instead slowly rise in ranks among the mysterious organization. However, the time required for this was too long. Chen Feng could not afford to spend so much time. As such, he had decided to use this method to rob them, which was much simpler. Have you all learned what I taught you? Chen Feng asked. All the barbarians nodded. The strength of the mysterious organization was not to be underestimated. Even if a vast majority of their members were normally out on missions, this was still not a place Chen Feng could act rampantly. As such, he had devised an extremely simple plan: flee immediately after the robbery. Using luck aura, he was able to estimate the location of the spirit Seawood. That's right, the location was deduced using his luck aura. The mysterious power of the spirit Seawood was capable of causing luck aura to lose its effect. However, of the entirety of the mysterious organization, only a certain area was undetectable using luck aura. As such, after mapping the mysterious organization's headquarters using luck aura, he had found a blank spot on it. If that was not the location storing the spirit Seawood, what was? Chen Feng hollered at them. Remember, try your best to not attract any attention. Accomplish the goal while being as low profile as possible. The barbarians nodded. Very good. Light flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. Then, let the operation begin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group of 11 entered the mysterious organization noiselessly. As Chen Feng had been staying here for quite a while, he was clear on the areas that were monitored and the areas where he needed to be careful. Coupled with the assistance of luck aura, they were able to sneak in easily. From their current position to the location of the spirit Seawood, they needed to travel through 7 tunnels. There would be patrols at all times. This would be a rather dangerous operation. However, I'll be relying on you guys, Chen Feng said in a low voice. Shua. The barbarians around him vanished. Far away, at the first tunnel, a group of 7 was patrolling. All of them were B-class warriors, and the captain was peak B-class. This was the strength of the mysterious organization. A mere normal patrol squad was comprised fully of B-class warriors. Extremely terrifying. With squads like this, even if the one sneaking in was an A-class warrior, they would be able to hold out for quite a while, and the moment the alarm was activated, everything would be over. However, Shua! Several barbarians concealed themselves quietly at the 2 sides of the tunnel. Silently, they awaited the arrival of the patrols. When the patrols reached the entrance of the tunnel, the barbarians erupted and appeared behind them instantly. Next, the barbarians placed both hands at the necks of the patrols before using the technique Chen Feng had spent several days teaching them. A technique they were extremely well practiced with after practicing against scarecrows, a technique known as the neck twist. One after another, heads separated from their bodies. A B-class patrol squad was decimated just like that. Even Chen Feng himself felt fear when he witnessed this scene. Was this the squad he had created with his own hands? He let out a long breath. That's right. This barbarian squad had been transformed into an assassination squad by Chen Feng. Were the barbarians powerful? Yes, they were. With powerful physical bodies and high energy immunity, if they were used as warriors, even A-class genetic warriors would need a long time to deal with them. These barbarians were simply akin to tanky meat shields. However, what was the point of that? The moment someone surpassing A-class made a move, or when one of the myriad abilities of those B-class genetic warriors happened to work against the barbarians, all the barbarians could very well end up dead there. It was too dangerous to use the barbarians out in the open for everyone to bombard as they wished like bosses in games. What if the barbarians were used as assassins? An A-class assassin with a super powerful physical body? They would be able to insta-kill anyone with lower body strength than them. One had to know that even regular A-class genetic warriors generally only possessed a body strength of C-class. At most, they would only have a body strength of B-class. What could these people do when facing assassins like the barbarians? The result of this encounter was a no-brainer. As for the counterstrike of the patrol's defensive energy abilities, against an assassin with energy immunity, one would have a good taste at how helpless one's defensive energy abilities were. As long as sufficient training was provided, such a barbarian squad might be able to kill even those surpassing a class. Naturally, this would only work with the premise of them being undiscovered. This was also the ultimate goal of Chen Feng. Several crisp sounds resounded once again. Another patrol squad was killed off by the barbarian assassins. As for Chen Feng, he was busy using the numerous minor abilities he had to provide cover to these barbarians. For example, body concealment, aura elimination, decimator of corpses, and trails. Numerous patrol groups were eliminated. Chen Feng's group traveled forth without stop. By the time the alarm was finally activated, they had already reached their destination. There, enemies that were more powerful could be found. A-class patrols. With a single glance, Chen Feng's heart jolted furiously. A group of 8, all of them at A-class, and the captain and deputy captain were peak A classes. If this truly where the Spirit Sea Wood was stored, even mere guards were most definitely elites of the mysterious organization. Peak A class, Chen Feng compared the strength of both parties. Theoretically, the barbarian assassins should be able to insta-kill them. However, this was merely theory. The premise of this happening was that the barbarians needed to first approach those A-class warriors. However, which of those A-class warriors wasn't a veteran with rich combat experience? The moment they saw the barbarians, the moment they discovered that the barbarians were immune against energy, these genetic warriors would most definitely use a different approach to combat them. They might not be able to defeat the barbarians, but they would be able to drag it out. The moment the reinforcements of the mysterious organization arrived, Chen Feng's group would be surrounded. Chen Feng's head ached. This is getting somewhat troublesome. Ordinary genetic warriors that were assassins normally possessed unique abilities such as blinking and killing. They would be able to instantly appear behind their enemies and unleash a fatal attack. This was something the barbarians could not compare to. Naturally, there were pros and cons to normal genetic warrior assassins. Despite their numerous abilities, the moment the enemies discovered them or started counterattacking, the enemies might be able to even counterkill the assassins. When something like that happened, it would transform into a competition of trump cards. None of this was a concern for the barbarians. Unfortunately, they lacked a method to approach their targets. If they were to charge out hastily, only death would await. They might also be exhausted to death here as well. Chen Feng's brain raced. What to do? Ease 408, Chapter 408, Aware Since Long Ago. Chapter 408, Aware Since Long Ago. Translator, Lemostan Editor, Tenishe. At a certain location high above the sky, lightning was everywhere. Two illusory figures condensed and appeared there, seated cross-legged. The both of them were talking to each other casually. The vile environment around them did not seem to have any effect on them. Suddenly, a dim green flashed past. At this, the forehead of one of the two figures started shining with green. The radiance started spreading from his forehead and enveloped his head before spreading to his entire body. Toward the end, the entire body solidified as the true appearance of that person became clear. This was precisely Lu Hun. Lu Hun smiled. The fish has taken the bait. The figure opposite him smiled lightly. True, black radiance started spreading as the other figure's forehead started shining black. As the radiance faded, his body solidified, revealing a black-clothed person whose face couldn't be seen clearly. However, even if his face couldn't be seen clearly, the diamond on his head was shining dazzlingly. Lu Hun sighed. Junior apprentice brother, you still lack trust in me, as usual. He had known this junior apprentice brother of his for many years, yet he had never seen this guy's true appearance. This guy was the leader of the mysterious organization, yet this very person had also abided by the spirit of keeping things a mystery to such an extent as well. You know the reason for that, the mysterious organization leader replied calmly. Lu Hun sighed. Fine, it was rumored that once this junior apprentice brother of his had encountered a formidable opponent that had caused his face to be ruined. From then on, he had wrapped himself with his ability at all times, never revealing his true appearance. However, no one was aware of the authenticity of this story. That Chen Feng, the mysterious organization leader, paused before continuing, should be here already, right? Naturally, Lu Hun stated calmly. We have no way of getting involved in this. The mysterious organization leader stared at the sky that was still dark. Presently, we still can't leave this place. This time, we can only let them handle it. Lu Hun smiled calmly. Since Chen Feng is courting death, then just let him die. It's about time he pays back what he owes me anyway. Bang! The sky started thundering. Accompanied by Lu Hun's malicious laughter, the lightning appeared even more sinister. The face of the mysterious organization leader was indistinct, however, his eyes appeared even deeper now. 1 whole month was sufficient for the mysterious organization to get to the truth of a lot of matters, such as the true identity of Wang Feng. If that Wang Feng guy had been around all the while, things might not have seemed so suspicious. However, he had been missing for more than a month. Such a long period of time was sufficient for the mysterious organization to get into the truth of things. During their investigation into Wang Feng's disappearance, they had accidentally uncovered that Wang Feng was essentially Chen Feng. This was the scariest thing they had uncovered. When this had first been uncovered, everyone had been horrified. Who would have guessed that their biggest enemy was hidden in their midst? Chen Feng was so brave, the entire mysterious organization was furious. Surprising them all, that wasn't the extent of Chen Feng's bravery. This Chen Feng guy had actually been courageous enough to return 1 month later, even after his identity had been exposed. Exactly how much did he look down upon the mysterious organization? They were all furious. From the lowest of their members to those in leadership positions, and even senior members like Lu Hun, all of them were furious. The mysterious organization was an extremely powerful organization with a huge amount of B classes and A classes, and even warriors surpassing A class with a myriad of abilities at their disposal. It would have been fine if they had been unsure of whether Chen Feng was alive or dead. Now that they were aware that Chen Feng was alive, it was nearly impossible for Chen Feng to hide his actions from them. Thereupon, the subsequent actions of Chen Feng had been deduced. On a certain date, Chen Feng would lead a group of people and return to the mysterious organization. For the Chen Feng whose identity was no longer trusted and who could no longer use their underground transportation system, how was he supposed to take someone to the mysterious organization? He could only hide himself and assassinate his way in. He will operate in the dark. He will assassinate the patrols. He will try his best to avoid triggering the alarm. If we are without preparations, Chen Feng might be able to escape easily. This was what the powerful peak A-class seer of the mysterious organization had deduced. It appeared much simpler than they had imagined. Don't act rashly. Figure out Chen Feng's target first. After finding out his goal, we can make our move. Get some people we have already decided to kick out to be on patrol duty. Let them give their lives away. This was the plan of the mysterious organization. Hence, the members that were supposed to be kicked out were transformed into numerous patrols walking the corridors. Ultimately, they were all killed by Chen Feng. The others were not able to see clearly what had happened, but they could perceive it with their senses. This continued until they figured out Chen Feng's goal. That is where the Spirit Sea Wood is stored. Chen Feng's goal is the Spirit Sea Wood. How has he found out about the Spirit Sea Wood? Someone must have leaked the information. The mysterious organization members started discussing among themselves. The Spirit Sea Wood was one of the deepest secrets of their organization, yet Chen Feng was aware of it. How much of their secrets is this Chen Feng guy aware of? Some of them sneered. I'm afraid that this time, we truly need to capture him. That's only natural, the rest responded. From the moment Chen Feng had stepped foot into the mysterious organization, he had already fallen into their trap. This was a trap specifically prepared for Chen Feng. They did not dare to get too near Chen Feng, nor did they dare to actively monitor his movements, as they feared that Chen Feng would notice them. However, they only needed to observe in an indirect manner to gather certain details. As an example, the strength of Chen Feng's group. This Chen Feng guy thought that nobody was aware of his assassinations. Unknown to him, every place he walked past and those he killed were fully investigated after he left. Those killed by him were essentially cannon fodder. His target has already been ascertained. The strategy department of the mysterious organization had already fully analyzed everything about Chen Feng. From the traces left behind, we can conclude that this is an assassination squad of 10 people. All 10 of them are veterans at assassinations. Peak B-class warriors will have no way of fighting back against them. Based on the information we have so far, our opponents possess the strength of peak B-class at the very least. It is actually quite possible that they are actually A-class warriors. At this, everyone's expression became solemn. A 10-man assassination squad comprised fully of A-class warriors. No wonder this Chen Feng was so egotistical and had the courage to sneak back here. Based on our analysis of the route they are taking, their final destination is the place where our Spirit Sea Wood is stored. We can prepare our ambushes around there. That's right. When it comes to assassins, even if they are powerful when it comes to sneak attacks, their strength is nothing to write home about when it comes to direct confrontations. We can prepare 10 A-class experts to face them. They are out there in the open, while we are operating in secret. As such, there is no way we can lose this battle. This time, I want Chen Feng to die without a burial site. The head of the strategy department said. The rest accepted his commands. Understood. Currently, along with the passage of time, they managed to verify their initial deductions. Regardless of Chen Feng's assassination squad or their strength, all of this was verified. Identity verification completed. Strength verification completed. The mysterious organization members had been prepared in the dark long ago, waiting for Chen Feng's group to arrive. Some of them started hearing the sound of footsteps. Here they come. 3, 2, 1. The eyes of the strategy department head shone as he shouted, Go, Xua. Taking the lead, he streaked out. However, after only moving a short distance, the clear appearance of the assassination squad behind Chen Feng was revealed. At that moment, the strategy department head's expression greened instantly. 1409, Chapter 409, Plan, Chapter 409, Plan, Translator, Limostan Editor, Tenesh, Assassins, these are the assassins? As he felt the oppressive pressure emanating from those opposite him and saw their enormous bodies, the strategy department head, who had been heading out, stopped and returned forcefully. "Stop!" he shouted. His subordinates couldn't even process what had happened yet. They looked at the head with bewildered expressions. "What's up?" The head gulped. "Look!" They raised their heads and stared ahead. Instantly, they blanked as they saw, from behind Chen Feng, a group of lofty giants with tall and sturdy bodies and astonishing power appearing one after another. Assassins? The mere sight of these assassins caused their legs to feel somewhat weak. If it had merely been someone whose body was huge, they would naturally not have been bothered. However, these giants they were facing emanated an incomparably terrifying and oppressive pressure and might. These fellows were comprised fully of classes. Assassins? Assassins, my SS. These are obviously meat shields. Ka. One of the 3.5-meter tall giants started stretching his body. As he did so, the air filled with cracking sounds. When they glanced over, they found that these were actually the sounds of the air being compressed. If such power landed on their bodies, the mere thought of this caused their bodies to chill. As for the head of the strategy department, he was wishing he could slap to death the fellow who had previously deduced Chen Feng's strength. What to do? They became extremely anxious. At this time, they saw that Chen Feng had stopped moving as well and was seemingly pondering something. "We might not necessarily have 0 chances," one of his subordinates said. "Although they are rather strong, we have 2 advantages. First, Chen Feng is still not aware that we already figured out his identity. Second, Chen Feng simply does not have the courage to expose his identity. They should still be thinking of ways to eliminate the guards secretly." The strategy department head pondered knowingly. "You're saying," that person continued, "that's right, we can ambush them. When Chen Feng's group is ambushing the guards, we can ambush them and teach them a lesson about what it means to be the oriole stalking behind the cicada. Moreover, look at their size. Hehehe. Schwa." The eyes of the strategy department shone. True, these guys might appear terrifying with their huge size, but they were, after all, still assassins. The main characteristic of an assassin was high attack and weak defense. As for someone with such a huge body, it signified that they would be an easier target to hit. In short, they could be damaged much more easily. When attacking these huge assassins, if the attackers were hidden in the dark, they wouldn't even face any risk. As long as sufficient attacks were launched, these fellows could very well be insta-killed. The strategy department head's eyes shone. Tell the other squads to finish their preparations. He seemed to recall that the last time they had attacked someone in such a manner was during the mysterious killing command incident. Hee. Chen Feng, how are you going to escape the calamity this time? Schwa. Once again, they concealed themselves. Hidden amid the darkness, they could see Chen Feng's group approaching and were preparing to make their move. The strategy department was already done with their preparations, and killing intent appeared from their eyes. 1 step, 2 steps, Chen Feng's group was pressing forth without stop. Suddenly, a faint layer of energy flashed on Chen Feng's body. In this operation, he was aware that he wouldn't play too big a role. As such, all the abilities he used were those abilities used to aid the barbarian assassination squad, granting them an enhancement in their speed. With the naturally astonishing body quality of these barbarians, how fast would they be after having their speed enhanced by Chen Feng? Well, we'll find out after trying. Both Chen Feng's eyes were sharp. Shua! The energy concentrated in his hands bubbled. Next, under the support of his luck aura, the Myriad Illusions ability displayed its maximum power. Unleash speed. The 10 barbarians jolted as their bodies trembled violently. Next, an expression of comfort appeared on their faces as they stopped resisting and allowed the power to enter their body. Chen Feng was aware that energy support would only have a small effect on these barbarians. However, what if the energy inserted into their bodies was merely a seed? What if the wind was what it was supposed to work on? Suddenly, the wind grew chaotic. As for the barbarians, when they stepped forth, a burst of pushing power could be felt. This was the power of wind, a pure power of nature transformed from energy. The gale whistled. Now, Chen Feng shouted. Shua! Almost instantaneously, the barbarians felt the terrifying burst of power. With that, their speed that had been already fast was enhanced by more than 10 times, and they reached their targets instantly. At this time, the expression of the faraway strategy department head changed greatly. We can't continue waiting. Too fast. They were aware of the strength of Chen Feng's group. However, they had never expected that Chen Feng still possessed such an enhancement ability. If they did not make their move as soon as possible, the head and those guards could very well all die here. Move! The strategy department head commanded without the slightest hesitation. Bang! At that instant, time itself seemed to stop. Flame, ice, venom, storm, numerous powers started gushing out from a multitude of angles, streaming toward the barbarians. Speed reduction, void transformation, all sorts of terrifying debuff abilities erupted. Regardless of how powerful Chen Feng's group was, under such a bombardment, the amount of power left to them would most probably be even less than 1/10, and it would most probably fail to kill anyone in such a condition. Do it, the strategy department had ordered. Hua! The mysterious organization members charged out. As far as they were concerned, there was simply no suspense to this battle. However, by the time the first person arrived, by the time he soared up before slamming the energy dagger down toward one of the sturdy barbarians, clang! A crisp, ringing sound echoed. The weapon of slaughter he was so proud of was unable to leave even a scar on that sturdy body. To be precise, only a small white line was left on that sturdy body. You, finally, his expression changed greatly. Who the hole had said that these were assassins? How was it possible for these guys to be assassins? Crack. That sturdy body had been ignoring his attack all along. Only after this person nonchalantly snapped the head of one of the guards did he turn around to look at the user of the dagger, a simple and honest smile on his face. Bang. Suddenly, an intense eruption of force could be felt, and next, the dagger user's vision darkened, never to wake up again. Before his death, the only thoughts in his head were, who the hell said that these guys are assassins? Who said that they have strong attacks and weak defenses? If I had known this in advance, I definitely would not have approached them. Currently, the same scene was repeating everywhere. The strategy department had indeed unleashed their attacks on Chen Feng's group. Unfortunately, none of the barbarians were injured. Moreover, those barbarians were nonchalantly slaughtering all the guards right in front of the strategy department head's eyes. Those powerful guards couldn't contend against the barbarians at all. The head was alarmed. How is this possible? This was totally different from what they had planned. Since the combatants of both sides were both A classes, the difference in strength shouldn't be so huge. Evidently, he was unaware that the life forms he was seeing were called barbarians. If he'd had sufficient understanding of barbarians, he would have known to never get into melee with the barbarians. Only by putting some distance between them could he stand a chance of victory. Bang! The earth trembled, and all the mysterious organization members were flung away. Only 1 second had passed since their first appearance here. Only now did Chen Feng notice these newly appeared fellows. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. We has been discovered? He was not aware that his identity had been exposed long ago. Everything he had been doing so far had been to avoid detection. He was clear on the strength of these barbarians. They could be used to great effect when ambushing and slaughtering enemies that lacked understanding of the barbarians. However, the instant someone surpassing A class got involved in this, go. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Feng led the barbarians and slaughtered their way forward. Since the mysterious organization had already been alarmed, it was no longer possible for them to escape. If so, only one option remained for them to survive this, Spirit Seawood. 4110, Chapter 410, Dear Senior Apprentice. Brother Chapter 410, Dear Senior Apprentice. Brother Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish. Stop them. The strategy department head yelled. They absolutely could not allow Chen Feng's group entry into the cache of Spirit Sea Wood. Who knew what damage Chen Feng would deal to the most valuable resource of the mysterious organization if they entered? These DM-nable assassins, no, to be more precise, these meat shields, the strategy department head's gaze raced around looking for any weaknesses in their bodies. He believed that it was impossible for these people to be perfect. Among similar A-class warriors, they might be more powerful than other A-classes, but it ought not to be so one-sided. Even if he were to ignore their energy immunity, how could their bodies be so strong as well? This was illogical. As such, he concluded that they most certainly had some weak points. For example, attack their weak points, the strategy department head said while gnashing his teeth. Truth be told, he did not particularly favor such a method of battling. However, based on the height of these enemies, this seemed to be the most optimal method when battling them. The expressions of the rest sank. For real? The strategy department head bellowed, Go! All the guards have already been killed. Do you all want to die together with them? As the rest heard this, they sunk into silence. True, this was a battle of life and death. At times like this, they should not be concerned with whether using such a method would embarrass them or not. The only thing they needed to concern themselves with was whether this method would work. They exchanged glances. Understood. Schwa. Once again, numerous figures charged out. They were clear that this was their final chance to make a move against Chen Feng's group before Chen Feng's entry. This was also the only chance they had at stopping Chen Feng's group. As such, they had to succeed. Kill, accompanied by loud yells, they all charged forward. The barbarians turned their sturdy bodies around. Most of them were above 3 meters in height. As such, they were totally not bothered about those mysterious organization members that were half their height. In a nonchalant manner, they swung their huge hands down violently. Right at this instant, the strategy department head bellowed, Do it. At this, the mysterious organization members erupted, and a terrifying sheen appeared from their hands as their sharp weapons all pierced toward the butts of the barbarians. From this height and from their posture, those launched attacks were simply flawless. Pop. A stuffy sound of flesh being pierced could be heard. The strategy department head was overjoyed. Success, indeed. Regardless of how powerful these damnable fellows were, that part was still their weak point. The bigger their size was, the easier it was to attack that part. That was most certainly a fatal weak point. Die. The strategy department head exerted more pressure as he tried to pierce deeper. However, surprising him, the scene where blood splattered around did not appear. The mournful screams he had expected to hear did not appear either. The only thing he heard was a crazy and rough-sounding grunt. Howl. This single howl seemed to have an extremely profound meaning attached to it. The strategy department head was bewildered. What's going on? Next, he saw the huge figure in front of him turn around. In a somewhat bashful and shy manner, the barbarian gazed at him. Instantly, his body chilled, akin to someone that had fallen into an ice cave. The hell could it be? At this thought, his heart chilled. An immense palm landed on his shoulder. Next, a language he was familiar with entered his ears. Old Tai, enjoying yourself? 1-1. The rough voice with a trace of shyness added on lingered in his ears. Instantly, the strategy department head quivered before clamping both his legs tightly together, almost fainting on the spot from the scare. Bang! Next, a mighty force blasted his body, flinging his entire body out to smash against the wall. I was tricked. This was the last conscious thought of the strategy department head. However, he somewhat rejoiced the fact that he had been tricked rather than being bang. After smashing into the wall, he landed on the ground and lost consciousness. At this moment, the other mysterious organization members were flung out one by one as well. Chen Feng merely watched on as this one-sided battle unfolded. What joke was this? They had actually been planning to mount a sneak attack on these barbarians. How naive. Granted, their weapons were indeed sharp, but for these barbarians, these weapons were akin to toothpicks. How was it possible for these barbarians to be injured with this? Even the poop of the barbarians would most probably be thicker than the arms of these people here. Truly too naive. Chen Feng sneered. The barbarians appeared at a loss. Boss, what is the meaning of the old Tai thing you told us to say earlier? Chen Feng coughed. It's nothing important. This is the so-called etiquette, a way to express your politeness when you come in intimate contact with someone. Oh? One of the barbarians answered knowingly. Next, his huge palm slammed onto the butt of the barbarian beside him, and in a carefree manner with his rough voice he said, Old Tai, enjoying yourself? As for the barbarian whose butt had been slapped by him, he quivered before reciprocating with a slap to the other barbarian's butt as well before saying, enjoyable. They started giggling foolishly among themselves. Chen Feng, suddenly, he started to wonder the reason about these barbarians seemed even more foolish even after he had solved their low intelligence deficiency through his breeding methods. Cough, cough, stop messing around, Chen Feng placated them. Get this over with as soon as possible and leave. Yes, the barbarians replied solemnly. Next, they stepped into the building where the spirit seawood was stored. At this time, at that place high above the sky, Xuanhuan was also speechless as he watched on coldly at everything unfolding. Since when had the guards of the mysterious organization become so weak? It's not that they are weak, rather it's the enemies that are too strong, the mysterious organization leader stated indifferently. These weird giants are immune to energy and have strong physical bodies and no weak points. Even if they have only recently advanced to A class, their combat power is equivalent to genetic warriors at peak A class. It is understandable that those A-class guards failed. Regardless of the guards or those from the strategy department, they were all A-class warriors. As such, it was too difficult for them to deal with these barbarians. What you should be wondering is, where did Chen Feng obtain these experts? After all, peak A-class warriors are not such common existences as vegetables, the mysterious organization leader stated profoundly. Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Senior apprentice brother, I have heard that your wife has a weak power over time, the mysterious organization leader stated indifferently. I could sense a trace of the same power from the bodies of these people. Glaring at the mysterious organization leader, Xuanhuan said, one word at a time, what are you trying to say? The mysterious organization leader merely smiled. Perhaps forget it. Never mind. However, his gaze when looking at Xuanhuan was even odder now. The veins on Xuanhuan's forehead throbbed. Phew! What do you mean? What gaze is that? Clearly, Chen Feng is the one bringing people to attack your mysterious organization. How does that relate to me? What damnable power of time are you talking about? Chen Feng hasn't been in contact with her for a long... No, wait. Xuanhuan seemed to have thought of something. That figurine. She had once given a figurine to Chen Feng. That figurine was an item that was equivalent to herself. It possessed a certain degree of the same power she possessed. Moreover, the figurine and she could sense what the other was experiencing. Had Chen Feng? No, no way. Xuanhuan shook his head. It was impossible for Chen Feng to be aware of this. He hadn't the slightest idea, even the methods of using that figurine. But then, what was up with the power of time on the bodies of those giants? Although his junior apprentice brother was an indifferent person, he would most certainly not talk drivel. If so, ch401, Chapter 411, Deathside Chapter 411, Deathside Translator, Limostan Editor, Tenish Wait. Suddenly, Xuanhuan thought of an extremely scary possibility. Could it be that back then, when she had given Chen Feng the figurine, she had also left behind a user manual of some sort? That woman, the mere thought of this, caused Xuanhuan to be filled with rage. It seems like you have finally thought of something, the mysterious organization leader said indifferently. For an unknown reason, when his senior apprentice brother had raged earlier, he had felt that his senior apprentice brother's strength had grown somewhat stronger as the green radiance had become even denser than in the past. Lu Hun merely snorted as a response. He inhaled deeply and calmed himself before calmly stating, "We don't have to talk about this matter of mine for now. Your great mysterious organization is allowing them to enter as they wished?" The mysterious organization leader laughed. "Naturally, that won't be the case. The appearance of these giants is simply something unexpected. With such a power under his control, it is sufficient for Chen Feng to charge into any faction he wishes. Would you believe it if I told you he can even charge into the genetic union if he wished to do so? However, entering is one matter, leaving safely is an entirely different matter." Lu Hun's eyes shone. "Oh, wait and see." The mysterious organization leader smiled in a tranquil manner and continued, "It's about time for those guys to reveal themselves." At this time, at the mysterious organization, along with the blazing alarm, the experts that had been out on missions were rushing back rapidly. This was their headquarters, a location those branches couldn't compare to. 1, 2, 3, numerous genetic warriors appeared. In a short period of time, the location Chen Feng's group was at was already completely surrounded. A certain amount of B-class warriors. 30 A-class warriors. This terrifying organization that had been competing against the genetic union in the dark was, for the first time, utilizing all power it could. As a result, an astonishing might was being displayed. No less than 30 A-class genetic warriors were assembled, sufficient to shock countless people. All this was a mere prelude to what was to come. As time passed, one alarming expert after another appeared. Even those A-class experts had to make way when these experts appeared. These newcomers were precisely the peak A-class warriors. The strongest ordinary members of the mysterious organization had finally appeared. 1, 2... By the time they were done gathering, a total of 5 peak A-class warriors, 36 A-class warriors, and a certain amount of B-class and C-class warriors had already assembled. This was truly a shocking spectacle. When did they enter, some asked. 10 minutes prior. 10 minutes, this much time is sufficient to do a lot of things. Their strength is not weak. There's no need to try taking them on with brute force. Just prepare everything and trap them to their deaths in there. Trap them to death? Yes, this will become their grave. A peak, a class stated coldly. Some of them were anxious. Will there be any danger to our cache of spirit seawood? A familiar-looking figure appeared. No. If Chen Feng were here, he would most certainly recognize this person. This was precisely the department head who had been at odds with the White Church, Tang Lan. The department he was in charge of was also the department in charge of the spirit seawood. You are all clear on the structural makeup of the spirit sea wood. Tang Lan gave them a glance before continuing. For spirit sea wood to display its effect, it undergoes numerous refinements using all sorts of materials. Finally, it must ferment for 100 years in order to produce the badges that you are all using. Under normal circumstances, spirit sea wood is essentially useless and is incapable of showing any sort of power. Tang Lan shook his head slightly. Despite the prowess of the spirit sea wood, the limitations were rather harsh as well. Even I am not able to use it in its raw form. The doubts of the others were dispelled with this. If so, I can be at ease. Oh, right, if we attack, will we damage the spirit seawood? Someone asked anxiously. Tang Lan chuckled. No, a sufficient defense mechanism was put in place long ago on the spirit seawood. You guys can attack as you wish. Only at this did everyone feel relieved. That's good then. Suddenly, clang, clang! A stuffy sound of machinery echoed about. Everyone turned their heads to take a look, and instantly their hearts jolted as they saw an immense high-energy weapon being brought out and aimed straight at the building, that weapon appearing incomparably fierce. Fear rose immediately in the hearts of some of them after they saw this thing. That is, it's that thing. Everyone felt their soul-departing bodies. It was the Death Sai. This was a super high-energy weapon, a legendary weapon rumored to be capable of destroying the heavens and earth. A single full-powered attack from this weapon was equivalent to an attack launched by a peak, a class with all his power. A single attack from this was sufficient to destroy an entire city. This weapon had been used 3 times in the past. As a result, 3 different organizations had been destroyed, not a trace remaining. Not even A-classes could escape the destruction caused by this weapon. Everyone trembled with fear. They actually took even this thing out? This time, the organization was truly generous with the resources they were willing to spare. But then, this was reasonable. It had reached a point where even their core resource, the spirit seawood, was being coveted by that Chen Feng guy. How could they not be angry? Now, Chen Feng's fate of sure death was sealed. Regardless of how powerful those barbarians were, the Chen Feng who was trapped here had no hope of surviving. The only thing the organization needed to worry about was how to get rid of Chen Feng with the lowest amount of sacrifice on their part. Prepare everything. Yes, Shua. Radiance started swirling around. A dim radiance started blooming from the Death's Eye. At any moment, this weapon would be able to unleash its attack. Around it, everyone exchanged glances with each other before noiselessly retreating by several meters. They did not have the courage to even stand near this weapon here. After all, this was the Death's Eye. At this time, Chen Feng's group had only broken through the outer defense mechanism surrounding the spirit sea wood. To protect their spirit seawood, the mysterious organization had utilized numerous types of defense systems, such as a physical defense system, energy defense system, net defense system, and so on. Even with the amount of methods available at their disposal, they would still require quite a while to break through the defenses. First, the barbarians had broken through the energy defense system with brute force before destroying the physical defense system as well. However, when facing the completely incomprehensible net defense system, they were helpless. Ultimately, Chen Feng was forced to make a move. This was not all. There were also ancient defensive restrictions placed here as well. If not for Chen Feng's luck aura and his identity as a master producer, he would simply have had no hope of breaking through. One layer after another, only after spending 10 minutes did they manage to break through all the defense systems. Finally, the legendary spirit seawood appeared before Chen Feng's eyes. They appeared completely different than the smaller portion of spirit seawood Chen Feng had seen in the past. In front of Chen Feng was a thick and solid trunk with numerous branches on it. Unexpectedly, some green leaves could be seen on the branches as well. One side of the trunk was soaked within an incubation liquid, seemingly absorbing some energy from the liquid. This was a nearly complete miniature version of the spirit sea tree. Was this what they had been using to produce their badges? Chen Feng became excited. Lightly, he stretched his hand out and stroked the branch of the spirit sea wood. The moment he touched the wood, his luck aura started raging. Here it comes. Chen Feng sunk into a solemn mood. The luck aura that had been still for a long time was once again taking the initiative to attack, and started to absorb the power of the spirit sea wood. The spirit sea wood in front of Chen Feng was withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. A faint radiance started shining. Chen Feng could feel a mysterious power undulating around him as an abstruse yet magical power surrounded his body. Once again, his luck aura transformed. At the same instant, Chen Feng absorbed the spirit seawood. A stifling sense of vigilance flared up, and instantly, the entire world seemed to be enveloped by a dark radiance. Bang! The radiance exploded, and a terrifying force that seemed to have pierced through heaven and earth appeared. A412, Chapter 412, Fatal Flaw, Chapter 412, Fatal Flaw Translator, Limostan Editor, Tenache. Terrifying power descended. Instantly, the entire building was reduced to ruin. A black-colored power had seemingly engulfed the entire world. The entire building was being corroded by the black radiance at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gradually, the building was reduced into nothingness. The power of that black radiance was so terrifying it caused one's heart to palpitate. This was the power of the Death's Eye, a power of death that could match a peak, a class. More importantly, and also the most terrifying aspect of this weapon, was the fact that it had a range of 100 meters and a firing arc of 180 degrees. This signified that anything within 100 meters of this weapon had no hope of escaping the fate of being slaughtered, regardless of who it was or what building it was. Even the earth was corroded, leveling the ground. Had it ended? Someone muttered from amidst the darkness. Right at this instant, a furious howl resounded. Howl. Next, a tall and sturdy giant walked out, blocking in front of Chen Feng. With his own body, he obstructed a huge amount of the black beam, his gaze resolute. This was one of the members of Chen Feng's group. The mysterious organization members were astonished. Taking on the attack on behalf of Chen Feng? Tanglan merely shook his head. He won't be able to block it. This was the Death's Eye. If the giant could block it so easily, would this still be the formidable divine weapon everyone knew it as? Regardless of the color, the biggest advantage of light was the lack of blind spots. The beam of light that was being blocked by the giant was still capable of shining upon Chen Feng through a different angle. Bang! Instantly, the black light exploded. The dazzling radiance caused the hearts of countless people to tremble. Ultimately, everything was reduced to nothingness. The endless expanse of black gradually faded, and the mysterious organization members started looking over. With such a large-scale attack, regardless of how powerful Chen Feng's group was, how many of them could have survived? Moreover, even if those giants could survive, how about Chen Feng? In the end, he was still an ordinary person. Despite their thoughts, when they looked over, they were all startled. At the spot where Chen Feng had stood, that spot that was supposed to have been erased to nothingness, several giants were blocking in front of Chen Feng, using their bodies to block all attacks. One giant was insufficient to block the attack? It did not matter. There were 10 of them in the group anyway. 10 giants could be seen surrounding Chen Feng, forming 2 layers of sturdy meat walls around him to forcefully take on all the black beams of light. All the mysterious organization members blanked. This works? None of them had expected that those giants would use such a method to protect Chen Feng. Unfortunately, the energy immunity of these giants was shockingly high as well. Not much damage had been dealt to them. This is a unique and dreadful breed of humans, someone said with a heavy expression. It seems like a huge battle is going to start. One expert took out his weapon. The Death's Eye was taken away noiselessly. Since this thing was useless against Chen Feng, there was no point in using it. After all, they would have to pay a terrifying price for every single usage of this weapon. Tanglan sighed. I originally believed that we would be able to deal with this easily. They had originally expected the Death's Eye to greatly reduce the combat power of Chen Feng's group. Even if Chen Feng's group had survived, they should have been gravely injured. Unexpectedly, this was what had happened instead. Battle it is then. Many of them were already getting ready for a battle. However, Tanglan kept having a bad feeling. As he paid careful attention, his expression changed greatly, especially when he saw the scene behind the meat wall after those giants moved away. Only at this point did he realize that something bad had happened. Tanglan's expression changed greatly. Where's the spirit Seawood? As for the other mysterious organization members, when they realized what had happened, their expressions became unsightly as well. Could it be, earlier, some of them were staring at Tanglan with hostile expressions? Hadn't he said earlier that the spirit Seawood was well protected? Tanglan shook his head. The defenses were indeed prepared long ago. 15 layers of defenses with all sorts of categories. Even ancient restrictions were placed there as well. Let alone the Death's Eye, even those surpassing a class shouldn't be able to break through those defenses by brute force. Although the Death's Eye is capable of dealing a huge amount of damage, facing these unconditional defenses, it shouldn't be able to deal any sort of damage. Unless, suddenly, Tanglan thought of a possibility. He looked at Chen Feng abruptly. You removed all the defenses? Chen Feng merely laughed as a response. Hehe. Tanglan's expression became deathly pale. It's you indeed. So that's what happened. Just as Chen Feng had finished removing the defenses and been about to escape with the spirit Seawood, the Death's Eye had erupted, coincidentally destroying the spirit Seawood. As Tanglan thought of this possibility, he almost spat blood in anger. Therefore, the most mysterious possession of their organization had been destroyed by him, just like that? Chen Feng. Tanglan raged. You must pay with your life. Same as before, Chen Feng mere replied with a laugh. Hee. At this moment, nobody was aware of what Chen Feng was experiencing. If Tanglan was able to get nearer to Chen Feng, he would most definitely be able to feel the bubbling, mysterious power around Chen Feng. That was precisely the power of luck. Had the spirit Seawood been destroyed? Nope. The entirety of the spirit Seawood had been absorbed by Chen Feng's luck aura. As for Chen Feng, he hadn't been saying anything not because he did not want to. Rather, presently, he was simply incapable of saying anything. He had absorbed too much luck value, stuffing his body full. His luck aura was crazily absorbing the luck value to increase its level. As for the excess power of luck, almost all of it was flooding Chen Feng. As such, Chen Feng was being forced to expend all his effort to control the excess power. This power, he raised his hand. There was nothing in his hand, yet a heavy feeling could be felt. Anger flashed in Tanglan's eyes. Kill him. For destroying the spirit Seawood, he must pay with his life. Tanglan was pointing at Chen Feng as he said this, despite the fact that he had yet to figure out how Chen Feng had broken through their defenses. Understood. The other mysterious organization members were extremely furious as well. With the disappearance of the spirit Seawood, it was likely that they could no longer upgrade their badges in the future. Only by finding new spirit Seawood would they be able to once again upgrade their badges. This Chen Feng was truly a bringer of disaster. An expert whistled and said, "Let me do it. I heard that you destroyed a countless amount of the mysterious organization's resources. Unfortunately, every time it happened, I was unable to arrive in time. This time, let me have a taste of your abilities. Shua." He stood mid-air while radiance started swirling around him. This was actually a Pika class, the first expert of the mysterious organization to have arrived earlier. With a hearty laugh, a different Pika class strode out. "Let me make up the number as well. Shua, shua." In succession, several other people strode out as well. They might not necessarily join hands to attack Chen Feng, but with them standing there, it was sufficient to prevent Chen Feng's escape. Several peak A-class warriors were sufficient to lock down all of Chen Feng's escape routes. "Come then," the first person shouted. Hua, hua. Countless A-class and B-class warriors charged out, their targets being those fierce-looking giants. After their previous experience against these giants, they had already figured out the giants' weakness: containment. That's right, containment. Due to their energy immunity and strong physical bodies, these giants were nearly unequaled. However, the biggest weakness of such unequaled giants was containment. Energy containment methods might be weak against these giants, but what about physical containment methods? Bang, bang. Suddenly, the ground started transforming. A peak A-class warrior with earth element abilities waved his hand and caused the ground to start transforming. At this, several huge barbarians were forcefully trapped within a pit over 100 meters away. If they wanted to return, they would first have to climb out of the pit. As long as they figured out the weakness of these giants, they could trap these giants to death even if they couldn't kill the giants directly. These traps that one with energy could solve easily had instead become something quite deadly when used against these giants. The only thing the giants could do was slowly climb up out of the pit with their physical bodies. This was the biggest weakness of these giants. Shua, stepping on thin air, the expert started walking toward Chen Feng, radiating killing intent with each step he took. And now, enjoy your time in hell. 4113, Chapter 413, I Shouldn't Have Taught You. Chapter 413, I Shouldn't Have Taught You. Translator, Lamostan Editor, Tenish Ah. Chen Feng had a tranquil expression. He was aware that he currently was not powerful enough. With his current combat power, he could at most only face a peak B class and would not be able to defeat a normal A class warrior. As for a peak A-class warrior, it was simply impossible for him. But then, Shua, with a wave of his hand, the heavy power hovered above his hand. Tanglan stared fixedly at Chen Feng. Be careful. The others all thought that the giants were the scary ones here and believed that by discovering the giants' weak point and getting rid of them, this battle would most probably end. But for Tanglan, the scariest person here was still Chen Feng. He had once taught Chen Feng, and as such, he was aware of how terrifying this guy was, and he was also the only one who knew how scary arcane studies and luck could be. The others did not seem to mind. Don't worry, they said. If even these giants with energy immunity were prostrating before them, what was a mere B-class Chen Feng? Any random mysterious organization member here was stronger than him. Bang! The ground started collapsing. A huge earth element hand rose from the ground, and the ground trembled. The huge hand grabbed at Chen Feng, planning to squash him to death. Bang! When that hand moved, it was so huge it seemed to form a canopy covering the skies. That huge, terrifying hand descended upon Chen Feng. However, right after the huge hand grabbed at Chen Feng, before the palm could even clasp, the wrist of the huge hand exploded. With a resounding explosion, the huge hand formed from the earth element collapsed, transforming into countless chunks of earth before landing loudly, kicking off a small storm of smoke and dust. What? Instantly, the expressions of the others changed. The peak, a class, was furious. How was that possible? Even if this earth element hand was merely a minor ability for him, it was still an ability even normal A-class warriors couldn't deal with, let alone a mere B-class Chen Feng. Moreover, earlier, Chen Feng hadn't even done anything. It's spatial collapse, one person said. The rest were flabbergasted. Oh? Due to the previous battle, too many different energies lingered in the air here. After the battle ended, some of the energies dissipated into the air. It is quite probable that some sort of reaction catalyzed as a result, causing the spatial collapse. Naturally, due to the stability of energy, such unique occurrences should have a nearly non-existent probability of occurring. As he reached here, he paused before continuing. This Chen Feng is somewhat freakish. Everyone sunk into silence. Chen Feng, once again, Tanglan repeated himself. It's better to be careful. This time, the rest nodded their heads in agreement. Even that peak A-class expert did not add any comments. Even if he truly believed that he was much stronger than Chen Feng, he did not intend to have any mishaps happen when victory seemed so certain. It was precisely as Tanglan had said, this Chen Feng was somewhat freakish. However, was there a point even if they were careful? Shua! Shua! Once again, several A-class warriors made a move against Chen Feng. However, every single time they approached Chen Feng, every single time they were about to kill Chen Feng, some odd occurrence would happen. Bang! Suddenly, the brain of an A-class expert exploded. This was due to the eruption of a rare energy storm with a low probability of occurrence. It had unexpectedly, coincidentally, erupted near his head. Bang! Suddenly, both legs of an A-class expert exploded. Once again, a spatial collapse had happened. 1, 2, by the time this happened to the 5th A-class warrior, the expressions of everyone there were already changing. Finally, they were sure that these so-called coincidences were all Chen Feng's doing. Tanglan shut his eyes. Sure enough. Chen Feng had fully grasped the arcane studies Tanglan had taught him, and Chen Feng was even more proficient than him at them. He had once gasped in admiration at Chen Feng's freakish talent. He had once been sure that Chen Feng would most definitely surpass him in the future. However, he had not seen it coming this fast. How long had it been since he had taught Chen Feng? If he was aware earlier that this guy here was Chen Feng, Tanglan sighed. Chen Feng, Wang Feng, luck, arcane studies, exactly what kind of freak had he created? Tanglan inhaled deeply. Since he was already aware that Chen Feng was utilizing such a combat method, things would be simpler to deal with. For something like this, where even A-class warriors were helpless, he was the one who had a better method of dealing with Chen Feng. Against such a unique battling method, one had to employ unique methods as well. Tanglan pointed at a particular B-class army far away. Let them go. Even if Chen Feng was capable of causing spatial collapses, so what? There was more than one B-class here. Among these people, geniuses were not lacking either. For them, a battle-transcending class was something as common as having a meal. There were even some B-classes capable of directly battling an A-class. The most terrifying thing was the sheer quantity of them. One might be able to deal with one of them, but then could one deal with 10 of them? Or 100 of them? Or several hundreds of them? That huge quantity was something even people like Tanglan did not dare to face. As for those barbarians, they were still trapped in the earth element pit summoned by the peak A-class warrior earlier. That expert was not capable of hurting them, but he was capable of controlling their movements and preventing their escape. This was the largest weak point of those giants. Despite their energy immunity, when facing such an ability capable of altering the environment, they couldn't do anything. Even now, the pit trapping them was becoming deeper and deeper. Regardless of how they exerted their strength, they couldn't climb up out of the pit. Within this pit so deep the bottom couldn't be seen above, facing the smooth walls and the muddy ground, these barbarians filled to the brim with strength couldn't even display their strength. Tanglan concentrated his gaze. This time, how are you going to block us? Hua. Along with his command, several hundreds of B-class members finished their preparations and started stepping forth one step at a time, surrounding Chen Feng in the middle. Each of these people was not weaker than Chen Feng. Shua, shua. The mysterious organization members stepped forth without stop. Stepping forward with orderly footwork, they approached Chen Feng as a myriad of abilities were being prepped. Chen Feng raised his head and glanced at them. Coming? When these several hundred B-class warriors worked together, they gave rise to an odd pressure. They emanated an imposing aura in the air around them. This was the power of resonance. Such a terrifying power was something even A-class experts might fear. Chen Feng was clear on his own strength. With his strength, it was possible to defeat 5 or 6 B-class warriors. However, it was impossible for him to clean these several hundred B-class warriors. It was even more impossible for him to induce spatial collapses to deal with all of them. Although spatial collapse was a typical example of a super powerful attack, only a small part of the space could be collapsed. In short, this was simply a single target attack. On top of that, spatial collapses were generated by the collision of the numerous energies left over in the air. Despite the huge battles earlier, there was a limit to the amount of leftover energies in the air. Even if Chen Feng used all of them to cause an explosion, at most, only around 10 of these B-class warriors would be killed. Evidently, Tonglen and the others had thought of this as well. That was why those peak A-class warriors had been withdrawn, and a huge amount of B-classes had been deployed to obtain victory. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth curled up and formed a smile as he sensed the terrifying power in his hands. Do you believe that I can't do anything against this? This was the very first time he had such a terrifyingly high luck value under his control. The luck value was so huge an amount that he was even feeling burdened by it. Chen Feng slanted his head as he pondered. If so, what if I want one of them to come? Xuanhuan, he pointed midair. Suddenly, Tonglan's vigilance sprang up. Careful, however, nothing special happened. False bravado? Tonglan was still being cautious. Suddenly, far away, a silhouette appeared. 414. Chapter 414, True Steel Armor. Chapter 414, True Steel Armor. Translator, Limostan Editor, Tenish, here it comes. Chen Feng saw that silhouette smiling. That was an extremely ordinary-looking person, a person Chen Feng was extremely familiar with, and also the person most proficient at crowd attacks among all the people Chen Feng knew. What is the meaning of this? Tonglan noticed the change in Chen Feng's expression and instinctively gazed along Chen Feng's gaze. There, behind them, a petite figure was running toward them. Chen Feng's reinforcement? No, it doesn't seem so. From far away, that chick yelled while gasping for breath. Brother Tang, something happened. Tanglan's heart thumped. Something happened? Could it be that Chen Feng could actually apply his arcane studies to affect the occurrences of other places, to besiege other places to relieve his current predicament? What happened? Tanglan asked hurriedly. At the command center, the chick stated nervously. Before the chick could even finish her sentence, Tanglan's expression changed abruptly. Wait. As he looked at her familiar face, he recalled this chick's introduction in their database. You are... Suddenly, Tanglan cried out in surprise. Xie Zhongtong? That's right, the one who had appeared here was precisely Xie Zhongtong. Tanglan had met this chick previously, and therefore he was aware of how terrifying this chick was. It was rumored that this was a chick capable of eliminating an entire family or power all by herself. The only flaw of hers was the fact that she could only operate solo. And now, suddenly, Tanglan bellowed, Careful! What? Everyone else was puzzled. What's going on? I'm obviously here to help. Why is Tanglan telling me to be careful? Chen Feng laughed. Hee, it's too late, Shua. With a point by Chen Feng in midair, a bizarre power started surging out of Xie Zhongtong's body, and noiselessly, the power started spreading. Instantly, the pink-powered energy enveloped the entire mysterious organization. A boundless energy started spreading. Shua. Numerous energy barriers were erected. Those powerful A-class warriors were capable of mounting an appropriate defense speedily. However, the several hundred B-class warriors erupted into chaos. The sounds of people gasping for breath started echoing everywhere. As the A-class warriors that were fortunate enough to survive saw the scene unfolding before them, their chrysanthemums one chilled. The hall. Luckily, we were able to respond fast enough. Otherwise, we would be. The mere thought of what would have happened caused them to be covered all over with cold sweat. At this time, an A-class warrior walked out. Mere trickery. Shua. With a single wave of his hand, the pink energy that seemed to cover the entire world was absorbed and the odd energy was purged. Ultimately, Xie Zhongtong's level was too low. As such, her strength was somewhat lacking. Despite him erasing the pink energy, the expression on that expert's face was rather unsightly. That was because the incomparably mighty and majestic-looking B-class warriors were now all sprawled all over on the ground, their faces flushed red. It was unknown what unspeakable thing they had experienced in the short few seconds earlier. Several hundred B-class warriors had lost their combat power just like that. Why is she here? As Tonglan thought of this, his head ached. Why was it that this person who was a nuclear option prepared specifically for the genetic union always erupted right here at their own headquarters? Moreover, Every single instance of her erupting seemed to be related to that damnable Chen Feng. He was clear that with Xie Zhongtong's strength, she wasn't even qualified to be gathered here. As such, the only reasons for her appearing here were all sorts of odd coincidences. Arcane studies and luck. Tonglan sighed. I shouldn't have taught you back then. However, the more formidable this Chen Feng seemed, the more determined he was to kill this Chen Feng. From Chen Feng's body, a familiar power could be felt, a unique power that he couldn't control. Such a guy and such a talent, Chen Feng. As Tonglan looked at the serene-looking youth, he renewed his evaluation of this person. This was a person who was nearly a freak. Finally, a peak A-class expert walked out. Let me do it then. Tonglan nodded. All right. Since things had reached this point, he had no choice but to let those people make their move. Be careful of spatial collapses, Tonglan reminded him. That person smiled calmly. Don't worry. A faint yellow radiance enveloped his body. This was a legendary ability, true steel armor. At its core, this was still elemental armor. However, different from the ordinary stone or earth elemental armor used by ordinary genetic warriors, this true steel armor was a super powerful energy armor only peak A-class warriors could use. It was able to defend against a stronger attack, and was also able to stick close to the user's skin. It was also a lighter armor, Shua. Chen Feng pointed midair, and instantly, a spatial collapse occurred near the expert. Bang! Along with the terrifying spatial collapse, the terrifying power of space started engulfing the surroundings. When this power landed on that person's body, it was actually obstructed by that thin layer of yellow radiance on his body. A mocking smile appeared on that person's face. Only this much? Regardless of how witty Chen Feng was, or what methods he employed, this Chen Feng guy was, after all, still a mere B-class. On top of that, he was a B-class that had yet to fuse with a B-class ability. That person pointed midair. This time, I won't give you any chances. Have a taste of True Steel Prison, an ability I created myself. Next, a silhouette with the same earth element power appeared midair. This was actually the same thing as what was currently covering his body, the only difference being that this thing was softer, more delicate, and bigger. Shua. That clump of yellow radiance surged toward Chen Feng and surrounded him like a huge bag, trying to envelop and trap him within. Even Tonglan and the rest were greatly shaken as they saw this ability. This guy was already this powerful? The true steel armor was already the strongest defensive ability among earth element abilities. In this guy's hand, he had actually further transformed that ability and created such a magical ability. But then, that was reasonable. Which of those capable of reaching peak class were not geniuses? Shua. Chen Feng was enveloped by the yellow radiance. Chen Feng pointed midair. Scram. Bang. Once again, a spatial collapse occurred nearby. Astonishingly, when that terrifying power of space landed on the yellow radiance, it felt like it landed on cotton. After causing several undulations, multiple layers of the space power were shaken off. A spatial collapse seemed completely ineffective here. Traces of astonishment flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. A defense with a flexible attribute, huh? At this time, Chen Feng had finally gotten a clear look at the so-called True Steel Prison. In short, this was something akin to a fusion of two true steel armors in the shape of a sack that was capable of trapping someone inside. This was a sack with a length of 1 meter and a diameter of half a meter capable of easily trapping someone inside. Coupled with its formidable defense and its ability to automatically stick close to a person's skin, it was sufficient to trap anyone to death within, causing the person trapped to choke to death helplessly. This was the True Steel Prison, extremely capable at both trapping and killing. Shua. With a yellow flash, Chen Feng was already trapped within the yellow sack. As the True Steel Prison sensed Chen Feng's body within it, it started closing in automatically. Instantly, Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. He was aware that the moment this sack finished closing in, he would be totally trapped. What to do then? Chen Feng shook his head. This True Steel Prison was excessively tough. As such, it was impossible to destroy. He had no idea what he could do either. However, was there a need for him to know what to do? Chen Feng smiled at this thought. Brother Tang, in the end, you are still underestimating the power of luck, Shua. He raised his hand slightly. Instantly, the power of myriad illusions bloomed, releasing a bizarre sheen around his hand. With this, a power capable of countering the power of this True Steel Prison appeared around his hands. Pooh. In the seemingly unbreakable True Steel Prison, a hole appeared. 415, Chapter 415, Attacking the Weakness. Chapter 415, Attacking the Weakness. Translator, Lemostan Editor, Tenish. At the mysterious organization, along with the True Steel Prison's descent, Tonglan and the rest were watching on nervously. He gasped at this display of power, and at the same time, he wondered anxiously if Chen Feng would really be trapped by this. After all, this True Steel Prison was a secret art created after modifying the True Steel Armor ability. There won't be any problems, right? I doubt it. I once battled him. True Steel Armor has an astonishing degree of toughness. The moment this modified True Steel Prison touches one's body, that person will start experiencing a choking feeling. Even I can't guarantee that I would be able to escape it. As for Chen Feng, he is a mere B class. It is simply impossible. Before he could even finish this sentence, he halted abruptly. What's up? The rest blinked slightly before suddenly feeling an odd aura. Instinctively, they looked toward where Chen Feng was. Instantly, their expressions changed greatly. There, on the sack wrapped around Chen Feng, a sharp sheen had actually appeared. Puh! Accompanied by a crisp sound, on the topmost spot of the sack, a hole was forcefully pierced. Immediately after, a huge sharp radiance appeared and started flickering, leaving numerous holes in the true steel prison. Bang! The entire sky was enveloped by the bright radiance, and the true steel prison burst apart immediately. On Chen Feng's hand, a tiny dot of a sharp radiance could be seen flickering about. When everyone put their attention on it, they noted that it was actually a needle formed through unique energy, an incomparably sharp, shiny needle. That peak A-class expert was shocked. How is this possible? The true steel prison is formed through the true steel armor, Chen Feng merely sneered. Hehehe. Although the toughness of the true steel armor is unequaled, its original form is still a mere armor used to protect the user's body and provide defense for the user. Had you ever wondered why the true steel armor was never altered into a sack and used to knock someone out instead? It's because the moment its structural makeup is altered, making it softer to assume another shape, it will then possess a fatal weakness. Indeed, it has become softer and has a higher degree of durability. However, in this form, it is also no longer capable of resisting a purely sharp attack. A single sharp needle is required. Chen Feng waved the needle he had in his hand. A single stab is sufficient. Shua. That person's expression changed greatly. He appeared dazed. How is this possible? With true steel armor as the core, he had been improving and altering it without stop to create a series of abilities. Moreover, he had also created countless code names representing these abilities, such as True Steel 001, True Steel 002, True Steel 003, and so on. Every single one of these abilities was supposed to be incomparably powerful. These were all abilities he was proud of. However, for Chen Feng, these abilities were merely something a single needle could defeat. He could not tolerate this. His eyes gleamed coldly. I refuse to believe this. Let me show you my real True Steel series, Shua. A powerful elemental power started converging around his body. True Steel Sword, he yelled. He had actually formed a formidable and sharp sword using his power of True Steel, and the sword was currently being swung toward Chen Feng. This was a different variation of his modified True Steel armor that used the powerful durability of True Steel armor to create an improved sword. With this rendition of his ability, the solidity of the true steel that had originally been durable and had had a good defense had been improved, turning it into something that could break through all defenses, something more firm and upright than the true steel armor. Die! Shoo! His sword slashed down, ripping apart space with a whizzing sound as the sword descended. Chen Feng could only shake his head at this. Is there a need for this? He had once heard of this true steel armor ability. This was indeed a legend-like ability, an ability that created something with the most optimal combination of flexibility and hardness. It had become a powerful and legendary ability that had been continuously passed down for countless years. Was something like this an ability a person could easily modify? The previous True Steel prison had removed its hardness, leaving only flexibility behind, and thus giving Chen Feng an opportunity to puncture it with a single needle. And now, this rendition where flexibility had been removed and only hardness was left, perhaps for a lot of people, and even peak A-class warriors at a similar level as him, a huge price would have to be paid to face this attack head-on. For Chen Feng, though, Chen Feng pointed midair, luck aura activated at full power. Bloom, myriad illusions, Shua. A bone-piercing chill started blooming from his hand. The moment that True Steel Sword, with only hardness remaining, came in contact with this bone-piercingly cold power, the terrifying chill started rapidly spreading to the sword. Ka! At this moment, that so-called True Steel Sword that was capable of breaking all defenses actually started shattering. It was actually too hard, resulting in it failing to resist such low a temperature. When something becomes too hard, that thing will become too easy to break instead. This saying surfaced in the brains of a lot of people when they saw what was happening. His alteration of the power of true steel had indeed granted him more powerful methods of dealing with enemies. However, along with this benefit was also a more distinct weakness for his created abilities. If these weaknesses were not exploited by the enemies, he would naturally be more powerful when using these created abilities. The moment the weaknesses were exploited, though, Tonglan sighed. You should retire for now. That peak A-class expert was feeling indignant. I am not reconciled to this. How could this power of true steel that he had spent his entire life researching be broken by a little B-class kid? It was impossible. True steel hammer. Shua, the furious peak. A class moved once again. Numerous different abilities modified from true steel armor appeared. Unfortunately, every single time, Chen Feng was able to find the weakness of these abilities and exploit them. Some of them were weak against fire, some were weak against water, some were weak against softness. Nearly all his creations were defeated by Chen Feng, failing to do anything to Chen Feng. He was dazed. How is this possible? His lifetime of research was incapable of defeating a mere B-class. Among all these abilities, the strongest and only ability Chen Feng couldn't exploit was the original True Steel Armor, that legendary ability that had been passed down for so many years. That was because this was an ability with no weaknesses. Unfortunately, this was an ability only capable of defending. If he wanted to use it to kill Chen Feng, it was impossible. His eyes gleamed coldly. Seems like I can only use that then. Tanglun glared at him. What are you waiting for? Retire. Your ability is indeed powerful. Your different renditions of them each have their own advantages and disadvantages. Unfortunately, he is capable of countering your abilities. What are you worried about? But, if you continue your standoff with Chen Feng, everyone else will discover all your weaknesses as well, Tanglun warned him. Shua. Instantly, that person came to himself. Wasn't that true? The numerous abilities he had created from his research had originally appeared unequaled and powerful, things nobody could defeat. Due to his confrontation with Chen Feng, he had displayed nearly all his abilities, all of them being countered by Chen Feng. And now, almost every one of the mysterious organization's members was aware of his trump cards and, also, his weaknesses. The more attacks you launch, the more thorough the exposure of your information will be, Tanglun stated indifferently. Instantly, that person's expression changed greatly. Only now did he retract the new ability he had been about to unleash before retreating hastily, eliminating all his thoughts of continuing to battle Chen Feng. Silence once again enveloped the area. So it's myriad illusions, Tanglun stated with a sonorous voice. They had still gained something from the earlier battle after all. He had finally seen through what Chen Feng had been using. The seemingly endless abilities in Chen Feng's possession were actually something resulting from the combination of myriad illusions and arcane studies. It was no wonder that the earlier expert had been defeated. Regardless of how powerful a person was, as long that person had a weakness, then the weakness would most definitely be countered. Who would have guessed that these two abilities that were seemingly weak could become so powerful when combined? A pity. Since I am already aware of your methods, I will not give you any chances. Tanglun inhaled deeply. Dulé, go, yes. A simple and honest-looking guy stepped out. He wasn't the strongest among these peak A-class warriors here, nor was his defense or attack the strongest. His defense was merely average among those of a similar level. The only merit of this person was him being someone with no weaknesses. He grinned malevolently. Chen Feng, let me face you for a bit. G416. Chapter 416, No Weaknesses. Chapter 416, No Weaknesses. Translator, Lemostan editor, Tenish Dulé was a peak A-class expert of the mysterious organization. He was the lowest profile person among the experts of this organization. At the same time, he was also the most unique person. Despite his rather ordinary combat power, the number of peak A-class warriors capable of actually defeating him was so low in amount that a single hand was sufficient to count them all. The reason for this was that Dulé was a person with no weaknesses. Physical body strength, a class energy attack, a class fusion ability, a class speed, and so on. He was a thorough jack of all trades, a person who did not fall short in any aspect. His weakness was also his strength at the same time. It was extremely difficult to actually defeat a person like him. Previously, a particular person who had supposedly surpassed Dulé in all aspects had challenged Dulé. Beyond all expectations, when Dulé had seen that he wasn't a match, he had decided to leave without hesitating. What had happened next was his opponent failing to catch up to him. With that, things had become somewhat awkward for that person. The conclusion from that encounter was that if one wanted to defeat Dulé, one had to surpass him in everything. Attack, defense, speed, body, energy, almost everything one could think of, one needed to surpass him in. Naturally, due to Dulé's all-rounded capabilities, he was also rather conservative in nature. When battling, he would not take any radical or extreme actions, always battling in a steady manner, giving his opponents endless headaches. Even when facing Chen Feng, he maintained his style. Despite the provocations hurled out of his mouth, he was still taking slow steps toward Chen Feng as a faint radiance converged around his body. That was precisely Dulé's defensive ability. 1 step, 2 steps, cautiously, he approached Chen Feng. Chen Feng frowned. Conservative faction, huh? Since Dulé was focusing only on defending, he decided to directly unleash his own attack instead. The myriad illusionary wind blades that had not appeared for a long time once again appeared. Wind blades, ice blades, venom blades, and endless radiance started blooming. The numerous shiny blades flooded Dulé. Along with Chen Feng's eruption, the multicolored blades interwove together, resulting in a milky white radiance. Bang, 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 Dulé was completely submerged within the radiance of blades. Chen Feng watched on expectantly. He was aware that this was not supposed to be sufficient to deal with a Pika class, but still, it was still the myriad illusionary wind blades he had unleashed with all his might. An attack with this level, suddenly, a crisp sound could be heard. Instinctively, Chen Feng looked over, his pupils constricted immediately at what he saw. There, the milky white radiance faded, revealing Dulé's malevolent expression. Not an ounce of damage had been dealt to Dulé. Not only that, even the defensive barrier Dulé had erected still appeared perfect. This guy, Dulé, glanced at Chen Feng and coldly stated, "Hee, the defense erected by me, Dulé, is not something true steel can compare to. Although true steel is capable of defending against stronger attacks, it is also laden with flaws. As for my defense, despite its inability to defend against too strong an attack, as long as the attack does not exceed the energy limitation of my barrier will be flawless. The damage of your attacks is simply incapable of breaking through my barrier. You are truly not bad. As a mere B class, no, let me correct myself. Since you have yet to fuse with your B class ability, as a peak C class, you are actually capable of unleashing an attack as strong as an A class. You are truly extraordinary. It is no wonder that you are capable of becoming our most wanted person. Unfortunately, all this ends here. Chen Feng's earlier eruption had indeed scared him a little. However, what he had been scared of was the future Chen Feng, not the current Chen Feng. Before even fusing with his B-class ability, he was already so powerful. If this guy were allowed to reach A-class, the mere thought of this caused his body to shiver all over. Chen Feng had to die. Despite him reaching his verdict on what to do with Chen Feng, he was still approaching Chen Feng cautiously like before, not making any rash moves. One step at a time, he stepped forth, forcing this future genius to his death. For him, something like a mistake was non-existent. Chen Feng was somewhat fearful. He is still not making a move? The defense of this Dulé guy was unbreakable. At the same time, this guy refused to attack and had chosen to approach Chen Feng one step at a time, forcing him to the path of death. The moment this guy approached him, a guy with the physical body of an A-class, Back then, Chen Feng had witnessed with his very own eyes how terrifying the A-class barbarians were. No, Dulé was someone who was even capable of using energy. Moreover, he could even use energy to enhance his strength. At that time, at the moment he approached Chen Feng would most probably die without even knowing how it had happened. He has no weaknesses? Chen Feng raised his hand. Luck Aura, activate. Myriad Illusionary Wind Blades, activate. With Luck Aura powering his Myriad Illusionary Wind Blades, he would allow these abilities to automatically select an ability that countered the enemy's weakness. This had always been something Chen Feng was extremely good at, despite the fact that this method consumed quite a huge amount of luck value. However, shoo, countless amounts of wind blades shot out. As Chen Feng glanced at them, his expression darkened. It was still the same rain of wind blades. It was still the familiar-looking multicolored blades. It was still the same milky white radiance after these blades interwove together. And similarly, this attack still had the same might and size as his previous attack. There had actually been no changes. Chen Feng was stupefied. This guy truly had no weaknesses? With Chen Feng's present amount of luck value, as long as Dulé had a single weakness, a weakness he could counter, his myriad illusionary wind blades would most definitely shoot out a single type of blade. Chen Feng felt his head aching. This is going to get somewhat troublesome. This time, he had truly stumbled upon a person difficult to deal with. Bang, bang. The numerous attacks of Chen Feng landed. Unfortunately, all of them were easily blocked by Dulé. Dulé's strength has increased yet again, someone lamented. A second person gasped in admiration. True, back then, this guy was nearly the weakest one among us. Who could have thought that he would actually reach this height today? The first person narrowed his eyes. That's to be expected. Since he is improving all his aspects at the same time, Dulé is the person who improves the slowest. However, the advantage of this method of improvement is that he is a person difficult to deal with for anyone within the same level as him. Moreover, it will be extremely hard for him to die as well. This is the reason he has been able to improve bit by bit in a steady manner, thus becoming the current him. This guy, that person shook his head and laughed as he made this reveal. You are all aware that Dulé is not particularly powerful. Even when all aspects of him are added up together, he barely reaches peak A class. However, do any of you know that his actual level is still mid-tier A class? Everyone else gulped abruptly. What? Mid-tier? That person concentrated his gaze. Yes, he is essentially still a mid-tier A class. Due to his super powerful all-rounded capabilities, he is counted as a peak A-class expert as well. Even the present Dulé is already this strong. Imagine the day when he actually steps into the realm of peak A-class who could be his match. So that's the case. Everyone's gaze became solemn as they stared at Dulé. Dulé was actually this powerful. So he was actually a mid-tier A-class. So this was actually the truth behind this so-called not the strongest among the peak A-classes. Tunglan let out a breath of relief. Well, I guess no problem will arise this time. He was truly afraid that the Chen Feng he had personally taught would become a calamity for them. He had never expected that Chen Feng's astonishing talent in luck manipulation, coupled with arcane studies, would reach a point where he was capable of countering all enemies with a weakness, even if the enemy in question was a peak. A class. This was truly too terrifying. Even the true steel armor that was seemingly undefeated under the heavens had been beaten like a dog by Chen Feng. From this, the might of arcane studies was apparent. Chen Feng had truly pushed this skill to its utmost limit. Unfortunately, he would have no chance to do so this time. Arcane studies were something that dealt with the probability of things. When the probability was reduced to 0, it would not work. Facing Dulé, Chen Feng had zero chance of winning. A417 Chapter 417, So Close Yet Worlds Apart. Chapter 417, So Close Yet Worlds Apart. Translator, Limostan Editor, Tanesh. How was one supposed to defeat a person with no weakness? By relying on pure unadulterated energy and an attack that was sufficiently strong. This was a feat a lot of people could accomplish. Unfortunately, this did not apply to Chen Feng as he was too weak. Regardless of the amount of experts he had once slain, ultimately he was still a C-class after all. Or, to be more precise, he was currently a pseudo-B-class. Bang, bang! Chen Feng was still attacking without stop. All sorts of methods, tactics, and attempts at finding things to exploit were used by him. However, none of them worked. He could only stare with wide eyes as Dulé approached him without stop. The distance between the both of them was reducing without stop. 30 meters, 20 meters, 15 meters. The distance between them was slowly reducing, slowly reaching a distance sufficient for Dulé to kill Chen Feng with a single instantaneous eruption. Everyone sunk into a solemn mood. Soon, was this freakish guy Chen Feng going to finally die? At this time, the barbarians started having an ominous feeling as well. Howl. Howl, they howled without stop, and after struggling indignantly, finally, one of them was able to shake off the containment and climb out of the pit. Go back down, the other peak A-class warrior pointed midair. With that, the barbarians' climb suddenly transformed into an endless climb. Since they were already aware that these barbarians were immune to energy, they would not make any direct moves against the barbarians. Instead, they had chosen to alter the environment and terrain to ensure that these barbarians would never be able to climb out, that they would struggle forever at the bottom of the pit, akin to someone trapped in the bottom of a well, forever unable to see the sky. The barbarians were helping each other climb without stop. However, that peak A-class warrior was stretching their climb endlessly, never stopping. Bang! With a loud bang, the barbarian that had been about to climb out of the pit fell back down. Currently, the distance between Dulé and Chen Feng had finally reached 10 meters. This was also the most optimal distance for Dulé to insta-kill his enemy. He reached Chen Feng. Everyone's eyes shone. At this time, the Dulé that had always been advancing steadily seemed to transform. His initial combat style of defending steadily instantaneously changed into a combat style of extreme offense, his oppressive aura surging. A layer of energy wrapped around his body. With this, the melee combat ability of Dulé, who already possessed the physical body of an A-class, increased greatly. Now, shoo. Instantly, Dulé erupted, akin to an arrow let loose from a bow. Finally, this expert that had been maintaining his vigilance for so long erupted with his strongest power. The terrifying might and aura he emanated awed everyone there, Chen Feng included. Bang! The formidable oppressive aura slapped at Chen Feng's face. It reached a point where Chen Feng could even feel a stifling feeling of death. He had tried numerous methods to kill Dulé. Unexpectedly, all his methods had failed. This Dulé was much more powerful than he had imagined. He was indeed worthy of being listed as one of the peak A-class experts of the mysterious organization. Chen Feng started lamenting endlessly. Now, Dulé was already near him. He could see Dulé nearing him one step at a time. In a short instant, or perhaps in a single short second, he would most certainly die. He was truly helpless if he had to face an eruption of power from an opponent at this level. Erecting a defense with myriad illusions? It wouldn't work. Despite all this, though, Chen Feng had no fear. If this was the normal him, against an opponent at this level, he would have turned around and fled long ago. Now, though, was precisely the final moment of his luck aura's upgrade. Chen Feng could feel an invincible power bubbling up within him. His luck aura was undergoing a transformation. In this final moment of its upgrade, the accumulated luck value had also reached a terrifying amount. An amount one could very well describe with the word unlimited. Luck value, Chen Feng remembered how, during the first time he touched a piece of spirit seawood, that tiny branch, it had already been sufficient to let him see the future, to see through space and time and witness a lot of events. Now, with this huge trunk here, not only had his luck aura been upgraded, he had also accumulated a huge amount of luck value. What could he do with this? Suddenly, Chen Feng smiled. He recalled his initial speculation back then, his speculation that with sufficient luck value he would be nearly omnipotent. Anything that was impossible would become possible with his luck value. The arcane studies were only capable of increasing the probability of occurrences. As for his luck value, apart from doing this, it was also capable of changing everything. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. A gush of energy emanated out of his hand. Let me see. Are my guesses correct? Let me see. When I have an unlimited amount of luck value, am I truly undefeatable? Let me see. Will I really be omnipotent? Luck aura was fully activated. Chen Feng stopped using his myriad illusions. He stopped looking for weaknesses. In place of all that, he employed his luck value in an absolutely unrestrained and hegemonic manner, urging inwardly, I want Dulé to die. He stopped trying to break through Dulé's defense. He stopped trying to defeat Dulé. The only thing he wanted was Dulé's death, utilizing any possible methods, using any possible ways. Chen Feng stopped thinking and handed everything over to Luck Aura. This time, he wanted to use his luck to murder Shua. Abruptly, a huge amount of luck value was exhausted. In the accumulated luck value that was seemingly unending, an obvious undulation visible to the naked eye appeared. It was evident how terrifying the amount of luck value exhausted this time was. Chen Feng's heart thumped. Did it work? Despite the fact that Dulay's attack was already extremely near to him, despite the fact that Dulay's attack might very well kill him in the next moment, Chen Feng still remained unmoving. He wanted to see what exactly would happen when Luck Aura was pushed to its limit. Bang! Dulay's incoming attack was so fast that the whizzing sound of space being ripped could be heard as it traversed. Everyone there could see with their own eyes how Dulay had erupted with his strongest attack toward Chen Feng. As for the Chen Feng opposite him, he was standing still like a fool, not reacting in the slightest. Someone found it odd. Has he given up on resisting? I suppose Dulay is too fast for Chen Feng to even react? Someone guessed. Is that so? Everyone was unsure. Every single one of them focused their gazes at what was happening, witnessing Dulay's charge that was akin to a ferocious tiger and watching on as Dulay's terrifying attack erupted instantaneously toward Chen Feng. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Finally, the terrifying attack descended. Such a distance would not be able to pose any challenge to Dulay. Bang! The terrifying attack that he had been condensing was finally unleashed at this instant. His iron-like fist, enveloped by a dim layer of radiance that was akin to an exploding sun, slammed down toward Chen Feng. It's over. Everyone sighed. When one allowed an expert with the physical body of an A-class to get within 1 meter of them, there was no longer any suspense as to the ensuing result. Too near. A peak A-class expert sighed. At this distance, even they who were similarly listed as peak A-class experts of the mysterious organization could not escape death when facing Dulay. Right at this moment, among those barbarians within the huge pit that had been struggling without stop, one of them started yelling abruptly, and instantly, that particular barbarian erupted. Bang! His figure started moving violently, trying to once again charge out of the pit. The physical body of this barbarian that had already been at a class was actually transforming once again. From early tier A-class, his body transformed into middle tier A-class, and his strength became even more terrifying than before. The peak A-class expert responsible for trapping the barbarians merely snorted. Humph! These barbarians had already attempted this numerous times. Had they not given up yet? He pointed midair. So close, yet worlds apart. 418. Chapter 418. Something Seems Off. Chapter 418. Something Seems Off. Translator, Lemoston editor. Tenish So Close, Yet Worlds Apart was a mystical ability capable of shortening the distance between 2 points, helping the user to speedily travel, flee, or perhaps kill. Naturally, for this particular person who was the user of this ability, in his hands, this ability had undergone countless transformations, becoming a true core ability of his. An example would be the simple variation he had created, opposing direction. By using this variation, he was able to make this ability work the other way around, increasing the distance between 2 points to the point where the distance became unlimited, stopping others from getting near him. This was similarly an extremely powerful ability. This was also what he had been relying on to contain those barbarians. Go back down. In a well-practiced manner, he used the opposing direction ability. However, for a reason unknown to him, his ability failed. Perhaps it was because of the shockwave resulting from the barbarian's sudden breakthrough, or perhaps it was because this was a chaotic battlefield and the energy undulation in the air was too chaotic. Just like that, this ability that had never failed ever since he had become well-practiced with it, failed. Failed? He wasn't really bothered with this failure. If it failed, he could just reactivate the ability again. These giants were already trapped within the pit. Even if he failed once, they would not be able to come out anyway. However, just as he raised his hand, he could see the giant that had been struggling in the depths of the pit instantly vanish. At this, he blinked. What happened? Why did that giant instantly vanish? Instantly? That shouldn't be possible. As he felt the faint trace of energy lingering in the air, he frowned. Had the failed opposing direction earlier started working now? This opposing direction was an ability that used the ability So Close, Yet Worlds Apart as its base. To be precise, every other ability he had created using So Close, Yet Worlds Apart used this ability as the base to operate. Hence, if these abilities failed, it might fail in doing anything at all, or perhaps the base ability So Close, Yet Worlds Apart might be the one that appeared instead. However, such a situation was something he had never seen, even after reaching peak A-class. He frowned. Is it because of the energy here being too chaotic? In his memories, chaotic energy might result in abilities failing. He had indeed heard of this before. However, he had never expected it to happen here. When he recalled the multicolored blades released by Chen Feng earlier, he felt somewhat relieved as he deduced that the multicolored blades might be the cause of the chaotic energy. Forget it. If one escaped, I can just catch him again. Even if So Close Yet Worlds Apart has appeared accidentally, you won't escape far. You must still be around here. Let me see, where have you escaped to? He raised his head. Instantly, his expression changed greatly at the sight that welcomed him. Presently, at the main battlefield, Dulé was erupting with his full power to unleash the strongest attack he could. His iron-like fist was filled with an astonishing energy and was only 10 centimeters away from Chen Feng. The fist that was like a miniature sun would soon erupt and bloom brightly. Right at this instant, right before Dulé slammed his fist down toward Chen Feng, suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Chen Feng. With that huge body, that person actually squeezed himself into the final 10-centimeter gap between Chen Feng and the fist. Dulé, whose body wasn't particularly huge, was forcefully pushed away, and now, that powerful fist of Dulé's finally erupted. Bang, bang. It exploded with a terrifying might. A terrifying force engulfed the entire core region of the mysterious organization. Everyone's mind was stretched taut. What's going on? Is Chen Feng dead? No idea. Earlier, something seemed to have appeared. That's not possible, right? It has already reached this point. Are you saying he was still able to block it? No idea. Everyone was confused. Dulé was dumbstruck as well. With his very own eyes, he saw a huge thing forcefully squeeze into that final 10-centimeter gap between him and Chen Feng right before the attack that was condensed on his fist erupted. He did not even have the chance to get a clear look at what it was that had appeared there. What was that? A defensive ability erected by Chen Feng at the last minute? He had no idea, however. He reckoned Chen Feng shouldn't have been able to block his attack, right? Dulé was a person with an A-class physical body and A-class energy. When the strength of his physical body and energy were combined, even other ordinary peak A-class experts would die if they were to engage in melee combat with him. How could a mere Chen Feng defend against him? Even after using his defensive trump card, it shouldn't be. The radiance ensued from the earlier explosion faded. By the time everyone got a clear look at what had happened there, they inhaled mouthfuls of cold air. The faraway Dulé glanced at it as well and was immediately alarmed. There, in front of Chen Feng, a huge body had appeared to block everything for him. Astonishingly, that was precisely one of the barbarians that had followed Chen Feng here. He had actually climbed out of the pit. Instantly, Dulé's expression became unsightly. It's them. Indeed, the combination of his physical body and energy was undefeated. Even peak A-class warriors might die after receiving such an attack from him. Here, nobody capable of receiving a single punch from him was present. Unfortunately, the barbarians were an exception to this. These fellows brought here by Chen Feng. First of all, these fellows were immune to energy. As such, Dulé's energy enhancement had become ineffective. Second, the strength of their physical bodies surpassed even Dulé's. With this, Dulé's physical attack had been rendered ineffective as well. Since both aspects were now ineffective, how could Dulé hope to have injured the barbarian? True enough, with his own eyes, Dulé watched on as that simple and honest-looking fellow stood up before rubbing his belly. He seemed to have only felt some itch there and was not bothered about Dulé's attack at all. Bang! In a nonchalant manner, the barbarian punched forth to destroy the terrifying energy. Dulé's pupils constricted as he saw that punch enlarging in front of him as it neared his chest, where his heart was. Next, a gush of terrifying force exploded right where his heart was. Not good. Dulé's expression changed greatly. It's over. The distance between him and this big guy was too small. The distance was so short that after punching the barbarian would be able to counter with his very own punch as well. Yes, his physical body was at A-class. However, the strength of this barbarian's body was simply much higher than his. Furthermore, perhaps due to the recent breakthrough, the might this barbarian was erupting with had even surpassed the barbarian's ordinary strength. It's over. Dulé felt his scalp go numb as he felt a choking feeling in his heart as he felt that terrifying gush of force coming at his heart. Too close. So close nobody could save him. At this time, Xuanhuan pointed midair. Condense. For the first time, the power of arcane studies bloomed. A transparent undulation appeared in front of the barbarian, causing the barbarian's fist to pause slightly and giving Dulé the opportunity to retreat rapidly and escape this calamity. Despite his successful escape, he had still been shaken by the shockwave of that punch, to the point his whole body felt numb. Without actually touching his body, merely the shockwave through the air had been sufficient to nearly injure him. What terrifying strength! Everyone else was stupefied as well. None of them had expected this big guy to appear during the crucial moment of the battle. Moreover, that single instantaneous counterattack had almost insta-killed Dulé as well. This was too terrifying. If it hadn't been for Xuanhuan, at this thought, their hearts trembled. The timing of this big guy had simply been too precise. Wait, this shouldn't be right. Suddenly, they realized something. Why had this big guy appeared suddenly? Even if his speed was even faster than Dulé's, it was not possible for him to be this fast. Right before Dulé had insta-killed Chen Feng, he had blinked to Chen Feng's front. This was illogical. Instinctively, everyone turned their heads to look at the peak A-class warrior responsible for containing the giants. 449, Chapter 449, Spy or Something, Chapter 449, Spy or Something Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenesh. Instantly, an awkward expression appeared on that person's face. Error. The energy around here is too chaotic, which resulted in an error. Everyone, what useless team member is this? Dulé gave him a deep glance and said, Li Qing, I hope there won't be a second time. Li Qing was aware that it was his fault. As such, he did not talk back. No, there won't be. Tang Lan frowned. Error, huh? He had a faint, ominous feeling. If it was merely an occasional error, he wouldn't be too worried. However, if this was the work of their opponent, with their opponent being Chen Feng, an indescribable nervousness surfaced in his heart. Presently, Chen Feng was gasping at how amazing luck value was. After exhausting a huge amount of luck value, he was actually capable of causing his enemy's ability to fail? Or, to be more precise, it wasn't the ability failing, as an ability shouldn't fail anyway. Rather, what had happened was the appearance of a flaw in the modified ability of his enemy. And next, with this flaw, the barbarian, so close yet worlds apart, had been used on was randomly transported away. Coincidentally, he was transported right in front of Chen Feng. Was this the so-called omnipotence ensuing from an unlimited luck value? If so, what if the enemy hadn't been using so close yet worlds apart? What else could luck aura accomplish? Chen Feng was curious. Naturally, he would not court disaster by trying this out. Theoretically, he presently had a nearly unlimited supply of luck value. However, it was merely nearly unlimited. The more difficult his situation became, the higher the amount of luck value that would be exhausted. What if the required luck value exceeded the amount of luck value he had? Chen Feng had no intention of dying here. Chen Feng was also rather surprised that luck aura could actually fail as well. His initial intention had been for Dulei to die. What had happened instead was Dulei being rescued at the last minute. Such an opportune moment for him to kill Dulei was something that would appear only once. The combination of the provocation of the barbarian and the barbarian being in a recently broken through state was what had caused the barbarian to become so powerful back then. This was the very first time luck aura had failed. Was it due to the arcane studies? Chen Feng looked at Tang Lan. This was the only guy capable of affecting his luck aura. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Tang Lan, at this time finally, the barbarian made another move. Clenching his teeth, Dulei decided to still charge forth. This time, he was sufficiently prepared and would not give the barbarian a chance to insta-kill him. Bang, bang. Immediately, a huge battle erupted. The huge body of the barbarian gave him absolute superiority. In this situation, where the barbarian and Dulei were similar in all other aspects except the size of their bodies, the barbarian was able to obtain the upper hand and beat Dulei up. At this time, in order to make up for his mistake earlier, Li Qing decided to take the initiative and make a move. Dulei, hang on there. Let me trap that big guy. He locked his gaze onto that 3 to 5 meter tall giant. Despite the opponent's strength, against such a person totally incapable of using energy, he only needed to. Dulei was finding it hard to hang on. Faster. So close, yet worlds apart, Li Qing said with a solemn expression. When he saw the barbarian stepping out, he focused and activated his ability on the ground under the barbarian's foot. As long as the barbarian stepped down, the location of the ground he stepped on would most definitely shift. This was the effect of his super powerful modified ability. The next step the barbarian took, he would end up landing back into the pit. With a flash of light, that big guy stepped down. However, nothing seemed to be happening. Hey? Li Qing was dumbfounded. Ineffective? How was that possible? The activation had obviously been successful. He could clearly feel the energy in his body reducing. This signified the successful activation of his ability. If so, how was it possible for it to not work? Was it due to that big guy's energy immunity? That shouldn't be the case either. He was shifting the ground rather than that big guy. Dulei glanced at Li Qing. What's going on? Li Qing feigned a calm disposition. Nothing. I have to first discern the distance, that's all. Shua. He continued using his ability against that big guy. However, it failed. It failed again and again. His ability went through more than 10 activations, yet nothing happened. Li Qing's expression became somewhat unsightly. How was this possible? He was a peak, a class, the strongest among the mysterious organization members when it came to enemy containment. Nobody was willing to face him in battle, as it would be too annoying, regardless of victory or defeat. This was what made Li Qing an extremely unique existence among the mysterious organization members. But now, why had his ability failed? Li Qing yelled inwardly. Dulei glanced at Li Qing, doubt all over his face. Can you do it or not? He had decided to forget the earlier incidents where he had been screwed by Li Qing, but now, when he was in this crucial moment, this teammate of his was still slacking. He found this unacceptable. Let me try again, Li Qing said while gnashing his teeth. Bang. He used a huge amount of energy this time. This time, he was going to utilize the strongest ability he had. He refused to believe that it would fail. He refused to believe that this big guy was so powerful. By my name, Li Qing planned to activate his ability. At this moment, suddenly, Tang Lan realized that something seemed wrong. Everyone was paying close attention to Li Qing. The only exception was Tang Lan, who had been staring straight at Chen Feng all this while. He could see clearly how every time Li Qing made a move, Chen Feng would wave his hand in a nonchalant manner. That motion of his, suddenly, Tang Lan asked, Li Qing, did you successfully activate your ability in your previous attempts? Li Qing was unsure. Yes, I guess. The energy required was indeed exhausted. Tang Lan's mood sank. If so, your ability has indeed been successfully activated. The ability had been successfully activated, yet the supposed effect had not appeared. That was not possible. Since the ability had been successfully activated, it wouldn't disappear immediately. Something had to happen, even if it was the ability being bounced back. That was the only logical thing that could happen. This was also what was supposed to happen to Li Qing's ability. Contain. What was he containing? Li Qing was using his own ability to contain those damnable big guys. If so, if some mishap was happening to Li Qing's modified ability, or perhaps his ability failing, what would happen? The base of all Li Qing's abilities was the so close yet worlds apart ability. Wait, suddenly, Tanglan had an ominous feeling. Previously, with Li Qing's opposing direction ability, he had created a prison. The so-called failures of Li Qing's ability could very well not be failures at all. Rather, it was the same as the first time it had happened, where these activations of his ability were transformed back to their base form, the so close yet worlds apart ability. As for the direction, suddenly, Tanglan felt like the position the barbarian was standing in seemed somewhat off. As he paid more attention to it, he noted that Li Qing and the barbarian were actually standing in a straight line along with the pit trapping the other barbarians. Could it be? Abruptly, Tanglan shouted. Li Qing, stop! Unfortunately, it was too late. Ah? Li Qing stopped moving with a bewildered expression. Despite that, the final ability he had been unleashing earlier had already been released. Once again, opposing direction was activated. Shua. Once again, that unique ability of his vanished. However, this time, it no longer vanished without leaving any trace behind. Rather, it caused the earth to suddenly start trembling. The expressions of everyone else changed greatly from shock. What's going on? Bang, bang! A certain location started trembling without stop. As everyone gazed over, their expressions changed greatly. The trembling was happening exactly where Li Qing was trapping those giants. There, the prison created using opposing direction by Li Qing had thoroughly collapsed. With their super powerful A-class bodies, those barbarians leaped out and directly charged out of the pit. Li Qing's expression changed greatly. How is that possible? The pit trap created by him was something, Tanglan sighed helplessly. It's your ability. All the abilities you activated coincidentally failed and transformed back into their base form, so close yet worlds apart. Next, they coincidentally landed on your pit trap. Shua. Li Qing's expression changed greatly at this revelation. The pit trap he had created was something formed using the opposing direction ability, which worked in a manner opposite of the base ability. If the base ability were instead used on the pit trap, it would most definitely fall apart. In short, all the times he had unleashed his ability earlier, he had actually released these trap giants with his own hands. Are you a spy sent here by Chen Feng? Tanglan asked, grumbling. 420 Chapter 420, Omnipotence for Real? Chapter 420, Omnipotence for Real? Translator, Lemostan Editor, Tanesh Li Qing, blanked. How is this happening? This trash. Dulé did not even feel like talking to him anymore. Initially, he had been on the verge of killing Chen Feng. Thanks to this guy's stupid so close yet worlds apart ability, he had almost gotten counter-killed instead. As he saw the numerous giants with superb melee ability being freed from the pit, he had a bad feeling. This battle was becoming more complicated now. A malevolent expression surfaced on Li Qing's face. I will trap them again. The face of an illustrious peak. A class like him couldn't be lost here. Tanglan merely waved his hand, telling Li Qing, just stop. If you continue, you will only mess things up. Tanglan calmly continued, all your abilities have so close yet worlds apart as the base. Abilities with opposing effects, improved effects, or mixtures of effects, as long as these abilities are not sufficiently perfect, there will be some flaw somewhere. All these are things the opponent can exploit. Perhaps you would never fail normally, but here, in this unique situation, facing this unique opponent, you will most certainly fail. Chen Feng has surpassed me when it comes to arcane studies. Would you believe me if I said that the next so close yet worlds apart you release will shift Dulé, me, or even others away? Tanglan glanced at him. Just retreat. Li Qing paled. He had never imagined that a day would come when he became baggage. He was a peak, a class, an illustrious peak, a class. With low spirits, he retreated. The moment he raised his head again, the first thing he saw was a certain indignant person researching his true steel armor without stop. As they exchanged gazes, they started gleaming with tears. What the hell was up with the world? Bang, bang. By now, all the barbarians had escaped their entrapment. With a wave of Chen Feng's hand, he used his unlimited energy and luck value to easily produce gigantic energy armor for each of the barbarians. With this, the might of each of the barbarians increased dramatically once again. Dulé, what useless Li Qing, howl, howl. The barbarians that had been trapped for a long time started crazily making their move. Immediately, chaos erupted. Kill them. Finally, the experts of the mysterious organization made their move. Apart from Li Qing and the other guy, all other peak A-class experts entered the fray. However, just as the battle erupted, the scene sank into chaos, all sorts of odd abilities shooting off. Before those abilities could even be released properly, they would all explode suddenly. Holy shit, what the hell are you doing? Furiously asked a guy whose chrysanthemum had almost been blasted apart by his friend. The other guy was puzzled as well. I was merely trying to boost your power. When had his power boosting ability transformed into a chrysanthemum blaster? Something similar was repeating everywhere. The whole battleground became chaotic. The formidable combat power of the mysterious organization members couldn't even accomplish much before they all sank into chaos. All sorts of screams and shouts could be heard everywhere, akin to a bustling wet market. Only the roaring voices of the barbarians remained distinct. Bang, bang, the barbarians started beating everyone up. Almost every time the mysterious organization members tried using their abilities, an accident would happen. One time after another, they kept getting injured by their own comrades. After several repeats, they did not even dare to do anything anymore. Everyone was bewildered. What the hell is going on? It's Chen Feng. Tanglan's gaze skipped past all those terrifyingly powerful barbarians and landed on the Chen Feng behind them. With a serious gaze, he said, "This guy is the most terrifying one among them." The others might not have been able to notice this, but he had witnessed with his own eyes how, every time Chen Feng waved his hand, chaos would erupt in the crowd. This guy was the most terrifying one here. But then, arcane studies could truly be used to such an extent? Even affecting the abilities of genetic warriors? Nowadays, every single A-class warrior had a set of abilities unique to them. This set of abilities was created by using a single ability as the base to create a complete system. Even for Chen Feng himself, the base of his abilities was the Windblade ability. With Windblade and Myriad Illusions, Myriad Illusionary Windblades was birthed. With Windblade as the energy supply and energy equipment as the auxiliary ability, an even more powerful energy equipment could be created. How about other genetic warriors? They all operated in a similar fashion as well. Generally, a single ability would be used as the base. After fusing with other abilities, one would combine the different abilities endlessly to create all sorts of secret arts. An example would be the earlier opposing direction. If one were to be honest, this opposing direction was simply the fusion of so close, yet worlds apart, with a certain ability capable of reversing an ability. As for Chen Feng, he had used certain methods related to arcane studies to disrupt this combination, causing the pure, so close yet worlds apart to be the ability unleashed instead. Ultimately, the pit trap had been destroyed. Could arcane studies really accomplish such a feat? Tanglan truly had no idea. But then, he was clear that this was precisely what Chen Feng had achieved. If so, everyone, listen. From now on, only use perfect abilities, Tanglan commanded. Any abilities that might fail, even if the probability is only 0.001%, must not be used. If you don't have such an ability, then just use a basic ability instead of a fused ability. Do not give Chen Feng any chances to exploit. Finally, everyone understood the reason for the various mishaps earlier. Yes. Chen Feng felt somewhat regretful. Have I been found out? When he noticed that Luck Aura could be utilized in such manner earlier, he had concluded that he would be able to use his Luck Aura to cause all their abilities to fail to clear a bloody path out of this place. Unexpectedly, Tanglan had figured him out in such a short period of time, but then, that was understandable. Tanglan was a person aware of Chen Feng's manipulation of luck. The only thing Tanglan had gotten wrong was the crediting all these feats to arcane studies. Bang, bang, once again, a huge battle erupted. All the mysterious organization members were using their basic abilities, attacking in the most traditional method by blasting their energy out. Under siege of this huge group of people, the barbarians once again sunk into a predicament. There was really no helping this, though, as the enemies were truly too numerous. Slowly, the mysterious organization regained the upper hand. When Li Qing and the rest figured out the issue, they also participated in the battle. This time, they were only using basic abilities as well, as they no longer had the courage to use any fused abilities. Bang, bang! The barbarians were once again forced into an impasse. Indeed, Chen Feng was feeling somewhat regretful. When the same move was repeatedly used, it would indeed be seen through. He had initially believed that this method could be used to directly kill a path out of this place. Shua, Shua, kill him! Accompanied by a resounding shout, two peak A-class experts charged straight at Chen Feng. Evidently, after witnessing how terrifying the freakish methods of Chen Feng were, they were no longer willing to give him any chances to do anything. Instantly, their terrifying abilities enveloped Chen Feng. Thanks to the idiotic Li Qing from earlier serving as an example, these two had smartly decided to use their basic abilities that were without flaw. This time, they had to ensure Chen Feng's death. Hee. As a response, Chen Feng merely chuckled. Since his earlier method was no longer working, there was no longer any need to employ that method. In any case, his earlier method of exploiting the opposing direction and so close, yet worlds apart, was too reliant on coincidence. After all, if Li Qing hadn't been here, this method wouldn't have worked at all. As such, now, he was truly curious as to what would ensue when he used his Luck Aura without Li Qing's ability. Shua! Lightly, he raised his hand. Luck Aura bloomed. Suddenly, the sky darkened, almost as if it had been shrouded by a dense layer of ink. Next, a power that caused one's heart to palpitate started surging out. In an absurd manner, everyone felt like an aura of death had wrapped around their hearts, and now darkness descended upon them. 421, Chapter 421, Black Domain, Scared Now? Chapter 421, Black Domain, Scared Now? Translator, Lemaston Editor, Tenish Mysterious Organization. When the attacks of the two peak A-class warriors descended, when they reached Chen Feng, when they were merely a tiny distance away from Chen Feng, suddenly the earth trembled. Everyone's expression changed slightly. The two peak A-class warriors clenched their teeth and ignored the earthquake, focusing on first killing Chen Feng. Right at this instant, two terrifying black lights gushed out from underground. Puh! Puh! The two figures were directly pierced through by the two black lights and were forcefully flung away. Just like this, two peak A-class warriors were killed. What? The expressions of the mysterious organization members changed greatly. Dead? Just like that? Illustrious peak A-class warriors, who were almost the strongest existences as known by the public, were dead just like that? Shocked, they looked over and noted that on the ground before Chen Feng, two huge holes could be seen. A great amount of terrifying black light was gushing out from these two holes. Hum. The black radiance gleamed endlessly, and the earth trembled without stop. The black light that had erupted suddenly was gushing out like the water of a flowing river. Splash. The black stream surged out without stop. Careful. The expressions of the mysterious organization members changed greatly at this sight. They had yet to recover from their stupor from witnessing two peak A-class warriors getting insta-killed. As they saw this freakish development, the only thing they could do was step back with fear. Damn it, what terrifying thing had this Chen Feng summoned? No matter how they looked at it, regardless of the natural phenomenon in the sky or that terrifying stream, neither seemed like something Chen Feng was capable of doing. What trump card did this guy possess exactly? They had no idea. The only thing they could do was retreat without stop for fear that they would get corroded by the black stream. After witnessing with their own eyes how two peak A-class warriors had been insta-killed, they were no longer capable of keeping their calm. Unknown to them, though, Chen Feng was similarly dumbfounded as well. The fuck? What the hell is this? Chen Feng had a what the fuck feeling as well. He was aware that presently, despite the fact that there were no abilities similar to so close, yet worlds apart here, luck aura would still work by creating coincidences out of thin air. However, this sudden eruption had somewhat exceeded his expectations. Two peak A-class warriors getting insta-killed? As Chen Feng stared at the stream of black-colored liquid, he felt fear in his heart. Chen Feng started telling the barbarians to retreat speedily. Howl. The barbarians were aware that this was a crisis, hence they followed Chen Feng as he retreated. Unfortunately, Chen Feng and the barbarians were, after all, still too near. As such, the black stream was going to reach his feet very soon. Chen Feng's heart chilled. It's over. This freaking luck aura, yes, you indeed insta-killed two peak A-class warriors. But then, it seems like both the barbarians and I are going to get insta-killed as well, right? Fuck. Chen Feng did not even know how he should begin berating this sudden fate. He fully activated his luck aura, hoping that it would work one more time and rescue him and the barbarians. Unfortunately, regardless of how he urged his luck aura, there was no consumption of luck value. Chen Feng's heart chilled. It's over. Since no luck value was being consumed, did it not signify that this crisis couldn't be reversed? Where was the promised omnipotence? Hua! The black liquid streamed past Chen Feng's feet. Next, they started streaming away from him. Hey? Chen Feng stared at the stream flowing beneath him that was deep enough to reach his ankles with a dumbstruck expression. The barbarians were similarly dumbstruck as well. This seemingly terrifying stream had not dealt any damage to them? Why? Chen Feng had no idea. In any case, he had a fast reaction time. As he saw the faraway mysterious organization members that were retreating in fear, an idea surfaced in his brain. Go, Chen Feng told the barbarians, urging them to take the initiative and charge forth. His overcast voice started echoing about, hee, it's about time I let you guys witness what true power looks like. In order to add to the atmosphere, he had even used myriad illusions to use some minor abilities capable of magnifying his voice. Are you scared? Are you nervous? This is precisely my black domain. Chen Feng's domineering voice spread throughout the mysterious organization. Now, run for your lives. Ha 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 ha. Wah wah. The black liquid streamed out without stop. As they heard this, the mysterious organization members were all alarmed. This thing here had truly been summoned by that Chen Feng, black domain. What the hell was that? The only thing that gave them some sort of relief was the fact that they were rather far away from Chen Feng. Despite how scary that black stream was, its speed wasn't particularly fast. But then, that Chen Feng, bang, bang, ang. Suddenly, the earth started trembling again. As they raised their heads, they saw Chen Feng sitting on top of the barbarians chasing after them. Those DM-Nable big guys were actually not affected in the slightest when stepping through the black liquid and were taking wide strides to chase after them with a terrifying speed. DM it. This was indeed something Chen Feng had summoned. Only a power he himself had summoned would be under his control in this manner. Without the slightest hesitation, Tanglan issued the order to retreat. Go, shua, shua. All of them started fleeing frantically as Chen Feng's group pursued them amidst the black water, appearing exceptionally fierce. None of them had expected that the operation to encircle and annihilate Chen Feng would transform to their current scene in such an absurd manner. The members of this huge mysterious organization were actually being pursued by Chen Feng. Run, run, run. This was the only thought in a lot of them. They somewhat rejoiced the fact that the black water was ineffective against buildings. Thereupon, a lot of people fled to highlands nearby, and some started flying. Despite all this, none of them had the courage to approach Chen Feng's group. What joke was that? Those giants were all A classes. On top of that, Chen Feng himself was also incredibly terrifying. He only needed to nonchalantly drag one of them toward the black water, and that person would die before even knowing what had happened. They had no plans to die just like this. Chen Feng appeared regretful, hateful. I had originally planned to kill all of you right here, Shua. These words sent a chill up the spine of all the mysterious organization members as they started running even further away from Chen Feng. Chen Feng's cold voice echoed about, a day will come when I kill all of you. Calmly, he patted the barbarian below him. Let's go, howl. The barbarian responded with a single howl. Next, the group of barbarians started running and left while moving through the black water. As for the mysterious organization members, they merely watched on from far away, not daring to even pursue. What joke was that? While trying to kill Chen Feng, 2 peak A-class warriors had been easily defeated, and another 2 peak A-class warriors had been insta-killed. With this, who had the courage to go after Chen Feng? This guy was excessively terrifying. What could they use to chase after him? Who would even dare to chase after him? Finally, the figures of Chen Feng and the barbarians were no longer in sight. The direction Chen Feng's group had run in had none of the black water. However, as they saw the black water streaming around, they instead let out a breath of relief. Finally, he was gone. Yes, that terrifying demon Chen Feng had finally left. Tanglan sighed. This is the strength of our most wanted person? With the strength of Chen Feng, classes were now meaningless to him, apart from their leader who could defeat Chen Feng. At such a young age, Chen Feng had actually reached such a height? Sigh. Everyone else sunk into silence as well. The grand and magnificent mysterious organization had actually suffered defeat 2 times in a row at Chen Feng's hands. 2 times, this was not a game. Presently, even after Chen Feng's departure, they still needed to deal with that seemingly boundless black water. At the place where Chen Feng had originally stood, the place where the 2 peak A-class warriors had been insta-killed, black water could still be seen gushing out without stop, planting fear in all their hearts. 1.422, Chapter 422, This is too excessive. Chapter 422, This is too excessive. Translator, Lamostan editor, Tenish, what exactly is this? Black domain? Why have I never heard of it? Is this something Chen Feng created himself? He has way too many trump cards and a huge amount of self-created abilities to top it off. What should we do about the black water? Everyone watched on with a powerless feeling. Currently, their entire headquarters had already been flooded by this black water, and they did not dare to step down at all. Those capable of flight were all hovering in the sky and silently staring at the flowing black water. As for those incapable of flight, their circumstances were truly rather hilarious. Some were up on street lamps, but some were huddled together above some high-rise buildings to the point that all 4 of their limbs were pasted to the wall, them not daring to move in the slightest. None of them had the intention of getting insta-killed by the black liquid. Since Chen Feng is no longer here, this thing should vanish soon, right? I guess so? As they saw the unending water gushing out of the holes, they couldn't be sure. Tanglan shut his eyes. Let's report this to the leader. This thing had developed in a direction that surpassed their imaginations. The initial operation to surround Chen Feng had transformed into an operation where they were slaughtered by Chen Feng instead. This was no longer something he could handle by himself. Only their leader could do something about this, or perhaps the fellow apprentice brothers of the leader. Right at this instant, the sky started drizzling with a light rain. Splat! The black-colored raindrops landed on the ground. One of the mysterious organization members was alarmed to see that a black-colored raindrop had landed on his hand. He cried out in alarm and nearly fell off the top of the street lamp he was holding on to. What happened? It's raining, he stated, horrified. It's black raindrops, the same as the black water on the ground. Be careful. What? As the rest heard this, their expressions changed greatly. Shua, shua, numerous defensive barriers were instantly erected. Splat, splat, splat. The crisp sound of the pattering rain could be heard as the mysterious organization members frantically erected their defenses, all afraid of having these scary black raindrops land on them. Fortunately, those here were all experts with formidable strength. As such, the instant the rain started drizzling down, their defenses were fully erected. They looked at the person who had been hit by a drop of rain earlier. How are you? That person still had a lingering fear in his heart. I'm fine. Only a single drop and nothing is happening. However, my hand feels somewhat itchy, but perhaps it's just my misconception. I already consumed some healing liquid. Everyone nodded. Make sure you check your condition properly. If there's truly no other choice, just cut your arm off. We can help you construct a new arm later, Tanglan stated with a solemn expression. That person nodded. Understood, I won't cause you all any trouble. They had seen far too many terrifying viruses and infections. Sometimes, due to them being too soft-hearted to act decisively, things had developed to the point where a biochemical calamity had arisen from those viruses and infections. This was the scariest prospect. Since these people here were capable of being the core members of the organization, their mental states were sufficiently powerful as well. Thereupon, they started defending against the rain without stop. Splat, splat, splash. Slowly, the rain became heavier. From the initial pattering, it unfolded into a majestic heavy rain. Tanglan and the rest watched silently at the holes that were spurting black water out without stop. Since the rain and the gushing black water had never stopped, they could only wait here. What do we do about those who just returned from outside? They ought to not be foolish enough to come over here. Be careful. They were all on high alert waiting here, staring at the holes. Suddenly, within a certain building, someone walked out. Hey, how come it's raining? As they concentrated, they discovered that this was the very person Chen Feng had used to get rid of all their B-class warriors and who had ultimately been tossed away by Tanglan, ch401. Tanglan recalled that earlier, she had been knocked unconscious before being left in the hall of one of the buildings nearby. She had actually woke up at a time like this? DM it. Careful. Tanglan shouted, and he was about to charge out to rescue her. What? ch401 stared at her surroundings in a daze. She truly hadn't felt any sense of crisis. The last thing she remembered was resting in her house. Suddenly, she had reappeared somewhere, and suddenly, she had lost her consciousness. Even now, her brain felt somewhat giddy, and she had no idea what was going on. Splat. She stepped into the black water. What am I supposed to be careful about? She looked at the people around her with a bewildered expression. Why were all these people behaving so weirdly? Ka. Tanglan's charging figure halted abruptly. This young lady had stepped in the black water just like that. Their expressions changed greatly before assuming a solemn expression. They were aware that this young lady that had once brought them happiness was going to perish here. Yi, there's water here? Only now did ch401 notice that not only was there water dropping from the sky, the ground was already flooded with about 20 or 30 centimeters of water. Everyone sighed. Everything was over for this young lady. Next, how annoying, my shoes are now wet. With a kick, ch401 flung her shoes out as she decided to walk barefoot instead. Next, she stared at all the seniors hiding on top of the walls and buildings, feeling extremely curious. What are you guys doing? ch401 asked. Everyone else, nothing was happening. They were all astonished at the fact that ch401 was still fine. One had to know that even those 2 peak A-class warriors earlier had been insta-killed. Thus, some of them started summoning some life forms before sending them into the water. Surprisingly, those life forms started playing happily in the water. They widened their eyes. Nothing is happening? Finally, one of them decided to step into the water. Let me try it out. He was fine. He was truly fine. That person inspected the composition of the raindrops and noted that there was truly nothing unusual about these raindrops. This. Everyone was dumbfounded. How was this possible? Hua. More and more people started stepping into the water. Some started inspecting the water with their abilities and noted that nothing was wrong with it. Instantly, Tanglan's expression became unsightly. Suddenly, someone said, I just received a message. Seems like this black rain is falling at a lot of other places as well. Tanglan, his face was now scarily ashen. In short, Tanglan inhaled deeply before continuing. This whole fucking incident is unrelated to Chen Feng in any way. I guess so? That person answered carefully as he stared at Tanglan's expression. Tanglan, scammer. He's a freaking scammer. What fucking black domain? Your whole family is the black domain. Fury raged in Tanglan's heart. He had never expected that Chen Feng's so-called black domain was simply a lie Chen Feng had made up to flee from them. As he recalled the disappointed expression feigned by Chen Feng due to him failing to kill them all before leaving, Tanglan felt like killing someone. Then how were those 2 peak A-classes killed? It should be those 2 beams of light that appeared during the initial eruption of the black water. The water itself is not harmful at all. My guess is the 2 black beams were simply too terrifying, and with the 2 seniors coincidentally standing in the way of those black beams, they perished as a result. Tanglan, what more could he say? Get the research department to study this black water and figure out what exactly it is, Tanglan commanded coldly. Yes. The others obeyed his command. Once again, the mysterious organization members started busying themselves. None of them had noticed that the gushing black water had not spread elsewhere due to it soaking into the ground unendingly. Bit by bit, as the black liquid permeated the underground, the color of the soil became darker. Slowly, it became pure black in color. SOAR 23, Chapter 423, Confrontation. Chapter 423, Confrontation. Translator, Lemostin Editor, Tennish Headquarters of the Genetic Union. Defense test complete. First round of tests complete. Degree of resistance, scope of resistance, test duration. A faint layer of gold was swirling around the entire Genetic Union. This was the latest defensive system installed by the Genetic Union, and it was more efficient and more powerful. It was a defensive system that, theoretically, as long as its energy supply remained, would be able to defend against any and all attacks. attacks with power surpassing A-class included. Why are we building this thing? I suppose it's due to the previous mysterious killing command. Didn't we defend the headquarters successfully? But still, that was thanks to Chen Feng, right? True. Everyone was discussing without stop. This new energy defensive system required a huge amount of manpower and resources, and it had exhausted a huge amount of resources. If it wasn't for their president agreeing to this, just accumulating enough resources for this would have been difficult, let alone completing the setup. The president is getting somewhat stubborn. True, considering the huge amount of resources spent on this, wouldn't they have been better used elsewhere? True, someone stated. Suddenly, at this moment, the sky darkened. Yai, it's going to rain? Hell, the weather forecast is indeed inaccurate. Everyone looked up at the sky as they complained. Suddenly, their expressions changed. That is, bang. Space cracked apart, and akin to something shrouded in black ink, the entire sky turned black. Next, a choking aura that gave rise to a feeling of despair started emanating from the sky. Black raindrops started falling down from the sky. Gradually, the rain became heavier, seemingly attempting to alter the very land beneath the sky. The defensive system of the genetic union activated noiselessly. Splat, splat. Splat, the black raindrops landed on the barrier, resulting in a pattering sound. Something must have happened. Everyone's heart sunk. This new defensive barrier of theirs would most definitely not have any reaction toward normal weather phenomena. Only when facing an attack or modified weather would this defensive barrier react. These black raindrops, splat. But then, the genetic union was still the genetic union after all. Almost instantly, someone could be seen making a move. One person with sharp eyes stared straight towards several ordinary villagers several hundred kilometers away and noted that when the rain dropped onto their bodies, nothing unusual happened. Just like an ordinary raindrop, when it landed on their bodies, they would either wipe it away or shake it off, or it would ricochet off their bodies and land on the ground. His gaze flickered around. Only after observing several tens of thousands of people did he make his conclusion. The rain is not harmful toward a human's body. Another person wrinkled his nose for a long time before saying, "No unusual aura detected. This rain is harmless." "The rain is not corrosive in nature," another person concluded. In a short few seconds, the experts of the genetic union were done with their analysis. Regardless of the angle they looked at it from, this seemed like rain that had nearly zero differences from normal rain. If one insisted on highlighting the difference, then the only difference would be the black color of the rain. However, if this was regular rain, why had their defensive barrier activated? Shua, shua. The rain pattered down from the sky without stop. Due to the black raindrops, the sky appeared even scarier, and the black mass gave them a choking feeling. They were all alarmed. What exactly is going on? Was this an omen of something to come? Could this be another plot of the mysterious organization, someone asked? Nope. The same black rain has appeared at all our branches as well. All? They were all shocked. One had to know that the genetic union had branches all over the planet. At nearly every single place humanity could reach, there was a genetic union branch. Did this not mean that this black rain was falling everywhere? Wait. Do we have anyone at any untamed or unknown regions? Those we can contact? Yes. Get them to check out the situation over there. Someone started contacting their friend to check it out. Soon, the reply was received. Similarly, black rain was drizzling down over there as well. At this, everyone exchanged gazes as their hearts chilled. What happened exactly? They became increasingly anxious. At this moment, the entire world had seemingly sunk into darkness. The enigmatic rain and their defensive barrier that had activated for no apparent reason were seemingly hinting that something was happening right now. In the central area of the genetic union, one person was muttering while looking up at the starry sky. Hopefully this is not the exact thing I was worried about. After all, we should still have some time left. At a certain location in the unknown region, Chen Feng and his barbarian squad appeared. Chen Feng rejoiced. Haha, we're out! His previous operation had been too hard. He had already been aware that his luck aura was powerful. However, he was still pleasantly surprised at what his luck aura had done for him. Only now did he realize that he only needed to utilize his luck value properly and he would be omnipotent. But then, Chen Feng checked his luck aura. Presently, his luck aura was about to be done with the upgrade. As such an amazing feat would be something he had no chance of repeating in the future. However, now that the luck value of the spirit seawood had all been absorbed and his luck aura upgraded, his future life might pass easier. Shua, shua. The raindrops landed on Chen Feng's body. Chen Feng was somewhat amazed. What exactly is this? The entire sky was shrouded in darkness. Something terrifying was seemingly preparing to happen. However, this rain was truly harmless. As such, nobody had any idea what was happening. They could only wait silently. As for Chen Feng, he had finally completed his mission of infiltrating the mysterious organization. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Time to return then. Regardless of what these black raindrops were, regardless of the event to come, he had to first rush back. Shua, he set off with the barbarians. However, after they traveled 10 kilometers from the dusky sky amidst the pattering rain, a figure flashed past, akin to the shadow of a ghost. Chen Feng was immediately startled. Who is it? Shua, shua. That figure flickered before slowly solidifying. A familiar person could be seen. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. It's you. That figure split apart the raindrops around him and started flickering with a familiar green light. I told you, you will die here. It was actually Lu Hun. He had actually appeared here. I initially believed that they would be capable of killing you. Lu Hun sneered before continuing. It seems like I still have to do the job myself. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. So it's you. He had been curious as to why he had been discovered despite his secretive actions when he had been sneaking into the mysterious organization. Now that he looked at this, if there was someone like Lu Hun keeping watch, it would be reasonable for him to be discovered. After all, this guy was a Green Diamond member. This was an expert so strong the present Chen Feng couldn't even begin to imagine his strength. Was this his real body? Chen Feng paid close attention and breathed out in relief. Since the green radiance did not seem so dense, it seemed like this was yet another clone. Chen Feng laughed. Do you think that you can kill me with just a clone? This wasn't the first time Lu Hun had tried to kill him with a clone. It's sufficient, Lu Hun stated calmly. However, in view of how you are capable of using unique methods to escape every single time, this time I won't give you any chances. No chances at all, Lu Hun repeated himself seriously. Chen Feng had an ominous feeling. Right at this instant, shua, a black shadow flashed past. From the pitch-black night sky, a figure flashed past and descended like an apparition. Before he could even realize it, that figure had already appeared behind him. Chen Feng glanced back, and instantly his expression changed greatly. That was because, on the forehead of the newcomer, a black diamond could be seen shining. 424, Chapter 424, Outside of Expectations. Chapter 424, Outside of Expectations Translator, Lemaston Editor, Tennish Black Diamond. Chen Feng had an ominous feeling. I have been looking forward to meeting you, that figure stated lightly as the black diamond on his forehead shone. Only a black shadow was visible from his entire figure. Chen Feng was astonished. Oh, do we know each other? Naturally. The black figure's tone was filled with an odd sense warmth. You have been running rampant in my territory for so long. What do you think? Do I know you? Your territory, Chen Feng repeated the words, and his eyes widened abruptly. You're the mysterious organization's leader. Chen Feng's heart chilled. It's all over. Finally, this legendary major boss had revealed himself. Even more troublesome was the fact that when Chen Feng had been escaping earlier, his luck aura had already completed the upgrade. His current luck value had reverted to its normal state. Chen Feng gave his luck value a glance and noted that, after upgrading, 1,000 luck value was left for him. Truly excellent. This luck value would be sufficient to help him survive when facing an ordinary person or even a peak A-class warrior. But unfortunately, those surpassing A-class were exceptions to this, let alone two of these old freaks. Chen Feng had zero confidence in succeeding. Even if all 1,000 luck value was exhausted, he would not be able to defeat these two. This time, things had become truly dangerous. Lu Hun's gaze was bitingly cold. Is the figurine still with you? Figurine? Chen Feng pondered for a bit before fishing out the young lady's figurine. You're talking about this? This figurine had been built using a rather unusual, unknown material that felt extremely cozy to the touch. Moreover, it was somewhat flexible as well. Since he was afraid that Lu Hun would snatch it from him, he tightened his grasp on it instinctively. Lu Hun, clenching both his fists tightly, Lu Hun let out a long breath. Hand over the figurine and I will keep your corpse in one piece, Lu Hun barked coldly. For this? The surprised Chen Feng looked at the figurine in his hand. He had initially believed that Lu Hun would make a move to kill him directly. If Lu Hun's actual target was this figurine, don't bother thinking of any tricks, Lu Hun stated coldly. Since I am already here, I will most certainly not allow you to survive. I am only trying to avoid damaging the figurine in the battle. If you hand it over, I will keep your corpse in one piece. Otherwise, I will extinguish your very soul itself. Bang! Instantly, a terrifying aura surged. The imposing aura of a super expert like Lu Hun bloomed, giving Chen Feng a choking feeling. So this is the power of a true expert. What more trump cards do you have? Use them all, Lu Hun said with a lofty expression. Even against an opponent like Chen Feng, Lu Hun would not underestimate him. Truth be told, after the few confrontations they'd had, he was already seeing Chen Feng as an opponent at the same level as him, to the point where he had requested the mysterious organization's leader accompany him here as backup. From this, it was clear how cautious he was when facing Chen Feng. Evidently, he had suffered defeat way too many times at Chen Feng's hands. On top of that, the method used by Chen Feng to insta-kill the two peak A-class warriors earlier was weighing on his heart as well. No matter what, this was an opponent he could not afford to underestimate. Instinctively, Chen Feng glanced at the mysterious organization's leader. Don't look at me, the mysterious organization's leader stated lazily. I am only here to prevent your escape. Brother Lu said that you have a lot of trump cards, therefore he needs my assistance here. Chen Feng could only smile bitterly as a response. Was there a need for this? He was only a newly advanced, small-time B-class warrior. Against a small fellow like him, two experts surpassing A-class had to be deployed? This was too excessive. Was it truly possible for him to contend against those surpassing A-class? If Lu Hun had appeared earlier, when his luck value had still been unlimited, there might have been a chance. Green radiance started flickering. A weapon condensed in Lu Hun's hand. A gush of power surpassing A-class flickered without stop. Chen Feng's nerves went taut. As he looked at the faraway mysterious organization leader that was maintaining constant vigilance, and then looked at the too small amount of luck value he had, his heart chilled. This time, things were truly becoming troublesome. With this little amount of luck value, he might still be able to escape from Lu Hun alone. But now, splat, splat, from the dusky sky, raindrops fell without stop. The black drops rained down, seemingly to cleanse everything. When the drops landed on their bodies, they ricocheted down to the ground. Here, in this unknown region not far from the mysterious organization, an austere mood pervaded the air. Lu Hun's entire body was enveloped in a layer of green radiance, and his killing intent intensified unendingly. Suddenly, the mysterious organization leader stretched his hand out. Yi? With a somewhat odd expression, he looked at the black water on his hand before staring at the sky. Something seems wrong. Lu Hun wasn't exactly surprised. What's up? The present him was no longer the same extremely egotistical person he'd been when he had first met Chen Feng. The moment he had decided to make a move against Chen Feng, he had already been expecting Chen Feng to do something. The mysterious organization leader frowned. I keep feeling that something is off. Suddenly, a black radiance seemed to flash through the sky. With the black sky as the backdrop, that bizarre dark figure was not visible to the eyes. However, the shaking in the air was something everyone could clearly feel. Space trembled. Abruptly, the expressions of Lu Hun and the mysterious organization leader changed. Their connections had been severed. Their connections with their main bodies had actually been severed. Presently, far away, at a certain location high above the sky, Lu Hun and the mysterious organization leader had unsightly expressions on their faces. A short moment ago, they had lost their connections with their clones. Moreover, the hovering screen used to monitor the scene had vanished as well. They could no longer see anything. Lu Hun shut both his eyes. Chen Feng, a fire was raging in his heart. Every single time he confronted this Chen Feng, some mishap happened. From the first encounter where his wife had absurdly fallen in love with Chen Feng, to the subsequent encounters where Chen Feng had escaped him in an absurd manner to transforming into Wang Feng after his death, and so on. During all of these incidents, all sorts of random coincidences had happened. This time was no exception, despite the fact that he had recruited the help of his junior apprentice brother. The mysterious organization leader pondered before, saying, "There's no need to worry. Even if our connections with our clones has been severed, our clones will still remain at peak, a class with a power that slightly surpasses a regular peak A-class warrior. Chen Feng is not a match for the both of our clones. As long as the clones succeed in killing Chen Feng, everything will be settled." The mysterious organization leader was confident. Perhaps. Lu Hun had nothing much to say to that. Due to the many failures in the past, he no longer had any confidence when facing Chen Feng, despite the fact that this Chen Feng was merely a fellow much weaker than him. At this time, in that unknown region where the clones' connections had been suddenly severed, shock appeared in Lu Hun's eyes. You are actually capable of this? Their clones had been created with unique methods, granting them a connection to the thoughts of the main bodies. This was something that couldn't be blocked. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng was actually capable of totally blocking the connection. Chen Feng was dumbfounded. Even he was not aware of what was happening. Was this the after effect of his luck aura? But then, he had yet to activate his luck aura. Could this truly be a coincidence? Forget it. Just kill him directly, the mysterious organization leader stated decisively. Lu Hun nodded. They could not afford to be disconnected from their main bodies for long. Shua. A bright radiance started shining. The killing attack in Lu Hun's hand bloomed. Regardless of the tricks employed, they only needed to focus on killing Chen Feng. Bang! Two extremely terrifying radiances bloomed. The frightening attack in Lu Hun's hand streaked toward Chen Feng. However, right as that attack reached Chen Feng, right before Chen Feng could be killed, pung, a stuffy sound echoed. Next, his body stiffened. 425, Chapter 425, You guys sure have a way to have fun. Chapter 425, You guys sure have a way to have fun. Translator, Lemostan editor Tenish. He had to kill Chen Feng. This time, Lu Hun had prepared to kill Chen Feng even if it meant destroying his clone in the process. An intent had been planted within this clone the moment it had been created. He was aware of how perverse Chen Feng was. He was also aware that Chen Feng might still possess other trump cards. Therefore, he'd made a lot of preparations and prepared a lot of methods this time. Surprisingly, when his attack was about to land, something still occurred. Moreover, what happened was something totally inconceivable. Puh! A stuffy sound could be heard. Instantly, Lu Hun's body that had been charging toward Chen Feng went rigid. On his chest, blood blossomed. Another mishap? Instinctively, Lu Hun turned around. He was under the impression that some terrifying life form had appeared from the darkness. However, surprising him, when he turned around, a familiar figure entered his sight. Puh! The terrifying power started spreading through his entire body from his chest. At this moment, that clone of Lu Hun started collapsing. Lu Hun widened his eyes in an unbelieving manner and asked, "How is this possible?" Bang! The clone exploded, dead. Shua! Transforming into countless particles, Lu Hun's clone dissipated. At this moment, the rain was growing heavier. The pitch-black raindrops landed on the ground without stop. With such a scene as the backdrop, that pitch-black figure behind Lu Hun appeared even more bizarre. Surprisingly, that was actually the mysterious organization leader. The diamond on his forehead was shining even brighter now. Chen Feng was totally stupefied. The fuck? What had he seen? The mysterious organization leader had just killed Lu Hun's clone? Blocking their connection before killing the clone? If so, even Lu Hun's main body would not be aware of what had happened here. Could this be the works of his luck aura as well? Instinctively, Chen Feng checked his luck aura. Had luck aura gained a new function after upgrading? A function to cause his opponents to fight among themselves? However, when he checked, he noted that no such change existed in his upgraded luck aura. His luck value still remained the same as well. Earlier, during his moment of crisis, luck aura had been activated. If it had worked, the luck value would most definitely have gone down, but none had been consumed. In that case, Chen Feng rubbed his skull and wondered if he had coincidentally stumbled upon the inner power struggle of the mysterious organization. This was too lucky. Wait. He pondered deeply again and noted that this wasn't something worth rejoicing. After this mysterious organization leader killed his senior apprentice brother's clone, he would most certainly not leave an outsider like Chen Feng alive. At this thought, Chen Feng activated his luck aura. Since only this leader was left here, he might be able to escape. His gaze started racing around, looking for an opportunity to flee. Shua. With a flicker, the mysterious organization leader instantly reached Chen Feng. Not good. Chen Feng's heart sank and a chill went down his spine. At this moment, though, a familiar yet ancient voice resounded. What are you running for? Shua. Instantly, Chen Feng's body stiffened. This voice, he turned around abruptly. The darkness that was the body of the mysterious organization leader solidified and revealed his true appearance, an appearance that had not appeared for a very long time. Instantly, Chen Feng's pupils dilated. Qin Hai. That's right, this was Qin Hai. On that familiar face, some additional scars could be seen. This was the face of someone who had gone through the vicissitudes of life, and it appeared somewhat older than before. However, it was still a face Chen Feng was familiar with. Chen Feng was overjoyed. It's really you. So many years had passed, yet Qin Hai was still alive. A smile appeared on Qin Hai's face. It's me. It's indeed me. Chen Feng gave Qin Hai a firm hug. Hey. Both him and Kong Bai had still been feeling guilty about Qin Hai's sacrifice after all. Finding out that Qin Hai was still alive was truly good news. Despite the huge amount of questions he had, he only needed to know that Qin Hai was still alive. That was sufficient. Back then, Qin Hai was aware of what Chen Feng wanted to ask, and he started talking. For some unknown reason, the sage suddenly decided to accept me as his disciple. With that, I become a part of the ancient race. He paused and glanced at Chen Feng. Based on his guess, this might be related to Chen Feng's luck aura. Chen Feng smiled. I am aware of that. This had already been told to him by Shang-Er. What he had been worried about was Qin Hai's whereabouts since the ancient race had disappeared. Now that he could see Qin Hai alive and well, he was already satisfied. The true question of his was, how did Qin Hai stay alive until now? Even Shang-Er, with his long lifespan, was not able to survive time and had been forced to depart from this world. A helpless expression appeared on Qin Hai's face. Oh, this. It might be related to this. As he said this, he pointed at the diamond on his head. This thing was granted by the sage. From it, I can feel the power of time. The effect of time is greatly weakened on my body with this thing here. Chen Feng gasped in admiration. So magical. One had to know that the present Qin Hai merely looked somewhat older than the previous Qin Hai. Chen Feng's instinctive reaction was to touch this thing. Let me take a look. Don't. Qin Hai took a step back and stated in a somewhat awkward manner, this thing is somewhat sensitive. Fine. Chen Feng clicked his tongue before saying, I suppose in the future you can try some different positions with Lady Xiaoru with this new sensitive spot on your body. Qin Hai, it has been so many years. Why is this guy still so annoying? As for Xiaoru, Qin Hai's eyes seemed to flicker at the thought of Xiaoru. Chen Feng was amazed. What? You have yet to meet her? I visited her once. Qin Hai continued in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Back then, she was still a newborn baby. I held her in my arms and had my face sprayed with her pee. You two are truly a creative couple, Chen Feng lamented. Who knows what you did to her back then? Qin Hai, he no longer felt like talking to this guy here. Let's go. We can continue catching up after returning. You can go visit Xiaoru as well. Chen Feng was thinking of bringing Qin Hai back. Unexpectedly, Qin Hai's body did not move. Chen Feng was curious. What's the matter? I can't. Qin Hai shook his head, and he stared at the boundless dark sky. Did you not feel it? Darkness has descended upon us, he stated with a trace of vastness and aged wisdom in his voice. No matter what, the present him was ultimately a person surpassing a class. A person who had surpassed his limit and broken through his previous bottleneck all those years ago. The magnetic voice of Qin Hai echoed, as the darkness descends, this great land will sink into an everlasting chaos. Chen Feng curled his lips. So, only those who have joined the Diamond Club can escape this calamity. I shall let you know that back then I was a VIP member as well. 1-1, worry was plastered all over Chen Hai's face. He felt like beating this Chen Feng to death. As he saw the grudging gaze of Chen Hai, Chen Feng admitted defeat. Fine, continue your story. I don't have anything else to say, Chen Hai grumbled. The atmosphere that he had tried so hard to create had been wiped clean by Chen Feng just like that. What else could he say? In short, back then, the sage predicted that a huge calamity was going to fall and the entire world would sink into chaos. However, he couldn't figure out the source of the calamity. As such, to avoid the calamity, he decided to start a war at an earlier date to destroy both the barbarians and the devil race. Unexpectedly, when they reached the devil race, he found that the devil race had already been destroyed. Chen Feng was surprised. Destroyed? Yes, destroyed, Chen Hai stated with a solemn expression. The Devil King killed off all his clansmen, including himself. 426, Chapter 426, Descend, Chapter 426, Descend Translator, Lemostan Editor, Tenish Chen Feng gasped. What a feat. Let alone eliminating his clansmen, he had even killed himself. What a true man. Had he overdosed on drugs or something? At this moment, Chen Feng felt like these super experts were truly hard to understand. Perhaps this was the so-called generation gap. Suddenly, Chen Hai continued. But then, when searching the ruins of the devil race, we discovered some magical substance that was subsequently named black dust. Black dust? Chen Feng seemed to recall hearing about this somewhere before. Shua, he turned his screen on. As the mysterious organization had been trying to lure him into their headquarters earlier, they had yet to shut down his access to their database. Instead, he had been granted an even higher scope of authority there. Chen Feng started searching for black dust. Next, some data popped out. Devil Spirit Project. Project Code, ABP 505 Project Tier, Top Secret Project Classification, Forbidden Summary. It is rumored that after the devil race was killed by a certain unique power, they transformed into black dust and their souls sunk into the earth, transforming into a unique existence known as Devil Spirit. These devil spirits did not possess physical bodies and were capable of traversing freely between the illusory and physical world. Moving in groups, they were unbeatable. The moment black dust blended with the earth, the devil spirit would awaken from the black soil. Devil Spirit Project. Chen Feng's expression changed greatly. These things were actually the work of the mysterious organization? The likes of Tonglan do not have authorization to know about this. This project is something only us fellow apprentices are aware of. Chen Hai sighed and said, based on our guesses back then, the devil race might have realized that they were not a match of the ancient race. As such, they planned to hibernate for 10,000 years to avoid the era where the ancient race reigned supreme, waiting for a chance to be reborn. However, this plan was seen through by the ancient race. They planned to awaken the devil spirits in advance and gain control over the devil spirits to conquer the entire world. So that's the case. Chen Feng shut his eyes. So this is the ultimate goal of the mysterious organization. Chen Hai continued. Initially, the mysterious organization had been established merely to gather black dust. The black dust is indestructible, and the black dust from back then still exists. When the gathering of the black dust is complete, the mysterious organization will lose its purpose of existence. As for that black dust, Chen Hai stared at the sky. It will descend in the form of black rain. Shua, shua. The sky was scarily dark as the black raindrops rained down unceasingly. Chen Feng stretched his hand out. A fireball ignited in his hand. When the raindrops evaporated, black dust could be seen. So, this was the so-called black dust. When I found out about this project, I applied to join and participate in the research of this project. In the dark, I tried messing with their project, causing this project that was supposed to end countless years ago to be delayed by a huge amount of years. However, Chen Hai shook his head. The ancient race was, after all, not stupid. Despite Chen Hai messing with them with his numerous proposals and steering their project in wrong directions, they had still managed to complete this project. Ultimately, the project had activated successfully. So that's the case. Chen Feng was in a heavy mood after hearing all this. He was aware that the land beneath this sky had a lot of hidden secrets. He was also aware that within this huge and boundless unknown region, a lot of scary things were hidden. However, he had still underestimated those experts. Where have the ancient race members gone to? Chen Feng asked. All these years, the ancient race had never appeared. Them? Chen Hai sneered. Back then, the territory of humanity was also considered an unknown region for the ancient race members. By the time they discovered the human race, humanity had already developed themselves to a certain degree. This was especially true for the quantity of the human race. Despite the ancient race's strength, the astonishing speed at which humans breed still planted fear in their hearts. As the ancient race members all thought of themselves as a noble race, they considered exchanging the life of one ancient race member for even 1,000 humans to be a loss. To avoid heavy casualties to their own people, the ancient race plans to use the devil spirits as their main army. Therefore, the awakening of the devil spirits also signifies the beginning of the war between humanity and devil spirits. And when both humans and devil spirits are equally damaged, the ancient race will reveal themselves. A slight chill could be felt from Chen Hai's voice. A chill went down Chen Feng's spine as he listened. Who would have guessed that there was such a story behind the awakening of the devil spirits? The ancient race was indeed malicious in their methods. Chen Feng looked at Chen Hai. Will you return to us? The devil spirits were going to appear soon, and the ancient race was going to reappear as well. The world was going to sink into chaos. If Chen Hai stayed with the ancient race, it would probably be dangerous for him. This is only my clone. Chen Hai shrugged and paused before continuing. At present, the darkness has already descended. The devil spirits are going to awaken soon. Therefore, I can't afford to leave. The present him was no longer the youngster he had been back then. Since he was one of the top existences in this world, he had to do something, for the sake of humanity and himself. Chen Hai's expression was solemn. Me staying with the ancient race will allow me to transmit updates to you as well. Although the devil spirits are scary, during the initial moments of their awakening, they will be in a state of emptiness. If one is able to defeat the devil spirit at this time, one might be able to control and make use of the devil spirits for themselves. As per the plans of the ancient race, at this stage of the devil spirit project, it's my senior apprentice sister's turn to make a move. Chen Feng was astonished. Your senior apprentice sister? They were most certainly all members of QQ. Chen Hai nodded. She is extremely powerful. After the sage granted her the diamond, she smelted it into a unique ability of her own. This is also the most crucial ability of the devil spirit project, control. That diamond on her forehead is capable of controlling all life forms in a state of emptiness. Therefore, as long as a nervous breakdown is induced in the devil spirits, she will be able to easily gain control over them. There are no limitations to the amount she can control either. Chen Hai had an extremely solemn expression as he said all this. This was an extremely terrifying ability, especially the fact that there were no limitations. One could say that this entire devil spirit project had been designed for her. This was the scariest person among all of them. She alone would be equivalent to an entire army. Chen Feng rubbed his head. Your senior apprentice sister, so her diamond is pink? Chen Hai was amazed. Yi, how do you know that? What? Do you think I have never played the QQ Pets game 111 and nothing? Chen Feng said. Chen Feng did not even feel like berating this anymore. He started rearranging his thoughts. The amount of information he had received today was truly too huge an amount, and he sunk into a slight confusion. Black dust, devil spirits, Chen Hai's senior apprentice sister. He needed to calm himself first. Chen Hai shook his head. The blockade I set up will be gone soon. It's time for me to leave. You must be careful. Chen Feng nodded his head. Suddenly, he paused and gazed at Chen Hai. Might I ask, the devil spirits you speak of, are they a life form that is completely translucent and white and have the body shape of the devil race? Also, they climb out from the ground? Yet again, Chen Hai was amazed. Yi, how do you know that? Oh, Chen Feng pointed to a spot behind Chen Hai. Chen Hai turned around. There, at that piece of soil that was soaked in black rain, numerous deathly pale translucent figures were crawling up from the ground. This scene appearing under the dark sky was sufficient to send a chill down all onlookers' spines. The devil spirits were coming. 427, Chapter 427, Catastrophe. Chapter 427, Catastrophe Translator, Lemostan Editor, Tennish light started flickering in Chen Hai's eyes. Leave them to me. Their appearance is just nice for me to complete part of my plan. You leave first. Oh, right, since the Devil Spirit Project is already active. They will most certainly look for the experts of the Devil race back then to prioritize in the awakening. If my guesses are correct, their first target will be located at Star City. Star City? Chen Feng was somewhat dumbstruck. This did not seem right. Star City was floating high up the sky, right? How would there be anyone in hibernation at a place like that? Indeed, Star City is a city that was built after the events of the Devil race. Chen Hai shook his head and continued. However, in ancient times, the piece of land Star City was built upon was a huge chunk of stone with a unique power. The Devil Race members found this stone rather magnificent, and as such, a lot of them decided to choose that place as their place of hibernation. Hibernation, Star City. Suddenly, Chen Feng's mind jolted furiously. Once again, the scene that had appeared when he first touched the spirit Seawood replayed in his brain. The fall of Star City amidst darkness and the arrival of calamity, akin to the end of the world. This was the Star City battle Chen Feng had been waiting for all this while. He had initially believed that this was a plan of the mysterious organizations, and had always been preparing against them. Now that he looked at it, the dark sky, the apparitions floating everywhere, and the apocalyptic scene were in fact referring to the awakening of the devil spirits. Chen Feng's heart jolted furiously. So this is what I saw back then. You must be careful, Chen Hai advised. Currently, the blockade severing the connection was about to disappear. Understood. Chen Feng gave Chen Hai a deep glance before leaving quietly with the barbarians that were waiting for him not far away. Next, the devil spirits around them started approaching Chen Hai slowly. Bang! Suddenly, the earth started collapsing. Chen Hai's clone exploded and erupted with a terrifying power, reducing all the devil spirits into nothingness. The sky seemed to be even darker now. Presently, high above the boundless sky, Lu Hun and Chen Hai were still observing the blockade placed around their clones. They continued so until, suddenly, the blockade cracked apart, once again allowing the scene there to appear before them. Only a mess could be seen where their clones were at. Lu Hun's clone had already dissipated. The same applied to Qin Hai's clone. On the ground, traces of the clone's self-explosion could be seen. Apart from that pitch-black soil could be seen as well. Lu Hun's eyes gleamed coldly. Devil spirits. He had never expected that the devil spirits would actually appear in this crucial moment when they were killing Chen Feng. What a coincidence. Qin Hai agreed without a change in his expression. Their mere appearance is already sufficient to blockade our sensory abilities. These are most definitely unordinary devil spirits. Lu Hun narrowed his gaze. True. Seems like Senior Apprentice Sister will have to take a trip now. From the looks of things, this should be the awakening of some expert captain-level existences of the devil race. Based on the arrangement of their devil spirit project, the awakening of the devil spirits was closely related to the black dust. Therefore, the black dust was descending in the form of black rain to blend with the earth, altering the purity of the soil. As the concentration and purity of the black dust increased, the experts of the devil race would appear. The black rain was still falling down unhurriedly. Theoretically, those experts should only appear in a later phase of their plan. Only when the concentration of the black dust reached its peak would the nobles of the devils appear. Back then, this plan had been put in place by the devils as a means to protect their nobles. Unfortunately, since their plan had been seen through by the ancient race, the devil race had transformed into cannon fodder to be exploited. By the time their nobles started awakening, the war between humanity and the devil spirits would already have ended long ago, and the ancient race would have finished conquering the entire world. The main task of their senior apprentice sister was to avoid the occurrence of any unexpected incidents, to stop any experts of the devil race from appearing prematurely, especially their nobles. Presently, the entire world was sinking into panic. At a lot of places, especially those places easier to flood, these bizarre yet mysterious apparitions had appeared. Due to this, the genetic union was already working at full capacity to maintain the peace. So, this is the function of this rain? It summons apparitions? No matter what they are, do not permit any of the raindrops to appear in any cities anymore. Understood. Activate our defensive network. Start building defenses immediately at all cities. Since these things are descending in the form of rain, I suppose we only need to shelter the cities from the sky and it will be fine? But if we do that, we won't be able to see the sky. Why in the world do you even want to see the sky? Presently, there's nothing but darkness up there. What can you see? All right. The genetic union was able to react speedily to this. All their genetic warriors with unique abilities, especially those with earth element abilities or construction-related abilities, were issued rich rewards and were sent to the groups responsible for constructing defensive constructs. In a single day, before sufficient rainwater could even accumulate at a majority of their territories, the defensive constructs were completely constructed. Now, the black rain was no longer able to enter all cities and branches of the genetic union. All the rainwater was thrown away into the wilderness. Some of the genetic union branches were even refining the black rainwater into dust and gathering it up for research. This was the power of the genetic union. With a single announcement, they were able to rapidly stabilize this situation that was akin to an apocalypse. Naturally, those remote regions or places that were easier to flood were unable to be saved in time. A sum of 368 locations have fallen. Reports were churned out unendingly. These places were mostly those with a comparatively lower terrain height. Arrange the information properly before sending someone over. We must figure out what exactly this rain is. Yes. At this time, Chen Feng contacted Hu Liang and submitted a report regarding the devil spirits. Hu Liang was extremely anxious. You are not coming back? Despite the existence of the genetic union, the devil spirits that were seemingly everywhere and the unending rain from the sky had ensured that not a single place was safe, especially the wilderness. Out there in the wild, the devil spirits might appear anywhere. It was with great difficulty that Chen Feng had escaped the mysterious organization. The proper path of action for him would be to return to them. Chen Feng shook his head. I will be fine. I am not the one you should be worried about now. Rather, it's Star City. Based on the information I received, their next target will be Star City. Understood. If so, you must be careful by yourself. Hu Liang ended the call. Ancient race, devil spirit, the contents of Chen Feng's report were truly excessively astonishing. He had to submit this report to the genetic union as well. This was no longer something the Gene Production Association could deal with alone. Chen Feng patted the barbarian below him. All done. With the appearance of the devil spirits, the structure of this world was already changing. He had to be sufficiently prepared for what was to come. With his present strength, in the ensuing chaos, he wouldn't even qualify to be a cannon fodder. I am still too weak after all, Chen Feng muttered. Back then, when he had seen the scene, there had been too many deaths and Star City itself had been destroyed. Since the ancient race was already prepared, they would most definitely not hold back. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. I will not give you guys any chances. Star City was his very first home. He would not allow the ancient race to destroy it. The premature appearance of the Black Rain had caused the date of the Star City battle to shift to an earlier date as well. Based on the information Qin Hai had given him, they only had 1 week's time. Chen Feng's initial plan to reach a class before the war was no longer achievable. Before this war began, the only thing he could do was fuse with a new B-class ability, a super powerful ability sufficient to dramatically increase his strength. A428, Chapter 428. This fellow is a fraud. Chapter 428. This fellow is a fraud translator. Lemostin editor. Tenish beneath the dark starry sky. Chen Feng had finally gotten some time to inspect his luck aura. He remembered that the first time he had touched Spirit Sea Wood, luck aura had upgraded to a certain extent, making it much better at inferring. If luck aura was described as a product, then the upgrade could be described as the product's function becoming stronger and more optimized, yet without a complete transformation of any sort. This time, he had obtained so much more Spirit Sea Wood than the previous times. He had obtained a thick and solid trunk with countless branches. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Hopefully you won't disappoint me. Shua. Luck Aura, activate. Instantly, Chen Feng entered the illusory world of Luck Aura. The initially illusory world was now lifelike and filled with an ice-blue luster. Numerous screens hovered in the air, giving this space a somewhat modern feel. There did not seem to be any other changes here apart from the hovering screens. As Chen Feng checked his recovery rate, he noted that his luck value still generated 1 point per hour. No upgrade to the regeneration? Chen Feng felt somewhat disappointed. What he looked forward to the most was an increase in the regeneration rate of his luck value. Even if it increased to merely 2 points per hour, he would be satisfied. As his strength increased without stop and the level of the battles he participated in increased, the current luck value was clearly insufficient for his usage. Unexpectedly, even after this huge upgrade, it still remained the same. Everything seemed the same. Chen Feng felt somewhat disappointed. Is it merely an upgrade to the user experience? Suddenly, an ice-cold voice resounded. Hello, Master. Instantly, Chen Feng's pupil shrunk. On one of the hovering screens, a ripple similar to a sound wave appeared. Evidently, the screen was talking. Chen Feng was amazed. Who are you? Spirit, the voice answered. When the power of luck accumulated to a certain level, the luck stone obtained sentience. That sentience can be called spirit. You can consider me the spirit of the luck stone, Chen Feng gasped. This sounds so mystical. If this understanding was applied to divine tools, then this so-called spirit was what one would call tool spirit. Based on his experiences, such tool spirits were generally incredibly amazing existences, even newborn ones. Will you listen to my orders? Chen Feng asked. Yes, Spirit answered. I was constructed by luck and your consciousness and spiritual energy. As such, I belong only to you. My existence, my destruction, these depend on your whims. Spirit started emitting its power. Instantly, Chen Feng gained comprehension. He could clearly feel the existence of a clump of unique life. With a single thought, he could destroy that life at any time. Without a doubt, that life was precisely this spirit, the spirit birthed by the luck stone. Despite the fact that no changes were apparent in his luck aura, Chen Feng was sure that, in the future, regardless of what function of this luck aura he wanted to use, he would not need to do it himself. Instead, he could hand them all to this spirit. Chen Feng spoke forthrightly. I need a genetic ability capable of increasing my strength greatly. Choose one for me. He released all the databases of the mysterious organization and genetic union to the spirit. This spirit should be able to choose a better ability for him. All right, please wait a while. Spirit started flickering. Shua. Light swirled around, and a short moment later, a single ability popped out. Selective enlargement. What? Chen Feng's expression darkened. What I want is to increase my strength, not my little brother. Moreover, I do not need that. My current size is sufficient. Spirit, it paused before saying, based on the information I have, you are good at melee combat using energy equipment. Therefore, selective enlargement is the best ability for you. When you are fighting, you can selectively enlarge a part of your body to greatly increase the strength there. That will give you an ability to deal an astonishing amount of damage. Moreover, this ability will work well with myriad illusions as well. For example, by using a certain flame-related ability from myriad illusions coupled with selective enlargement and energy equipment, when you are blasting your enemy, your arm will enlarge, achieving the same effect as the Qilin arm. A single punch from this arm will be incredibly astonishing. Your combat power will increase by more than tenfold using this ability. More importantly, you can use it in conjunction with myriad illusions to create Qilin arm, spiral kick, divine Buddha palm, iron head technique, ding-dong drill, and all sorts of other astonishing abilities. 1-1. Spirit explained seriously. Not only that, various data was shown on the screen to prove this to Chen Feng. For example, the might of Qilin arm, its effects, attack range, damage, estimated damage dealt, and so on. Chen Feng, what the fuck? He started picturing the scene where his head enlarged suddenly to charge at his enemy. Chen Feng was instantly mesmerized. But then, what was the ding-dong drill mentioned toward the end? During melee combat, his ding-dong would suddenly enlarge. Cautiously, Chen Feng asked, that last ability, he was hoping that he had guessed wrongly. That's right, it is precisely what you think. Spirit continued explaining in a serious manner. Based on the information I have, at this point in time, such a battling method is unprecedented. In real combat, it will most certainly achieve an inconceivable result. You can use it as your sure kill skill to be used at the crucial moment. Your opponent will most certainly not see it coming. If you can use this ability to attack your opponent's weak point, it will work even better. Quote, Chen Feng, quote, attacking the weak point? What else would the weak point of a human be? That scene, as Chen Feng pictured the scene, he became speechless. Do you want to transform a proper battle into a porno? At this point, Chen Feng was already wondering if Spirit here was female. Furthermore, while this might work against a human, what if the opponent was instead a beast? Would he then have to choose a different ability? Chen Feng did not feel like explaining any further. Spirit did not hesitate. All right. Soon, a new ability was chosen, flexibility restructuring. This ability I am suggesting, when used on a human body, will allow your tongue to be transformed into a terrifying weapon. Your tongue will be upgraded greatly, and it will become pliable and tough. More importantly, due to the unique nature of this ability, it can be fused with 3 other abilities easily. It can be perfectly combined with myriad illusions. For example, you can transform your tongue into a 3-meter-long weapon that is thin yet sharp. When battling, you can insta-kill your opponent by the mere act of opening your mouth. Or perhaps you can also produce 3 different types of poison and keep them within your body. When attacking your opponent, just lick his body. He will most certainly die from the poison. This ability will have an astonishing result. In a serious manner, Spirit analyzed all the data. Shua, shua. The screen flickered without stop as the data was shown. Various data was shown by Spirit. At this point, Chen Feng had already lowered his head helplessly. What do you think? Only after Spirit finished its analysis in an excited manner did it notice the grudging gaze of Chen Feng that was staring straight at it. Spirit paused. What's up? This won't do, Chen Feng grumbled. None of these can be used. Why? Spirit was curious. Isn't the point of battle to eliminate your opponent regardless of the cost? Chen Feng, he felt that his definition of the saying, regardless of cost, was somewhat different than that of this spirit. Do you know who, in real life, are the ones using this flexibility restructuring ability? Shen Feng asked with a sigh. Shen Feng sighed. It's used by people in a certain industry where their flesh is what's offered. They use this ability and fuse it with 3 minor abilities, giving them unique effects, such as increasing the chill, increasing warmth, giving them vibrating effect, and so on in order to provide better service to their customers. But doesn't that signify how powerful this ability is? Spirit stated with a strange expression. Instantly, Chen Feng became speechless. 429, Chapter 429, Wear Your Clothes Properly, We Can Talk It Out. Chapter 429, Wear Your Clothes Properly, We Can Talk It Out. Translator, Lemostan editor, Tennis Chen Feng, he was truly at a loss as to how was he supposed to explain this. Right now, he was feeling somewhat regretful. If he had known that this would be the result of the upgrade, he would have been better off cutting the Spirit Seawood into pieces and taking them away as a supply of luck value. The result that he had gotten was simply a fraud. This thing here was more like a low-level AI, right? What in the world was this spirit recommending? To hell with the so-called divine tool. What was the point of having this thing? Chen Feng rubbed his head. So the luck aura he had painstakingly upgraded had given birth to such a thing. How disappointing. Spirit felt somewhat embarrassed. Sorry, I am a newborn. Therefore, the amount of data and understanding I have is too little. If you require me to learn rapidly, I will require your authorization to activate my learning function. Chen Feng was astonished. You have a learning function? Yes. Spirit nodded and started introducing the learning function. Theoretically, as long as luck value was supplied, Spirit would be able to self-study up to the point where its intelligence reached an extremely terrifying level. Anything it wanted to know, luck value would enable it to learn. Moreover, different from others who would encounter mistakes during the learning process, Spirit would be able to distinguish the right information from the wrong information for everything it learned. This was an extremely efficient learning method. The only caveat was that Chen Feng's authorization was required since luck value would be consumed. Fine. Chen Feng authorized Spirit's self-study. He wanted to see what level this fellow that was akin to a low-level AI could reach after its self-study. Hopefully it wouldn't disappoint him. Chen Feng looked at Spirit. I will allocate you 100 luck value for now. Show me the result. He had already decided that he would totally give up on this fellow here if the luck value required was too high and there weren't any results to show for it. He would most certainly not waste more energy and luck value on something so unprofitable. All right. Instantly, Spirit activated its learning mode. To help its learning, Chen Feng allowed Spirit access to an even larger pool of data. Shua, the screens flickered unendingly. When Chen Feng saw the flickering screens, he had an odd feeling. He felt like he was talking to an AI, which gave him a rather odd feeling. Spirit, are you capable of forming a body here? Yes. Form 1 then. Your current form is too weird. Alright, Shua. With a flicker of light in the illusory world, a body appeared. As Chen Feng glanced at it, he was so angry he almost spat blood then and there. Spirit had actually assumed the appearance of Qinhai for its, and a naked Qinhai to boot. Chen Feng felt helpless. This is too excessive. What are you thinking in your brain? First Spirit felt odd. I merely assumed the form of the person with the highest recent frequency of appearance in your brain. Chen Feng's expression darkened. Shut up. Change your form. What nonsense. As Qin Hai had only recently sacrificed himself to rescue Chen Feng and Kong Bai, they had been thinking of ways to rescue Qin Hai. Naturally, Qin Hai had appeared frequently in Chen Feng's mind. Spirit pondered before assuming another form. All right, Shua. Light swirled around and a brand new body appeared. When Chen Feng got a clear look at the new body, he had a feeling that life was now without hope. Chen Feng's head ached. Why did you take this form? Spirit answered honestly. This is the person with the second highest frequency of appearance. Chen Feng, in short, in his mind, it was either Qin Hai or Kong Bai. As a genius and a person with a good life, why was his brain filled with those two fellows? Perhaps it's due to us working together recently. Chen Feng inhaled as he comforted himself. Change your appearance again. Wait, forget it. Chen Feng pondered. If the third appearance this spirit assumed was still a male, he would be wondering if the problem laid in him. That shouldn't be the case. Supposedly, Wang Yao should be the one, right? Perhaps he had zero sexual attraction toward Wang Yao due to her too young appearance. This might be a problem. Yi, where have my thoughts wandered to? Shaking his head, Chen Feng kicked all those thoughts out of his brain and looked straight at the Kong Bai standing in front of him. Despite Kong Bai's somewhat handsome appearance, for an unknown reason, the more Chen Feng looked at him, the more he found this guy ugly. This was especially true when he saw that tiny little thing swaying around on his crotch, as the form assumed by Spirit was essentially naked. Chen Feng waved his hand. Change your form quickly. Assume the appearance of Wang Yao. All right. Spirit transformed itself as commanded. Shua. A delicate and adorable figure appeared. Instantly, Chen Feng blanked. Suddenly, Chen Feng assumed a stern expression and stated, Hold on, I have a question. How are you forming their bodies? I have never seen any of them naked. Spirit answered, With a small amount of luck power, the perfect data required to reconstruct their body will be obtained. Any problems posed by data can be easily resolved with the power of luck. Chen Feng asked the main question he had. In conclusion, Wang Yao is actually not flat-chested. Yes, Spirit answered. Why? To know the answer for this, 0.85 luck value is required, Spirit prompted. Chen Feng answered grudgingly. Spirit promptly answered, her breasts are too huge and affect her movements when fighting. As such, she wraps them up tightly. Chen Feng, so this is the reason she appears so flat-chested normally? So this little girl is actually a fake loli? I have been scammed. Hold on, why am I thinking about all this? Suddenly, he realized that something seemed different with luck aura now. Previously, it had been simply impossible for him to know specific answers to specific questions. After the first upgrade, he had gained the ability to exhaust a huge amount of luck value to obtain a limited amount of information, such as the keywords for the answer to a question. On average, every single dialogue had wasted 10 luck value. Naturally, all of this had corresponded to the target's strength, how secretive the answer he demanded was, and so on. And now, this spirit here was able to give him precise answers. This was the first time Chen Feng had seen the usage of luck value be optimized to the point it reached the decimal points. Suddenly, Chen Feng found Spirit less useless now. Naturally, Spirit showing him Wang Yao's chest wasn't the reason for his change of mind. Rather, it was Spirit's ability to optimize the usage of his luck value. Chen Feng was certain that if he had asked this question in the past, at least 10 luck value would have been required. And now, it was sufficient with just 0.85 luck value. The luck value can be calculated so accurately, even to the decimal point? Chen Feng asked. Spirit nodded. That's right. With my current strength, I am able to optimize it to 2 decimal points. Chen Feng nodded. All right. Put on some clothes then. Spirit nodded. Shua. An adorable sailor outfit materialized. Chen Feng, the unbounded chest, and the astonishingly weeb-like style of this dress, this look of Wang Yao's proved extremely fatal toward Chen Feng. This was truly, Spirit was seemingly able to note Chen Feng's odd expression and hastily explained, This is based on what's in your mind. Shut up. Chen Feng shouted. Spirit stopped meekly. Oh. Chen Feng kneaded his head before saying, I think it's still better if you assume a different appearance. Take the appearance of a person I have never seen before, all right? Assume a cuter appearance, an appearance that gives off a comfortable feeling. Most importantly, that must not be a naked person. Chen Feng sighed. Do you understand? Spirit nodded. All right. C430, Chapter 430, Game Cash Shop, Are You Afraid? Chapter 430, Game Cash Shop, Are You Afraid? Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tennis Shua. With a swirl of light, Spirit transformed again. Amazingly, this time, it assumed the appearance of a young girl. The young girl was the same height as Wang Yao, and her appearance was astonishingly beautiful. This was indeed a person Chen Feng had never seen before. But then, this girl here seemed to be flat-chested for real. Spirit began to give an introduction. This is... Shut up. I am not interested in knowing, Chen Feng snapped. He was certain that if this fellow here were to utter something along the lines of, based on the expectations in your brain of how a loli should look, I created one, he would most certainly beat this fellow to death. Oh. Spirit cleverly shut its mouth. Right at this moment, the flickering on the screens ended. Self-study was complete. Spirit smiled. At present, I have self-studied a huge amount of data. It seems like those abilities I recommended earlier are indeed unsuitable. Don't worry, I will select a better ability for you shortly. Naturally, time will be required, Spirit concluded seriously. Take your time. Chen Feng was not in a rush anyway. He was more afraid of this fellow selecting another XXX enlargement ability or something like that. Spirit started filtering the abilities seriously. Shua. Data started flashing past the screens. Evidently, these were abilities that seemed good, yet due to them not being suitable for Chen Feng or humans, the abilities were ultimately vetoed by Spirit itself. Chen Feng took a glance at what one of the abilities was. A vague description could be seen: XX ability, XX amount of luck value will be consumed, and so on. Chen Feng kept having an odd feeling. I keep feeling something is wrong. He started pondering. Spirit felt curious. What's up? What was wrong? Look, initially, when I reached this world, I received Luck Aura. Such an amazing cheat. Naturally, people like Kongbai and Qinhai have their own variants as well. In short, everyone is accorded the template of a main character, and the most excellent of them all will be the true main character of this era. However, with your appearance, I have a feeling like I'm playing a game or something. Luck value is the equivalence of credits. As long as I have sufficient credits, I will be able to change everything. Coupled with Qinhai and his fellow apprentice brothers and sisters that are all QQ Diamond members, am I perhaps playing some cheap online game? Chen Feng felt powerless to even berate everything he had encountered. I? One? Spirit failed to understand Chen Feng's speech, which reeked of slang from Chen Feng's previous world. Luck value is unequaled, right? Chen Feng shrugged. Can I use luck value to trade for some powerful weapons? Yes, Spirit nodded and continued. The power of luck is extremely powerful. It is possible to cause a situation where, when some experts are fighting, they will accidentally lose their weapons and the weapons will accidentally land right here for some random reason. Chen Feng, I can actually get their weapons to end up here? Isn't this similar to how pay-to-win players having weapons delivered straight to their inventory after reloading their credits? Would it be possible to get a fire Keelan for myself? 1-1? As he asked, Chen Feng rolled his eyes without end. This should be impossible for luck value, right? Fire Keelan? Spirit pondered seriously before answering. At certain unique locations among the unknown regions, the offsprings of such life forms might truly exist. There is also the possibility of the base species being extinct, though, but then, with their offspring, it might be possible to use luck value to urge them to mate and trigger a genetic mutation with a low probability of occurrence, reverting their gene to their roots. With that, ancient life forms such as Keelan might come into being. With some unique conditions added on top of that, Fire Keelan could very well be created through mutation. Of course, all this will require luck value. As long as you have a sufficient amount of luck values, it is truly possible to obtain a Fire Keelan. Chen Feng, isn't this exactly the same as those pay-to-win games? Chen Feng sighed. In short, you are the equivalent of a pay-to-win cash shop? Cash shop? Spirit pondered before shaking its head. The cash shop you mentioned only has some cheap and low-level functions. Luck value is different. For example, you can use it to end your current fate as a single guy, Spirit answered truthfully. Chen Feng became somewhat dumbfounded. Burst? Spirit seemed incredibly upset at being compared to something like a cash shop. Based on verifiable data, being single for a long time will affect one's state of mind. If you wish to, I am able to end your fate as a single guy. This is something those cash shops can't accomplish. A beautiful young lady that accidentally stumbles into one of those unknown regions shrouded in a primal and chaotic aura, or perhaps a woman in despair who is coincidentally one of your die-hard fans from your competition back then, or perhaps a beautiful young married woman who has always been hugging your picture to sleep in loneliness since her husband is always out working. Anything you prefer, I can arrange for it right this moment, Spirit concluded solemnly. Chen Feng wiped his sweat. What in the world? Hold on. What is this? Do you need to be so serious? He was starting to regret authorizing the self-study function. The speed in which this fellow studied was simply too fast. Perhaps in a few more minutes, Spirit would even be capable of providing the number of encounters, one-night stands, prices, and so on. Too scary. Seemingly considering Chen Feng's predicament, Spirit added, of course, if you want Wang Yao with sufficient luck value, it is also doable. Chen Feng stopped Spirit hastily. There's no need. Now he was certain that this fellow here was not some AI. Rather, this was indeed a tool spirit, since this fellow here indeed possessed emotions and was presently sharing all this to get back at Chen Feng for comparing this spirit with a cash shop. It's my bad. Will this apology do? Chen Feng shrugged. I shouldn't have presumed to compare you with a cash shop. Now, please do continue selecting a suitable ability for me, all right? Happily, Spirit showed a victory sign with its fingers. Hee hee. Evidently, under the guidance of Chen Feng and its self-study, this initially ignorant spirit was slowly transforming into a true spirit and consciousness. Whether this was a good or bad thing remained to be seen. It was rather clear that the intelligent spirit was different than before. Despite the little temper it had, it was much more astonishing than before as well. The most evident change was optimization. Based on what Spirit had said, Chen Feng's previous usage of luck value had been incredibly wasteful. After Spirit's optimization, every single luck value was 500% more efficient than before. A similar amount of luck value could be utilized to the extreme in her hands 22. Such efficiency was something nobody could hope to surpass. Chen Feng could only gasp in admiration at this. How powerful. From his impression, something so optimized it was almost cheat-like was something akin to the internal storage of a certain cell phone brand from his previous life. Shua. Light swirled around unendingly. While conversing with Chen Feng, Spirit gathered data without stop. Looking at the unending flickering on the screens, Chen Feng was aware that an incredibly huge amount of Luck Aura's recommendations had already been vetoed by Spirit. Despite all this, only 2 luck value had been consumed so far. Compared to his previous usage of luck value, the current optimized luck aura could only be described with the word shocking. Even without any increase in the luck value regeneration, such a degree of optimization ensured that Chen Feng's usage of luck value would be much better than it had been in the past. Right at this moment, with a flash, Spirit paused. This time, this newly selected ability wasn't immediately vetoed. Instead, she directly displayed it on the screen. Master, I believe this ability might suit you. Instantly, Chen Feng's eyes shone. 431, Chapter 431, God Punisher. Chapter 431, God Punisher. Translator, Limostan Editor, Tennish Name, God Punisher. Feature, an independent ability incapable of fusing with other abilities. Source, Hillsea Beast. Summary, at some barren mountain range near mountains and sea, a peculiar mutated beast might appear. The entire body of this beast is blue. They are formidable and capable of unleashing the power of oceans and mountains. Apart from this, their scariest aspect is their sure kill ability, God Punisher. It is rumored that a certain devil god tried to slaughter the ancestors of these beasts in the past and ended up killed instead. From this, the power of this beast is apparent. As Chen Feng reached this point, he paused. Who is the one who gave the name God Punisher? Spirit stuck her tongue out. Me, don't you think that this name sounds incredibly tyrannical? Chen Feng, he was still somewhat anxious. When I use luck value for information I require, only the keywords are displayed. You are indeed capable of great optimization. However, by showing so many words in such an unrestrained manner, will you not consume too much luck value? Spirit shook her head. Of course not. Since I am a tool spirit, when receiving the data generated by luck value, only a single thought is sufficient. Therefore, I am able to instantly obtain the full details of an ability. 1 point of luck value is sufficient for this. As for the descriptions, those are things I manually typed out for you with great difficulty, okay? Typed out with difficulty, typed out, Chen Feng was left speechless. Fine, for him to stumble upon a tool spirit with such individuality, he had no choice but to accept his fate. Next, he continued reading on. The subsequent content was what truly shocked Chen Feng, as this ability was truly tyrannical. God Punisher, unleash all the different abilities used by the user before, once. Consumption, all energy. Cooldown period, 1 day. Chen Feng was alarmed as he finished reading the description. After all the details, the introduction of the actual ability was instead the shortest of them all. However, it was precisely how short this introduction was that caused it to give off a hegemonic feeling. All abilities, with no limitations? That's right, no limitations, Spirit stated confidently. If you want to take a look at how it works, I can consume some luck value to analyze it for you. Do it, Chen Feng stated without the slightest hesitation. His anticipation of this ability was too great, therefore he had to figure out the true effect of using this ability. If this ability was truly so amazing, why did nobody use it? Shua. Countless data started flashing past the screens. Shortly after, Spirit obtained the real reason. First, this is an extremely rare ability. An ordinary person is simply not qualified to even know about it. Only the core members of the major clans of the mysterious organization and genetic union are entitled to know about this ability. Chen Feng nodded. This was a restriction of information. This alone was sufficient to block those ordinary clans and powers from getting access to this ability. Second, even though the Hillsea beasts have declined compared to their ancestors, they are still extremely powerful. They are A-class beasts, and B-class warriors are simply incapable of fusing with this ability. Only the young Hillsea beasts are at B-class. A-B-class will only have a chance of success if they choose to fuse with the young. Therefore, their blood essence is extremely hard to obtain. Chen Feng nodded. This was a restriction of one's strength. With this, even if some people managed to find out about this ability, they would not be willing to fight a Hillsea beast just to get the blood essence for their children. Moreover, their willingness to charge into the lair of these Hillsea beasts was also a point to consider. From this, it was apparent that those truly capable of obtaining this genetic ability would be limited to the heirs of major organizations or powers. Third is the issue with this God Punisher ability itself. Spirit paused before continuing. After every use, the user will have no energy left in their body. With that, the user will become akin to a lamb waiting for slaughter. Chen Feng wasn't particularly surprised by this. Well, this ability is supposed to be some sort of final trump card anyway. By the time the user was forced to activate this ability, it would already be the moment of life and death. The moment this ability was activated, if the enemy remained, the user himself would be the one who perished. This was something he found acceptable. Moreover, this shouldn't be the reason this ability remained unused even now. If this was all there was to this ability, the users of certain abilities capable of assembling various other abilities would most certainly be able to use this God Punisher ability to great effect. If so, why did this ability remain unused? Well, the fourth point is the actual reason. As God Punisher is an independent ability, it can't be fused with other abilities. Therefore, the moment one learns this ability, one will have to give up a single slot of their abilities. In other words, when others are using 6-star secret arts, your strongest secret art will be a 5-star secret art. You will forever be weaker than others. You will forever be incapable of challenging an enemy at the same level as you. Moreover, despite God Punisher's ability to repeat all used abilities once, it might still fail to kill an enemy at the same level, since the user will be comparatively weaker. As long as the enemy remains alive, even if they have been seriously injured, they will still be able to easily kill the user after the activation of this ability. This ability seems powerful, however, it is in fact an extremely weak ability, Spirit concluded. Therefore, for someone as important as the heir of a major organization, how could such an ability that would render them forever weaker than someone of the same level be appropriate? For them to only be able to strike once. The harsh limitation had caused this seemingly amazing ability to become some rare ability nobody cared about. This was the disadvantage of independent genetic abilities. Its inability to fuse with other abilities. Its inability to become a secret art. Ultimately, such an ability was not something anyone would be fond of. In fact, almost all independent abilities faced such a problem. Since they were incapable of being fused into secret arts, they remained unwelcome. Regardless of how powerful these independent abilities were, could they be stronger than a 6-star secret art? The answer was a resounding no. Therefore, for core members and heirs of major organizations, powerful 6-star secrets arts were what they sought. What if I use myriad illusions together with God Punisher? Chen Feng asked. This could potentially be an extremely good combination, even if others did not have luck aura like Chen Feng, since myriad illusions had so many different abilities contained within. If one used it frequently enough, they would be able to build a history of a huge amount of abilities used before, right? At least a history of 1,000 different abilities? At that time, the user could use God Punisher to unleash all 1,000 minor abilities. Wouldn't that be sufficient to eliminate the enemy? Oh, Spirit gave it some thought before saying, indeed, myriad illusions could be used with this ability in such a manner. However, you must remember that among the huge amount of abilities contained within myriad illusions, 1/10 of them are healing-related abilities. At that, Chen Feng blinked. True, he had neglected this point. Myriad illusions was indeed an extremely magical ability. Unfortunately, this was an extremely unstable ability as well. To top it off, there were those healing abilities contained within. When one unleashed 4 different minor abilities of myriad illusions against one's enemy, a healing ability might be randomly unleashed as well. Therefore, when one used God Punisher to unleash 1,000 of myriad illusions as minor abilities, the result might be damage, damage, heal, damage, damage, heal, and so on. What was the point then? Only if one could instantly kill one's enemy would this be useful. Chen Feng shook his head. That doesn't seem right. If one has other abilities that can be used together, or if one chooses to not use any healing-related abilities at all, coupled with several other abilities similar to myriad illusions, Spirit smiled, you are overestimating the power of myriad illusions. All the abilities that can arise from abilities like myriad illusions are minor abilities. A perfect example is myriad illusions. All the abilities it can unleash are those basic minor abilities. This ability is essentially a useless ability. Don't forget that the only reason this ability works for you is because of you using it in conjunction with your unlimited wind blades and your luck value. Otherwise, this ability would be totally useless. On top of that, your version of myriad illusions is also a mutated version improved by you personally. This is simply an unusable ability for anyone else apart from you. 432, Chapter 432, I heard that this ability matches extremely well with luck aura. Yo, Chapter 432, I heard that this ability matches extremely well with luck aura. Yo, translator, Limostan editor, Tenish. Therefore, for people like this, God Punisher isn't too powerful an ability. For ordinary genetic warriors, there won't be too many different abilities even when they are grouped together. At most, there will be several trump cards being unleashed at the same time. For this reason, they will most certainly not agree to fuse with a genetic ability that will cause them to be forever weaker than their peers. Even you would most probably not agree to such fate. Spirit continued her explanation. Besides that, which major family would be willing to pay a huge price to obtain Hilsey Beast blood essence just to cause the geniuses of their family to be forever weaker than their peers? To become genetic warriors only capable of a single strike? So that's the reason. Finally, Chen Feng understood. God Punisher, this ability that seems so tyrannical, actually had so many limitations. Suddenly, Spirit started talking again. Fifth point. Hold on. Chen Feng was astonished. There's even more? Spirit smiled. Naturally. After some families found out about these flaws, they once tried raising some geniuses good at using the God Punisher ability. However, a new problem cropped up then, which is precisely this fifth point I was about to say. Chen Feng wiped his sweat. Go on then. This ability that seemed so powerful actually possessed so many problems? No wonder this ability remained unwanted. There was a reason for that after all. The fifth point is the way in which the God Punisher releases all those previously used abilities. You are aware that God Punisher will unleash all abilities you have used before. However, a single ability, for example, Wind Blade, will also be released only one time. Therefore, out of the many types of Wind Blades you have previously released, which one would be chosen by God Punisher? From among all the different types of Wind Blades you have released before, a single one will be randomly chosen. Furthermore, the might of that wind blade will be exactly the same as when it had been previously released, Spirit explained seriously. At this point, Chen Feng was already speechless, so this so-called releasing all past used abilities once was truly releasing what he had released in the past. Chen Feng had initially believed that the might of this ability would be adjusted in accordance with his present strength. Spirit shrugged. That is not possible. If it is released in accordance with your present strength, the amount of energy you have will not be sufficient. The basis of the usage of God Punisher is essentially duplicating the abilities you have used before. Chen Feng felt enlightened. So that's the case. No wonder, he had always wondered about the source of energy for the activation of God Punisher. If it was only a pure duplication of what he had used before, it might be justifiable. However, with this, wouldn't this God Punisher be a huge trap for the user? Ever since Chen Feng had learned Wind Blade, how many different Wind Blades had he released? So many, it was countless. What if the duplicated Wind Blade was the one when he had first learned Wind Blade, when he had been F-class? This single flaw was sufficient to cause this amazing-sounding ability to drop greatly in desirability. Such a useless ability caused Chen Feng's heart to ache at the mere sight of it. Therefore, it could be concluded that God Punisher's limitations were too great, and the range of attacks was too huge as well. However, if it was used together with luck value, Chen Feng was intrigued. With the assistance of luck value, he would be able to maximize the output of God Punisher. He would truly reach a point where the activation of God Punisher would be equivalent to a destruction so great not even a blade of grass was left alive. Randomness? Whatever was used by Chen Feng would most definitely be the strongest. However, there was still a different issue to address. Among the numerous abilities of Myriad Illusions, Chen Feng had once used healing abilities as well. You don't have to worry about that, Spirit stated. You have not used them that much anyway. Moreover, you are the only one capable of maximizing the effectiveness of this ability. The release of God Punisher's abilities is instantaneous anyway. When you use God Punisher, it would be rather suitable to use luck value with it. With only one luck value, you can choose to first use the healing abilities on your enemy, or you can use debuff abilities such as enhancing damage received, enhancing curses received, and so on before erupting with all the damage-dealing abilities instantly. Naturally, you can also choose to use healing abilities toward the end. By that time, your enemy would be dead already anyway, so it won't matter. With luck value, you can regulate the release of the abilities. By the time Spirit finished the explanation, Chen Feng was already tempted, so God Punisher could be used in such a manner. Based on Chen Feng's past gaming experiences, this would be equivalent to first spamming debuff abilities toward a boss before insta-killing the boss with burst abilities. With this, the damage dealt would most definitely be off the charts. An extremely powerful combo. I am also capable of giving you some suggestions. The hands of Spirit flickered with light. The amount of abilities contained in your version of Myriad Illusions is much higher than in others' Myriad Illusions. With luck value, you can first unleash all the abilities that counter your opponents, including those minor abilities that normally wouldn't be used. With this, you will have an extremely huge amount of basic damage-dealing abilities. Moreover, the combination of Myriad Illusions and Wind Blades is equivalent to creating countless never-before-seen 2-star secret arts. Their combination with energy equipment is equivalent to all sorts of 3-star secret arts, and so on. With this, by the time you are done activating the various combinations at least once to build up your history of used abilities, when God Punisher is activated, it will most definitely be incredibly astonishing. Slowly, Spirit finished the explanation. Chen Feng was already filled with eagerness. Wow, even thinking about this is sufficient to cause my heart to jump. A huge amount of 1-star abilities, 2-star secret arts, and 3-star secret arts, if all these were blasted toward an opponent, anyone could be insta-killed easily, a classes included. Chen Feng was already extremely eager to give it a try. His only regret was the fact that his nether gaze couldn't be used together. Otherwise, Spirit chuckled, otherwise you would be finished. God Punisher is, after all, a mere trump card. If all the abilities you have in your repertoire are used to construct this trump card, you will truly transform into trash capable of only a single strike. Don't forget that nether gaze is already one of the strongest abilities your God Punisher will be able to release. Instantly, Chen Feng became speechless. Isn't that right? A trump card is still a trump card after all. With this explanation by Spirit, Chen Feng's goal became clear. God Punisher, he had to obtain this ability. Suddenly, Chen Feng thought of something. What if the enemies are high in amount? It was rather impossible for him to have only a single enemy. If the enemies were great in amount, the effect of God Punisher might be weakened. Spirit winked. Among your abilities, you have quite a number of area of effect abilities, right? Instantly, Chen Feng was relieved. True, despite the great limitation of God Punisher where the user would exhaust all his energy after using it, who said that God Punisher had to be a single target attack. With the methods available to Chen Feng, he would be able to create a huge amount of area of effect abilities. At that time, with an activation of God Punisher, bang, everything would perish. Give me the coordinates, location, and strength of Hilsey beasts. Chen Feng had a resolute gaze. Don't forget to give me the formula for this gene reagent as well. Alright, shortly afterward, the coordinates were obtained. Not much luck value had been consumed for this. However, what caused Chen Feng's heart to ache was the formula for the gene reagent. To obtain it, 3,888 luck value was required. Chen Feng, based on the recovery rate of 24 luck value per day, he would require 162 days to replenish this. Instantly, his expression darkened. Presently, he only had around 900 luck value on hand. If he truly wanted to wait for his luck value to be sufficient, it would be too late. He only had a single week for this. After 1 week, the Star City battle would begin and calamity would descend. Chen Feng could remember clearly how a countless amount of people he knew would perish during that event. He would not permit something like that to happen. He had to become stronger. If so, only one method was left for him. Spirit, list out the powers that have this formula. Alright, 433, Chapter 433, Wild Saint, Chapter 433, Wild Saint Translator, Lemostin Editor, Tennis Schwa. Light swirled around. With the assistance of Spirit, Luck Aura was now more than 100-fold more powerful than it had been. With 10 luck value, Chen Feng was able to obtain the information he wanted. Name of organization, Wild Saint location, Seawood City characteristic, family scale, the strongest family in Seawood City. This is a powerful family nearly capable of contending against the local Seawood City branch of the Genetic Union. They are a well-known local magnate. As they are extremely loved by the local population there, even the Genetic Union has never bothered with them, allowing them uninterrupted growth. Strength Analyze, 5A class warriors, a number of B class warriors, WA. Chen Feng felt like, after his Luck Aura's upgrade, he had obtained an administrative assistant. Using 10 luck value, Spirit was able to obtain the data and combat power of this power called Wild Saint. Chen Feng was extremely satisfied with this result. As for the strength of this power, with their 5A class warriors, regardless of where they went, they could be considered a top-notch power. Granted, this was still extremely weak compared to the entire Genetic Union. However, since they had no plans to war with the Genetic Union and were merely growing their family in peace, who would actually do anything to them? As long as they did not do something like the Qin family had and collude with the mysterious organization, or do something like organized terrorist attacks, nobody could do anything to them. A family, huh? Chen Feng pondered. The cohesion of a power that was made up of a single family was extremely high. Basically, this was one of the powers where if you killed a minor character in their family, someone higher up the ranks from the family would appear. If you killed that one, someone even higher up the ranks would appear, and so on. If one wanted to take something from them, one had to exercise extreme caution. 5 A-class warriors, Chen Feng started analyzing the available information. The strength of Wild Saint was much greater than he had imagined. With his present combat power, he could only combat a peak B-class warrior head-on. He stood no chance against an A-class warrior, let alone 5 of them. Therefore, if he wanted to take something from them, he would require the help of the barbarians. But then, the size of the barbarians? Do I really need to launch a full-scale invasion against them? Chen Feng sighed. If he truly deployed the barbarians, the Genetic Union would most probably get involved as well. At that time, things would truly be troublesome. This might very well develop into a war of two species. The barbarian race was still too weak. As such, Chen Feng did not intend to expose them prematurely. That wouldn't work. Frowning, Chen Feng pondered without stop. It would seem like he could only sneak in and steal from them then. With Luck Aura and his present strength, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to steal this formula secretly. As long as the luck value consumption did not exceed 1,000, he found that acceptable. Fine, I will do it this way then. Spirit, give me the success rate of this. Presently, Chen Feng was totally treating Spirit like a multi-purpose secretary. Spirit nodded. All right. She merely paused slightly before opening her mouth meekly. Before that, I have a question I don't know if I should ask you. Chen Feng looked at her. What is it? Oh, a conflicted expression appeared on Spirit's face. Why must you steal from them? Since this family has existed for so many years without being eliminated by the Genetic Union, they are clearly a power that abides by the law and has a proper level of strength. If so, wouldn't it be easier for you to obtain this seemingly worthless formula using other methods? For example, by trading with them? Spirit proposed carefully. Suddenly, the scene sunk into silence. Chen Feng's expression darkened. I actually forgot that this option exists. Trade. Instantly, Chen Feng felt somewhat helpless. He had to have been polluted by the mysterious organization for him to forget such a regular method of obtaining something he wanted. Who was Chen Feng? A gene producer. Moreover, he was an extremely amazing producer. He also possessed management-level authority in the Gene Production Association and had a good relationship with Ho Liang. To top all of that off, he had brought numerous great contributions to the genetic union as well. Wouldn't it be an extremely simple matter if he wanted to do something legitimately? Oh, this is merely my suggestion, Spirit stated hurriedly. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. I have been neglectful. I have indeed been too anxious, huh? Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Regardless of how much of a rush he was in, 1 or 2 days wouldn't make much difference anyway. If he was able to deal with this matter within a day or two by trading for this formula, it would be for the best. As for dirtying his own hands, he would figure it out when it actually came to that. Would luck aura help increase the odds of success for the trade? Chen Feng praised Spirit. Not bad. Spirit's face was filled with joy at this. Hee hee. Now then, time to meet this wild saint family, Chen Feng stated calmly. Shua. Chen Feng rushed over to the provided address. As for those barbarians, Chen Feng ordered them back to their tribe to develop their tribe as they see fit. If possible, they should nurture the next generation of barbarians as soon as possible. Naturally, the brainwashing course could never be excluded. He was hopeful that by the time their true enemy's army appeared, the barbarians would have progressed to an acceptable degree as well. Shua! Shua! It was still raining without stop, and the ground was becoming even darker. Seawood City was a city floating above an ocean. The black rain did not seem to have that huge an effect on them, as the black raindrops would water down after dropping into the ocean. If this rain hoped to darken the entire ocean, it would probably require several thousands of years. As for the interiors of the city, after receiving the announcement by the Genetic Union, all the denizens of this city had worked together to gather the rainwater and pour it all out into the sea. Perhaps this was a place where the devil spirits couldn't rise at all. It was rumored that these days, a lot of people had moved here to this city from other places. These people were all planning to settle down and develop a life here in this city. After being a low-profile city for so many years, finally, glory seemed to have arrived for Seawood City. The fall of the Black Rain was common knowledge, since it was clear for all to see. Hence, almost all powers were trying their utmost to increase their combat power. As for those rogues that were not part of any powers, they had decided that this was the time for them to join one as well. Wild Saint, being the strongest family in Seawood City, most certainly wished to grasp this chance. As such, they had started a furious recruitment drive. Beyond their expectations, a unique individual was attracted to them today. Excellent producer Chen Feng. Due to Chen Feng's unique identity, his arrival alarmed even the top experts of Wild Saint. They all came out to receive Chen Feng personally. From this, it was apparent how unique Chen Feng's identity was. Chen Feng's proposal for a trade was met warmly as well. After figuring out that this formula was worthless to their family, they agreed to Chen Feng's trade. This caused Chen Feng to lament the smooth progress of this trade. If he had known this would be so easy, what had been the point of even thinking of robbing them? Just look at how easy was it to do things this way instead. After completing the procedures, the trade was about to be completed speedily. Unexpectedly, when the trade was about to be completed, it was abruptly disrupted. Their patriarch had appeared suddenly to reject this trade. Chen Feng could not understand. Why? The price he was offering was nearly 2 times higher than the market price. The patriarch was somewhat embarrassed. I'm sorry, my underlings have been somewhat impudent. I will give you an explanation. Before that, though, I need to know if you are here representing yourself or the organization. If you are representing the organization, I will require proof of that. If you are here on behalf of yourself, I hope to be able to refuse this trade. We don't need money. As the world is rapidly changing, the value of money is no longer as important. Even if the formula for God Punisher is worthless to us, we still hope to trade it for something more valuable. What can your esteemed self offer us in this trade? 434, Chapter 434, I Want You, Chapter 434, I Want You Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish What to Offer. Chen Feng pondered and noted that he truly couldn't offer anything much. He indeed had a lot of money. However, he couldn't do anything with that since they did not want it. Moreover, what spiked Chen Feng's curiosity was the fact that something like the God Punisher formula required interference from their patriarch. Chen Feng frowned. What do you want? He did not have much time left and was not willing to waste them on some pointless dispute. He was truly unhappy with how they had raised the initial price on the spot, but then, if he could settle this without hiccups, he wouldn't be too bothered. The patriarch smiled proudly. I want you. Chen Feng was shocked. What? Please don't misunderstand. Only now did the patriarch start explaining exactly what he wanted. The most important resource now is human resources. I hope you can join us. You can continue being a member of the Gene Production Association, yet at the same time, you will also become a member of us, Wild Saint. Finally, Chen Feng understood. Join you guys? They were totally raising the price here. If he had been anyone else, they would have sold this formula long ago. After all, regardless of how much money depreciated, it was still something usable. But with Chen Feng, the excellent producer here, he himself was much more valuable than money. If they could make Chen Feng join them, the strength of Wild Saint would most definitely increase dramatically. Chen Feng looked at them. Whose idea was this? Mine, the patriarch stated calmly. Chen Feng stared at him, his eyes sharp. Do you believe that you can restrict me by using a mere formula? The patriarch appeared calm and collected. Is it truly a mere formula? Once upon a time, God Punisher was an extremely valuable formula. A lot of major families had copies of it. However, due to how unique this gene was, everyone lost interest in it. As time passed, this formula almost went extinct. Now, only our family still has a formula that has been preserved in good condition. You can't find this formula anywhere else. I can simply choose to not use this formula, Chen Feng stated indifferently. No, you won't. The patriarch smiled and continued. God Punisher is different from other formulas. This is a formula that people rarely need. However, the moment one needs it, it signifies that this formula is extremely useful for that person. For this formula to make someone with your identity come here to our place, it shows how important this formula is to you. Let me guess, is this something required by one of your companions? Or perhaps this is something you require to break through the bottleneck of your master producer? The patriarch was extremely intelligent. With a single glance, he had figured out how urgently Chen Feng required this formula. He also had a rather deep understanding of this God Punisher formula. The moment someone actually required a unique formula like this, that signified that the other abilities of that person had an extreme affinity with this ability, under such a circumstance, would that person truly give up? This was a chance for them at Wild Saint, an extremely exquisite opportunity. He had to hook Chen Feng with this bait. Chen Feng shrugged. Fine. Despite the difference between his situation and what the patriarch had described, it was still true that he urgently needed this thing. Then, what do I need to do after joining you guys? Chen Feng asked. Provide the gene reagents we require on a monthly basis. We are aware of the quality of your production. As such, we are confident that you will definitely be able to satisfy our requirements, the patriarch stated humbly. Chen Feng, producing gene reagents for an entire huge family? If so, he would most likely be trapped here slaving away for this family. This patriarch was truly thinking of trapping Chen Feng here forever. Although your life would be somewhat busy, we will also provide you excellent treatment. The patriarch was extremely confident. He knew a lot of gene producers and was aware that an absolute majority of them were rather extreme in their actions. To achieve their goals, they would be willing to give up a lot of things so that they could become stronger, so that they could break through. To a certain extent, a gene producer was rather similar to a fanatical scientist. Regardless of how ineffective the God Punisher ability was, regardless of how many people there were that looked down on this ability, it was still something of quality. It was still a rare high-level formula, an ancient formula that was almost extinct. Since this excellent producer Chen Feng required this formula, it certainly had to be invaluable as far as Chen Feng was concerned. Chen Feng raised his brows. What if I disagree? The patriarch sighed. If so, I'm afraid this valuable formula will remain a missed opportunity for you. I recall that your family is involved in a joint project with a certain company and is allowed to select a single formula as you wish. This formula seems to also be part of the formulas available to be selected. Chen Feng was looking at the information newly obtained by Spirit. The patriarch nodded. That's right, therefore earlier I tore up the contract. I am willing to compensate them the penalty for breaking the contract. Chen Feng chuckled. What a flawless method of doing things. To obtain you, all this is worth it, the patriarch stated with a sonorous voice. Chen Feng smiled, but then his gaze became cold and detached. This patriarch was indeed an intelligent person. From a single request from Chen Feng to obtain the God Punisher, he was able to deduce so many things. Furthermore, he had even prepared thoroughly to make use of Chen Feng's request. Chen Feng laughed in a self-mocking manner. Seems like I shouldn't have come alone after all. If he had let someone else handle this on his behalf, things might have been handled more easily. With him rushing over here personally, things had instead become troublesome. The patriarch looked at Chen Feng calmly. I am aware that you might be upset because of this. Therefore, let me introduce myself. Although I am the patriarch of Wild Saint, we also have a close relationship with the Genetic Union. A lot of us are part of the Genetic Union and Gene Production Association, and they greatly revere your esteemed self. Furthermore, we have also contributed greatly to Seawood City. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Are you threatening me? The patriarch smiled. No, I am merely afraid that you will kill me in a fit of anger. After all, despite you being a B-class warrior, there are a lot of rumors floating around about your past feats. The legendary feats of Chen Feng were things they had definitely heard of before. Other B-class warriors might not be able to slay A-class warriors, but this was possible for Chen Feng. Even if he was merely B-class now, one could never look down on a master producer. It was precisely due to this that the patriarch had chosen to honestly inform Chen Feng of his position. He had never conducted any illegal activities. As such, Chen Feng did not have any rights to do anything to him legally. This was not a world where things were either black or white. This patriarch was not some villain. He had merely rejected the trade, that was all. Despite Chen Feng being upset, he couldn't do anything about it. He could either join them or leave. Alternatively, if Chen Feng truly wanted to be a villain, he could choose to slaughter the entire family and the patriarch. As they had never conducted any illegal activities, Chen Feng would be criticized by the masses and be hunted by the genetic union. This patriarch's plan was truly meticulous. In the upcoming chaotic era, people like this would definitely be capable of surviving longer than others. Unfortunately, he had angered Chen Feng. Chen Feng had a lot of things he needed to do. Therefore, it was simply impossible for him to become a part of Seawood City. He was also not one of those fanatical producers willing to sacrifice everything. On top of that, he was not someone that would submit to threats. Chen Feng merely glanced at them in a detached manner. You guys indeed have the right to do this. However, you guys seem to have forgotten that I have the authority to do much more. 435, Chapter 435, Open Conspiracy, Can It Be Eaten? Chapter 435, Open Conspiracy, Can It Be Eaten? Translator, Lemostan Editor, Tenish at the Wild Saint family, Chen Feng had just left. Patriarch, isn't it somewhat improper for us to do this? Some of them were still rather anxious. After all, Chen Feng was still an excellent producer. Even if they did not get themselves into his good books, there was no need to offend him, right? To force Chen Feng away like that and saying those words to him, this left a shadow in their hearts. The Patriarch shook his head. What are you worried about? Our present oppression of him is only to make him compromise with us. For him to act this way, I instead feel relieved. Since he even uttered those words, this signifies that he truly requires this formula. In the end, he is still an excellent producer of the Gene Production Association and will need to abide by the laws. What are you afraid of? Only at this did everyone else feel relieved. True, at times, a gentleman was much easier to handle than a shameless person. Chen Feng was indeed someone with a huge reputation and high prestige. However, with his background, he was destined to be unable to do anything immoral or illegal. If an excellent producer decided to start killing others and robbing their formulas, the genetic union would most definitely get involved. On top of that, the Gene Production Association would not allow him to do as he pleased. I know too well the stubbornness of these gene producers. The Patriarch's gaze appeared profound as he said, as long as he wishes for this formula, he will most certainly compromise with us. This is an opportunity for our family. I will not pull any secretive plots. Instead, I will conspire openly. Only at this did the rest of them understand his intentions. This guy was indeed worthy of being their Lord Patriarch. Their Lord Patriarch was indeed capable of seeing much further ahead than them. To conspire openly was indeed a much better choice than to plot secretly. Everyone started admiring their Lord Patriarch unendingly. Unknown to them, while they were all cheering, Chen Feng was thinking of them as a bunch of idiots. Conspire openly? These guys had been thinking way too much, Chen Feng sighed. It seems like this Patriarch has been at his position for way too long and is already used to conspiring in all matters. Why did he need to change a good trade into something like this? What are you intending to do? At this moment, Spirit was already analyzing the combat power of the Wild Saint family. Based on Chen Feng's character, a huge battle would most definitely happen. Even if Chen Feng couldn't defeat an A-class warrior head-on, he still had a lot of other methods to exterminate the entire Wild Saint family. Chen Feng glanced at her. Don't be so violent. Do I look like a robber to you? Instantly, Spirit blanked and was speechless. Was that not true? Even trading had been something she had proposed to him. Hadn't the first thought of this master of hers, before even considering other options, been to rob? Chen Feng shook his head. Calamity is coming. How can I kill wantonly? Spirit merely looked at her master silently. Let me think. Suddenly, Chen Feng asked, The price we offered previously is already extremely high, right? These days, he had earned quite a huge sum of money from his shop. Spirit nodded. Yes. Based on the data of the marketplace, even the hottest ancient formula is only at this price. The price you offered is already extremely high. To ensure a speedy completion of the trade, Chen Feng had indeed offered out his hard-earned savings. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Very good. Their family does not want the money. However, there will be someone out there who wants the money. Conspire openly? Let me teach him what it means to conspire openly. Chen Feng sneered. Soon, using his own name, Chen Feng released an announcement. I am in the midst of breaking through my master producer bottleneck and require a God Punisher gene reagent. My trade with the Wild Saint family failed to materialize. Therefore, I am hereby seeking the incomplete versions of this formula from the major families worldwide. The reward is, bang. At this, the entire world went into an uproar. Despite Chen Feng's rather ordinary strength, his unique identity as a master producer, excellent producer, and so on, coupled with his extremely high popularity and the aid of his luck aura, meant his words attracted the attention of numerous people. Moreover, he had indeed offered an astonishing high reward. He is already breaking through into master producer? Goodness gracious, such a young master producer. He is breaking records. The reward being offered is rather astonishing. With such a huge price for that trash God Punisher formula, the Wild Saint family actually rejected the trade. I'm not too clear about this. This God Punisher formula should be rather common, right? I have no idea. However, if it's only available at the Wild Saint family, they will truly be in trouble now. Why? Why else? Countless people sneered. When the Wild Saint Patriarch found out about this, his entire body felt cold. It was over. Lunatic, this lunatic, the Patriarch cursed in a flustered and exasperated manner. He had never expected that an excellent producer would actually do something like this. Wasn't this an act of luring the assassins and thieves worldwide toward their family? The Patriarch was furious. I am going to sue him. I want the genetic union to capture him. However, his underling meekly stated, he is only offering a high price to purchase the formula. That's all. Instantly, the Patriarch appeared to be at a loss. This was what caused him to be furious. If Chen Feng had truly issued some secret assassination mission or something similar, he would most certainly have found out about it. After all, in this world, no secrets could be hidden perfectly. Unfortunately, this guy was presently merely purchasing the formula in an overly grandiose manner while also announcing that his trade with their family had failed. Wasn't this an act of telling everyone the Wild Saint family had a copy of that formula? Wasn't this him telling those people to come rob the Wild Saint family? Indeed, Chen Feng did not need to make any moves himself. However, this announcement of his instead pushed the Wild Saint family to damnation. They were indeed rather powerful. With 5 A-class warriors in their family, they could crush all other powers locally. However, when compared with the elite assassins and thieves of the entire world, even if only A-class warriors were attracted, could they truly defend against these people? These people were unlike Chen Feng, who had various misgivings. They would act maliciously, and for them, the slaughter of an entire family was something extremely normal. The mere thought of this caused the Patriarch to shudder. What a trap now! He was incomparably regretful. How stupid had he been to attempt to threaten Chen Feng? All his underling were looking at him anxiously. Patriarch. Perhaps things are not as bad as we think? The Patriarch was still deluding himself. However, only a single hour was required to let him know the truth of things. Patriarch, the entirety of our monitoring system has collapsed. Patriarch, there are a lot of traces of our data storage being duplicated. Someone might have hacked and copied all our information. Patriarch, a hidden webcam has been discovered in your wife's bedroom. Patriarch, the sales of tickets for transportation to Seawood City has spiked. Patriarch, 6 chickens went missing from our backyard. Scram, the Patriarch howled. He was nearly bursting with rage. Why were they even reporting about the chickens going missing? The underling felt wronged. You are the one who told us to report the loss of even a single needle. Those chickens were all imported from the East and are your favorite chickens. Regardless of their appearance or the quality of their meat, they are the best. The Patriarch inhaled deeply to calm himself down before saying, Fine, got it. Anything else to report? Tunnels have been discovered under our family residence, the underling reported. What? Instantly, the Patriarch's eyes widened. Underground tunnels? 4436, Chapter 436, Family Secret and such Chapter 436, Family Secret and such translator, Lemostan editor, Tenesh. The underling smiled bitterly. Yes, we have already captured the culprit. It was our ex-butler. It is said that after he heard about this, he tattooed his entire body with the blueprints of our estate and planned to dig a tunnel in here to steal the God Punisher formula. Why? The Patriarch was so angry his entire body started trembling. Have you managed to interrogate anything out of him? The Patriarch felt powerless. Oh. Based on the clues we investigated, when he was looking for people to dig the tunnel, he once said that an ordinary person would never be able to enter the Wild Saint family, apart from him, since the blueprints were all designed by him. The underling felt helpless as he said this. This is so infuriating. The Patriarch almost fainted from the anger. Back then, this butler had indeed been involved in the design of the blueprints for their estate. Even this old butler had been tempted by Chen Feng's offer, let alone others. The reward offered by Chen Feng was truly too astonishing. That was the only reason for all this. As for God Punisher, it was instead too worthless in comparison. If it wasn't for Chen Feng wanting this formula would most probably be incomparable even with those 3-star formulas. How did you guys discover him? The Patriarch asked. If this old butler was truly the one who had looked for someone to dig the tunnel and had reached the point where he even had the entire blueprint tattooed to his body, he should have been able to avoid the locations that would be discovered. If so, how had these ordinary guards discovered him? Oh. At this question, the underlings sunk into silence. The sharp Patriarch was able to sense that there was some trick at work here. Say it. This is what happened. The underling paused before carefully continuing. It is indeed true that this was planned by the old butler. However, when he had almost reached his destination, an entirely different tunnel somewhere caused a huge collapse in the ground. That is how we found out about this, and we captured him as a result. The Patriarch was horrified. There's already an entirely different tunnel down there? Whose work was it? Where does the tunnel lead? When had their family been penetrated to such an extent? Was this the work of other local powers in this city that were planning to make a move against them? The underling appeared somewhat distracted. It leads to the inner layer of your wife's wardrobe. Why? The Patriarch was stupefied. The inner layer of his wife's wardrobe? Why was he not aware of this? Hold on, why was there even an inner layer in his wife's wardrobe? Hold on. Suddenly, the Patriarch felt like this was something entirely different. As for the underling, he had already shut his mouth, no longer daring to say anything. Instantly, the mood there became somewhat awkward. The patriarch remained silent for a very long time. He sighed deeply. Have I been wrong? He had never expected his confrontation with Chen Feng to bear this kind of fruit. This guy was merely a young genius, a fellow who had only become popular due to his gene productions. Unexpectedly, this guy was capable of such ploys as well. Perhaps it's truly time for me to move on from the position of patriarch. The patriarch sighed. Perhaps he was truly too old now and was no longer capable of keeping up with this new era. Contact Chen Feng, suddenly, the patriarch said. I will sell the God Punisher formula to him. As his sight landed outside the window, he saw the budding sprouts that had just broken out of the soil. Along with the birth of the green newborn vegetation, a vigorous vitality was brought upon this world, seemingly signifying the glory of a new generation. The underling nodded. All right. As the patriarch continued observing the soil outside the court, the sight of the vegetation dying and becoming colorless due to the unending black rain could be seen. That night, Chen Feng appeared there once again. Different from last time, when he appeared this time, without a trace of politeness, he occupied their main seat immediately. Despite this, those of the Wild Saint family could only stand by the side, smiling. In a short few hours, they seemed to have experienced the greatest rise and fall a human could experience. This was merely restricted to the pressure they felt from the locals here at Seawood City. Without a doubt, all they had encountered was merely the doings of those who had already been here in the city. By the time those true experts from outside the city arrived, it was probable that the entire Wild Saint family would end up flattened. This was a risk they could not afford to take. I'm sorry, the patriarch apologized politely. He had been rather decisive when he had plotted against Chen Feng. Now that he had been defeated, he admitted his mistake in a decisive manner as well, conducting his affairs in an open and direct manner, not dragging the affair on and on. The patriarch demonstrated the highest degree of sincerity he could. This is the God Punisher formula. Please take it. Chen Feng merely smiled toyingly. Oh? However, I am no longer interested in this. Ah? All the Wind Saint family members were stupefied. No longer interested? The patriarch nearly cried out then and there. Bro, please don't toy with us like this. We can reduce the price, the patriarch stated with an aching heart. Chen Feng looked at him. Oh, half price, the patriarch stated as he clenched his teeth. Chen Feng merely stared at him calmly. The patriarch's heart ached. 1/5 of the price? As for Chen Feng, he still maintained his calm expression. 1/10 of the price? The patriarch was on the verge of crying. Chen Feng wasn't even bothered. The patriarch was on the verge of collapse. Finally, he clenched his teeth and said, We have always maintained a good relationship with the Gene Production Association. In view of that, we will gift you this formula. The expressions of the rest of the Wild Saint family changed greatly. Patriarch, gift. If they were to sell it at even 1/10 of Chen Feng's original offer, it would still be an extremely high price. Chen Feng looked at him in amazement. Gift? You won't regret it? The patriarch had a rather unsightly complexion as he said, No regrets. The Wild Saint family members exchanged glances. Their patriarch was so incredibly decisive. From his initial plot against Chen Feng until his surrender, he truly had been incredibly decisive. It had reached a point where he nearly surrendered his underpants himself. Since Chen Feng required this thing to the point of doing such a thing, wasn't Chen Feng afraid that the God Punisher formula would be ruined in the process? Chen Feng shouldn't be too extreme, right? If so, why not try to obtain some benefits from Chen Feng then? These were the thoughts of all the Wild Saint family members. Unknown to them, their patriarch had known long ago that if they tried threatening Chen Feng one more time with the destruction of the God Punisher formula, the entire Wild Saint family would be over. He no longer dared to threaten Chen Feng. Moreover, even if their threat was successful, to sell the formula for a good price, if Chen Feng insisted on not canceling his offered reward, he was aware that those from the Gene Production Association were rich. However, those as rich as Chen Feng were extremely rare. Presently, he was completely at Chen Feng's mercy. This was also the first time he had witnessed a person as merciless as Chen Feng. Chen Feng beamed as he looked at the patriarch. You are very smart. As for the patriarch, he was wiping the cold sweat that had formed on his forehead. Suddenly, Chen Feng started radiating justice. However, this trade is too unfair for you guys. No, this is absolutely fair, the patriarch swore earnestly. The mere fact that you have taken a liking to this formula of ours, for this formula to be able to contribute toward humanity, this in itself is already a fair trade for us. Chen Feng was all smiles as he looked at the patriarch. Is that so? The patriarch nearly vowed then and there that he truly thought that this was fair. Absolutely. Fine then. Chen Feng smiled. Don't worry. I will trade with the original price I offered you. I do not lack money. What I should give you, I will give. However, I still have something I need your help with. Please state it, the patriarch replied. 437, Chapter 437, Preparation time will be somewhat longer. Chapter 437, Preparation time will be somewhat longer. Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish. I heard that you, Patriarch, are a late-stage A-class warrior with a very powerful trump card? Chen Feng asked curiously. This was information uncovered by Spirit when she had been preparing for battle. The Patriarch nodded. Yes. Absolute defense? Chen Feng asked, smiling. The patriarch wiped his cold sweat. Yes. Everyone else felt ice cold as well. Indeed, even the deepest secret of their wild saint family had already been discovered. This Chen Feng was an excellent producer on the surface, but deep inside he was an absolute lunatic. If he hadn't been preparing to make a move against them, how would he have found out about all this? This guy, suddenly, they felt like their patriarch's decision to surrender was incredibly wise. Absolute defense was a powerful trump card of their patriarch. Different from those single abilities, this was a powerful 6-star secret art. Name: Absolute Defense Effect, guaranteed defense against a single attack. Cooldown period: 1 day. This was a secret art so powerful it was like a bug in a code. This was because the single attack mentioned here was any single attack in the truest sense. Even a full-strength attack from a peak, a class, could be blocked. Regardless of how strong or damaging the attack was, Absolute Defense was capable of guaranteeing its defense against a single attack. This was a godlike ability with a nearly heaven-defying defense. Naturally, no ability in this world was perfect. For such a powerful ability, it had a rather fatal weakness as well. It was only able to defend against a single attack. If the enemy decided to launch 2 separate attacks with a gap in between them, Absolute Defense would only be able to block the first attack. Therefore, when facing those trump cards or abilities capable of double releases, Absolute Defense wasn't particularly impressive. This was also the reason for the several serious injuries this patriarch had received in the past. Ultimately, this godlike skill had this flaw. What are you planning to do? The patriarch probed cautiously. Chen Feng pondered. I have an ability I have just learned. I am planning to test the strength of this ability. Unfortunately, I am afraid that I will accidentally hurt someone as a result. Therefore, when I thought about it, you are the only one fitting to test my ability. The patriarch was dumbfounded. Ah, using me as target practice? You can say that. Chen Feng gave it some thought. I only need to test how strong the attack is. I do not want to hurt anyone. Coincidentally, your absolute defense is capable of blocking any single attack unconditionally, right? The patriarch breathed out in relief. Only this request? I agree to your request. Chen Feng nodded. This ability of mine does not have any other flaws. The only flaw is the preparation time being somewhat long. You need to be prepared for that. Naturally, this will also give you adequate time to prepare your absolute defense. The patriarch nodded. No problem. With that, this unique trade was complete. After receiving the God Punisher formula and having Spirit vet the formula, Chen Feng canceled his issued reward to the public. Moreover, he also announced that an agreement had been reached with the Wild Saint family and he had already obtained the formula. With this, the Wild Saint family and the formula became worthless. As such, nobody bothered making a move against them anymore. Besides that, Chen Feng had also given a huge amount of money to the Wild Saint family. Naturally, as part of the terms of the trade, the patriarch would be required to receive a single attack from Chen Feng. This seemed to be a rather simple requirement. However, despite Chen Feng's notification in advance, the patriarch had never expected that this ability of Chen Feng's would require such a long activation time. At the Wild Saint family, a group of people was watching on. In the middle of them all were Chen Feng and that patriarch. Both were facing each other, and all around them were bored members of the Wild Saint family. Some of them were already seated on some stools while eating sunflower seeds. How long has it been? Around 1 hour, I guess? What damnable ability is this? Is this some spell? What spell requires an hour of chanting? With such a long activation time, let alone a mage, even a professional prostitute would already be mute from all the screaming, right? Wow, how do you even know about this? Oh, I saw it on some TV show before. Wow, you sure have a lot of channels at your home. The entire group watched on with bored expressions. As for the patriarch, he was nearly bored to death. He had been maintaining his ready state to activate his absolute defense. However, it was truly unexpected that Chen Feng had taken 1 whole hour, yet there was still nothing to show for it. The patriarch sighed. How much longer will this take? No idea. Chen Feng felt helpless as well. The longer the preparation time, the stronger Nethergaze would be. Naturally, there should be a limit to this strength as well. This limit was what Chen Feng was trying to find. He was trying to unleash the strongest attack the present him was capable of unleashing. In the future, when he used the God Punisher ability, the attack he unleashed this time would naturally be one of the abilities included in the release. With this, the strength of his God Punisher ability would be unimaginably powerful. This would be his actual trump card. Hence, it was extremely important for him to release this attack this one time. He had to first figure out the limit of his Nethergaze, to see what the strongest attack he could launch was. Thereupon, another hour passed. Chen Feng was still facing the patriarch. 2 hours later, they were still looking at each other tenderly. As for the audience around them, they were already so bored they had started yawning and going to bed. The patriarch sighed deeply. Are you done? He was now wondering if this Chen Feng was some idiot. Not yet. Chen Feng was extremely helpless. Can you notify me when you're done? The patriarch was already thinking of making himself busy with some other matters. Chen Feng sighed. The attack will be instantly launched the moment it's done. When that happens, if you are not here to receive the attack, I guess your entire Wild Saint family will be destroyed instead. Furthermore, without you in my field of vision, I won't be able to continue preparing this attack. If so, notify me when you are coming out. All right. Patriarch, this dialogue felt somewhat odd. Time continued passing calmly and slowly. After 2 more hours, the Patriarch got his underlings to move a TV out here and started watching TV shows. After 3 hours, the Patriarch got his underlings to move his bed out here and directly plop down on the bed to sleep. The next day, when the Patriarch was so bored he nearly got his underlings to bring him some video games, finally, Chen Feng said, I think it's almost done. The Patriarch's heart jolted. Here it comes. Finally, it was here. That super powerful attack that Chen Feng had been preparing for 1 whole day, Shua. His expression became solemn. Even though Chen Feng was only B-class, his strength, on the other hand, was so powerful it had always remained a legend. This attack he had taken an entire day to prepare would most definitely not be a simple attack. Absolute defense. Activate. Light started swirling around the wild Saint Patriarch. Chen Feng could feel himself reaching the limit. It's coming. That formidable power had been gathering in his body for so long, and finally, he was no longer capable of controlling it. It was ready to be shot out. Chen Feng's heart trembled. Here it comes. Bang. Finally, the terrifying radiance shot out. Space trembled. At this moment, even the dusky sky became white. The entire Seawood City trembled and countless people focused their gaze toward the Wild Saint family's location. Such a terrifying power. Which peak a class was making a move there? Or perhaps someone surpassing a class? At this moment, the Wild Saint family became the focus of everyone. 438, Chapter 438, Other Shore Mountain, Chapter 438, Other Shore Mountain Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish. At this moment, the Patriarch opposite Chen Feng finally understood the reason this attack had required such a long activation time. That was because this power was simply too frightening. In a single instant, the mere aura of that attack alone was sufficient to cause him to nearly collapse. This power was too terrifying. He could clearly see that dazzling radiance enlarging in front of him and heading toward his face. If it wasn't for his activated absolute defense, he would most certainly have turned around and fled for his life. Oh, with the speed of this attack, he wouldn't be able to flee anyway. It reached a point where, for the very first time in his life, he wondered if absolute defense could even block an attack at this level. He truly had no idea. Bang! Finally, the power of Nethergaze collided with absolute defense. The terrifying force engulfed their surroundings, and the sky itself was nearly ripped apart then and there. Above them, the dark sky that had been raining black raindrops without stop, at this moment, transformed into a clear sky. So terrifying, the rest of the people there almost lost their voice from the fright. So, this was Chen Feng's strongest attack? Even though the activation required an entire day, what if Chen Feng decided to launch it at someone other than their Patriarch? The mere thought caused them to shiver in fear. How could they hope to defend against this? How could they hope to strike back when facing this attack? Such an attack, such a might, if it was shot at them instead, everyone present was alarmed. Chen Feng's strength was truly too powerful, so powerful it shocked them all. Everyone started discussing in low voices. Is this Nethergaze? Doesn't look like it. The limitations of Nethergaze are rather huge. Furthermore, it does not have such might either. If so, then what is this ability? No idea. This Chen Feng is too perverse. His abilities seem endless. Perhaps this is another powerful trump card of his. Naturally, they were not aware that Chen Feng's ability could only be used after setting a person as a target. Moreover, that person had to remain within his sight. Only when they did not notice him would this ability hope to successfully activate. This was an ability with extremely strict requirements. Bang, bang, the sky-covering radiance faded gradually. Even if they had prepared for what was to come, by the time the attack was over, this entire courtyard and the buildings around it were already leveled. Only Chen Feng and the Patriarch remained there. Puh! The wild Saint Patriarch started spitting blood. So powerful. Only a mouthful of blood was spat, as this was the result of the aftershock of the attack earlier. He wasn't particularly badly injured. However, the clothes on his body were already looking extremely worn out. As everyone glanced at him, they were all shocked. Even their Patriarch had been injured by this? Good gracious. His ability was absolute defense. Theoretically, this was an ability capable of blocking an attack no matter how strong it was. Now, though, he had actually been reduced to this sorry appearance by Chen Feng. Ultimately, Chen Feng's attack was too powerful. So this is Chen Feng, the Patriarch sighed. When he recalled how he had dared to plot against a person at this level, he found it ridiculous. The previous time he had encountered such a powerful attack, the opponent had been a peak. A class, right? Back then, forget it. The Patriarch shook his head. Chen Feng glanced at him and calmly stated, "It's good that you are fine. Since the transaction is complete, it's time for me to return." After saying this, he swaggered away, leaving behind a group of bewildered Wild Saint family members. Presently, the Genetic Union members had arrived hastily. After understanding what had happened, they were all dumbfounded as well. The attack earlier had actually been released by Chen Feng. This, soon, the news spread, causing a huge uproar. Once again, Chen Feng became a trending topic. Naturally, the news spreading outside wasn't exactly detailed. To protect the secrets of absolute defense in Chen Feng's Nethergaze, only a rough detail was leaked. After this rough detail was disseminated, it transformed into various different editions. Hey, have you heard? What? I heard that Chen Feng learned an ability called 24K Pure Gold Titanium Alloy Canine Gaze. With a single gaze, he can release a peak A-class attack. Are you sure? Definitely. I have the recordings to prove this. Look at the power unleashed back then. Wow, so powerful. Is this a fake video? My elder sister works at the Wild Saint family. It is said that the ability Chen Feng learned is actually an ability capable of granting pregnancy with a single glance. As for that wife of the Wild Saint Patriarch, it is precisely this Chen Feng who got her pregnant with a single glance. That is the reason for his conflict with the Wild Saint family. Bullshit. You're the one bullshitting. I have the proof of this, okay? Look, this is the tunnel dug by the Patriarch's wife. The fuck? For real? Not only that, it is said that nowadays everything the Patriarch looks at appears green. It is rumored that the Patriarch has a different name, Lin K. Various different rumors circulated online. In this dark era where the black rain dropped without stop and the sky was enveloped by darkness that even the genetic union couldn't find an explanation for, the masses were all incredibly alarmed. Everyone was urgently looking for some entertainment to relieve the pressure they were feeling. Therefore, when the rumors about Chen Feng spread, everyone happily gossiped about him. Once again, the topic of Chen Feng trended worldwide. On the internet, in all media outlets, the rumors of Chen Feng were everywhere. Moreover, a lot of powers were alarmed by Chen Feng's feat as well. A certain power started focusing on Chen Feng. It is truly unexpected that Chen Feng is actually this powerful. Quick, get someone to rope him in. Some organizations that thought of themselves as the saviors of mankind were also focusing on Chen Feng. This child is not bad. Absorb him into our organization. After all, this world requires more heroes. A certain power based at a certain canyon was attracted to him as well. We need a powerful producer. We must find him. Despite his young age, despite the fact that he was still categorized as the younger generation, Chen Feng had become a unique existence of this genetic era. Presently, while various powers were seeking out Chen Feng and trying to rope him in, Chen Feng had already silently departed from Seawood City long ago. The remaining time he had was extremely precious. Since he had already wasted 2 days at the Wild Saint family, there wasn't much time remaining. Fortunately, 2 items of his plan were already completed. Nethergaze has already been prepared. The God Punisher formula is already here as well. My next target is hunting some hill sea beasts and then producing the gene reagent. Chen Feng had a clear goal. 5 days would be sufficient for him to accomplish all this. On the afternoon of the same day, Chen Feng arrived at the marked location. Before him was an immense mountain range. The information pertaining to hill sea beasts had already been prepared long ago by Spirit. This so-called mountain range amid oceans and mountains was called Othershore Mountain. This was an extremely amazing-sounding name. Chen Feng frowned as he thought of this. The hill sea beasts were extremely powerful and had unique abilities. Therefore, the place they resided in would most certainly not be an ordinary mountain range. Chen Feng had long been prepared for this. But then, the name Othershore gave him a bad premonition. In this world, not many places had Othershore in their name. However, every place with this word as part of its name was a forbidden area. Is this a name given by you as well? Chen Feng asked Spirit. Spirit shook her head. No. Let me see. Back then, an expert from the genetic union passed through this place. After returning, he gave this name to this place. As for other details, I don't have them. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Is that so? This place had actually been granted this Othershore name by an expert from back then. In any case, let me witness this so-called Othershore Mountain. Shua. Chen Feng stepped in. 439, Chapter 439, Feedback Mechanism, Chapter 439, Feedback Mechanism Translator, Lemostan Editor, Tenish the Other Shore. Buddha once said, this shore is different than the other shore. This was an extremely unique saying of the Buddhist doctrine. In the Buddhist teachings, the realm of life and death was called this shore, while the realm of those who had transcended life and death to achieve nirvana was called the other shore. Therefore, Chen Feng was sure that the expert who had named this mountain range back then had most definitely been an old bald man. As for whether that someone had dressed in women's clothes, it remained to be seen. Spirit sighed. Your thoughts are too disrespectful. But then, she was also aware that this master of hers was merely thinking about this to reduce the tense atmosphere. Chen Feng curled his lips. Who told him to name this place Othershore? Even now, he could feel his hairs standing on end. Although this place looked like some ordinary mountain range and nothing exceptional could be seen, this was, after all, still a place named Othershore by an A-class expert. He was truly somewhat lacking in confidence. In this world, there existed all sorts of vestiges and training camps. However, those places where the danger level could be measured, such as alien bases, peak A-class warriors, some technology vestiges, and so on, were instead things Chen Feng did not fear. For those places, as long as one possessed sufficient strength, one would be able to do something about it. Even if one wasn't a match for the danger there, one could at least still flee, right? What he was most afraid of was instead places such as this Othershore Mountain that were enveloped by a veil of mystery and surrounded by all sorts of unreal legends. These legends were too unreal, too illogical. Huh, a cold breeze swept past. Chen Feng felt somewhat cold and he trembled uncontrollably. Immediately after, he was startled awake. Cold? Why would he even feel cold? With the present strength of his flesh, Shua. Suddenly, his luck value dropped rapidly. What? Chen Feng's expression changed abruptly. By the time he had noticed it, 10 points of luck value had been lost. That's right. During that single instant earlier, he had lost 10 points of luck value. Instantly, Chen Feng's mood sank. Why would his luck value reduce for no apparent reason? Spirit, figure out the cause, Chen Feng stated. This was indeed an unordinary place. What annoyed him the most was such a random reduction of his luck value for no apparent reason. This was exactly the same as those phone bills of his previous life, right? He had to find out exactly what it was that had reduced his luck value. Yes. Spirit started tracking. This was one of the benefits gained after Luck Aura had gained sentience. The previous Chen Feng had only been able to activate or deactivate Luck Aura. As for the luck value consumption, process of consumption, usage of luck value, and where had it been used, all this had been unknown. The only thing he had been able to figure out was the final amount of luck value consumed. The rest had remained unknown to him. The appearance of Spirit had changed all this. Tracking complete, Spirit stated. Based on the stored data earlier, we can assume that the reduction of luck value was related to the alarm system. The breakdown of the consumption is as follows. Fatal element detected, 1 luck value consumed to evade. Fatal element detected, 1 luck value consumed to evade. In total, 10 of them had been detected. 10 luck value had been consumed, and all of them had actually been used to evade these fatal elements. Instantly, Chen Feng's mood sank. The alarm system was a function of the earlier version of this luck aura. It would automatically reduce luck value while maintaining the alarm or warning mode. With this, Chen Feng would be able to activate his luck aura when required. However, it would normally only consume 1 luck value to warn him. But these fatal elements detected here, before Chen Feng could even ask, Spirit was already ready with the answer. The detected fatal element is actually part of the particles making up an unknown peculiar ability. It possesses a unique effect where, regardless of who or what, anything that touches it will trigger a probability of bursting apart then and there. The probability is unknown. The way in which someone will burst is also known. However, regardless of what it is, the final result will certainly be death. Immediately after receiving Spirit's conclusion, Chen Feng was shocked. Fatal element, such a thing. Instantly, Chen Feng understood. Was it hidden in that cold wind earlier? Spirit nodded. Yes, this should be one of the most dangerous natural dangers of this other shore mountain. This is also the reason this place has remained untamed all these years. Probably due to this place being too dangerous and unstable, the Genetic Union is not interested in making a move on this place. As such, this place retains the same style as an unknown region. And now, another chilly breeze swept past. As Chen Feng checked his luck value, he noted that this time 11 luck value was lost. His expression became somewhat unsightly. Even if he had nearly 1,000 luck value presently and a reduction of 10 or 11 points was nothing much, he still couldn't afford to keep losing luck value in such a manner. He had only stepped into this place. A single breeze of wind alone contained more than 10 fatal elements? If it was a gale instead of a breeze, Spirit, is there a way to optimize the consumption? Chen Feng asked. The alarm function was something he had created back during the early period. Although it was rather formidable, when compared with Spirit, its usage of luck value was truly too much of a waste. Let me give it a try. Spirit activated the optimization mode. Luck aura trembled slightly. Spirit stopped. Optimization complete. Shua, another chilly breeze swept past. With a glance, Chen Feng noted that 12 luck value had been reduced this time. Chen Feng, boss, your optimization function is rather shoddy, right? What, you think you're Ubisoft? At least they have a 2-in-1 package of a bug and game together. As for you, there's nothing to see after your optimization. Chen Feng sighed. Negative optimization? Spirit shook her head. Nope. When you created this function back then, its usage of luck value was already extremely conservative. Therefore, the luck value consumption is unable to be optimized. However, I am able to conduct an independent optimization for you. Chen Feng raised his brow. Oh? First, the pure alarm function. My guess is your initial purpose in creating this function was only to warn you in advance. For this, there is a better alternative, having me on watch. This will not require any luck value, Spirit stated confidently. As long as it's an enemy within the normal range, I will be able to sense them. Shua. Chen Feng's eyes shone. He had not expected that Spirit would actually be equipped with this function as well. But then, it was understandable. Even if she was similarly a sentient being like Xiaoying was, after all, still something with an illusory form. It would be able to attack an enemy, but at the same time, it was also something one could detect. It would be fine to occasionally use Xiaoying as a scout by having it tunnel underground. However, if this was used too frequently, it would most certainly be discovered. As for Spirit, she was totally different. She did not have an actual body. She could remain around Chen Feng and use luck aura to sense all enemies. As long as it's an enemy within range of luck aura, I will be able to detect them. Of course, there will still be an extremely small consumption. However, I am able to do it myself without relying on luck value, Spirit stated. This moved Chen Feng greatly. Zero consumption. A huge amount of luck value would be saved with this. Second, the defensive mechanism after a crisis has been detected. This is a function that should have originally been bundled with the alarm function and should be triggered when encountering danger. However, such a usage is too much of a waste. It's better to add a trigger mechanism to it. Chen Feng felt somewhat doubtful. Trigger mechanism? That's right. By adding a question using one luck value, will this thing insta-kill you? If not, it won't trigger. Else, it will trigger the defense mechanism. Spirit completed her explanation. Instantly, Chen Feng's heart jolted. This could be done? Wasn't this that legendary line of if TILS SS all coders were familiar with? He had indeed thought of this before. Unexpectedly, though, luck aura could truly be used in such a way. Perhaps this function was only made available by Spirit's existence? Spirit's existence had seemingly greatly increased the efficiency of luck aura. If this logic was added to the defensive mechanism, even if one luck value would be consumed each time, Chen Feng's eyes shone. This will enable luck aura to truly display its power. This was an extremely dangerous place. In fact, most of the places Chen Feng went to were extremely dangerous. At such dangerous places, there would be a lot of odd dangers. Some were fatal, some were not. However, Chen Feng had no means of distinguishing them and could only use luck value to deal with all of them. He had no intention of dying to something with a 0.001% probability of occurrence. This entire era was like a huge trap. There were too many geniuses that had died due to accidents. As such, Chen Feng had always maintained extreme caution. Therefore, normally, when he encountered some unexpected danger, he fully activated his luck aura. The benefit of doing this was that he would be able to stop all dangers, regardless of how low the probability of those occurrences were. Regardless of how dangerous it was, as long as it did not surpass the limit of his luck value, Chen Feng had no fear. The disadvantage of using such method were him not having sufficient luck value. Therefore, whenever he lacked luck value, he hid at home, training while waiting for the luck value to regenerate, only daring to leave when he had gathered sufficient luck value. This was also the reason for the drop in his speed of improvement. Insufficient luck value, Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Since when have I started relying so heavily on luck value? Normally, when he was out exploring, even when he encountered a minor danger, he used his luck value to solve it. This had caused him to not have much of a stockpile of luck value. Luck value is essentially something that should be a trump card. Chen Feng was clear that only by solving most of the dangers he encountered personally would he be able to actually accumulate enough amount of luck value. Only by doing this would he truly be fearless. Only by doing this would he be able to use his luck value on what truly mattered. Soon, Chen Feng decided to implement Spirit's proposal. Do it. This single simple function had cleared Chen Feng's future path. Shua. The defensive mechanism was altered. Done. Chen Feng's gaze was sharp. Luck value was too powerful, too valuable to be wasted on these minor dangers. Shua. A chilly breeze brushed past. Instantly, Chen Feng's hairs stood up. Next, the newly installed logic started operating. Not much luck value was exhausted. This signified that although this chilly breeze was scary, it was not capable of insta-killing Chen Feng. The energy in Chen Feng's body intensified. Come, myriad illusionary wind blades erupt. Energy equipment assemble. Bang, bang. As the chilly breeze swept past, the energy surrounding Chen Feng collapsed without stop. The seemingly powerful energy equipment was actually dissipated by this seemingly calm breeze. Ka, ka. With two crisp sounds, the energy equipment shattered. However, a smile instead appeared on Chen Feng's face. That was because, right at this moment, that alarming breeze had vanished as well. Blocked. The initial luck value consumption of more than 10 points had been reduced to only a mere 2 points. 1 point to judge the degree of danger, 1 point to unleash the wind blades as the energy supply for his energy equipment. Perfect. Chen Feng's heart jolted. Hold on. If such logic could be added to the trigger mechanism, suddenly Chen Feng had an idea. If it was merely being used to judge if Chen Feng could be insta-killed, it would be too much of a waste for such an excellent function. With this, he could totally use it to judge a wide variety of other matters. For example, if Chen Feng encounters an impasse-level crisis, trigger the unique grade feedback. Else if Chen Feng encounters a fatal crisis not yet considered an impasse, trigger the grade 1 feedback. Else if Chen Feng encounters an emergency not yet considered a fatal crisis, trigger the grade 2 feedback. Else if test CC. Chen Feng could totally list out countless scenarios, yet only one luck value would be required as a trigger by feeding it into the logic. This would be sufficient. With this, he could not only obtain the feedback of any dangers, the degree of the danger could be ascertained as well. Chen Feng was extremely satisfied. Very good. Let's do this then. 440, Chapter 440, Entering the Mountain. Chapter 440, Entering the Mountain Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish Othershore Mountain. At this mountain range that had been peaceful for an unknown period of time, a huge group of visitors had arrived. A group of 7 had arrived at the foot of a mountain and were looking at the view of the depths of this other shore mountain. There were 6 males and 1 female in the group, and each of them was so powerful that their strength caused one's hair to stand. A group capable of exploring a place like this was evidently not an ordinary squad. What entered their sight was a normal-looking mountain range. Despite how visually attractive this scenery looked, for people like them who had explored countless ruins, they had long ago grown accustomed to such a scene. A cold breeze swept past. Their sense of vigilance flared, but nothing seemed to happen. For them, this appeared like just some ordinary breeze. One of them shrugged. This is the other shore mountain? This legendary forbidden area doesn't seem so magical at all. A different person laughed and said, "The most dangerous thing here should be the Hilsea beasts. As a place where a group of A-class beasts resides, it is natural for this place to be classified as a forbidden area. Captain, do you think everyone else is as powerful as us?" The other person smiled. "That's true. Indeed, an adult Hilsea beast would be an A-class beast. As a place where those beasts resided, it was natural for this place to be a forbidden area for humans. Unfortunately, this only applied to regular humans. For A-class experts like them, this was instead a hunting ground. Seems like the count of my hunted A-class beasts will increase again," the captain stated calmly. "It's still better to be careful. It is said that the Hilsea beasts are extremely unusual," one of them reminded him. The captain nodded. I know, he was indeed an arrogant person. However, he would never underestimate an enemy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lived until today. Let's go. He stood up, and his companions followed. However, he noted that the familiar sounds seemed somewhat different now. He frowned slightly as a result. Although he was arrogant, he was also the one with the highest sense of vigilance among their group. During that instant earlier, the footsteps of his companions behind him had seemed somewhat off. Initially, there had been 5 footsteps behind, but now it had become 4. Had someone defected? The captain's eyes gleamed coldly. He had experienced too many betrayals and ambushes. As such, he came to himself immediately and prepared to counterattack. However, when he turned around, he blanked. There, roughly 2 meters from him, the last member of their group, who had been standing behind everyone, was transforming into countless light particles. The captain's eyes widened abruptly. What's up? The rest turned around instinctively and were greatly shocked. What were they seeing? Their team member who would normally protect their rear was currently dissipating, starting from his upper body and going down to his lower body. Half his body had actually transformed into particles, and those light particles were evaporating unceasingly. As for his body, it was slowly collapsing, vanishing unendingly. He stretched his hand out in fear. "Save me!" However, at the moment when his hand was stretched out, everything was already over. Everyone could see a half-illusory body dissipating in the air. Up there, countless particles wafted through the air before landing onto the ground, enriching the soil of this other shore mountain. Once again, that place recovered its previous tranquility. Instantly, their relaxed mood evaporated completely. Dead. A powerful A-class warrior was dead just like that. Instead of dying in battle, he had been killed at this unfathomable other shore mountain. Furthermore, they couldn't even figure out how he had died. This place, was it an enemy attack? The captain asked solemnly. No. Evidently, there was an expert scout in their group who was able to figure out the real reason soon enough. He was killed by some fatal particles. However, their origin is still unknown. Perhaps, just as he was analyzing, suddenly he felt somewhat cold. Distantly, a cold breeze seemed to have swept past. Wind? Instinctively, he took a look at the wind, and immediately after, his expression changed greatly. "Be careful. Something is wrong with this wind." Shua! The expressions of the others changed greatly. Almost instantly, they all erected their defenses. Unfortunately, they were a tad bit too slow. As the cold breeze brushed past, another person wilted away. Everyone else was shocked to their core. Wind. The wind here is problematic. No matter what, defensive barriers must be maintained at all times, the scout reminded everyone. The rest had serious expressions. At this moment, none of them dared to move forward. Carefully, they waited there. Only when an additional cold breeze arrived and was blocked outside their barriers did they feel relieved. This wind doesn't seem too powerful. It's only at the level of peak B class. It is something we can defend against. Prepare your energy reserves properly. We will be able to ignore this wind, the captain ordered. Yes. They felt somewhat relieved now. However, when they once again raised their heads to look at this mountain range before them, none of them dared to be neglectful anymore. Not even 5 meters into this place and 2 A-class team members were already dead. How would they still dare to look down on this place? Other shore mountain. They exchanged glances with solemn expressions. Complete the mission and leave immediately. Yes. The cold breeze drifted past, seemingly accompanying the cries of death. They stepped forward amid the breeze, stepping toward the depths of Other Shore Mountain. The first thing one would encounter when stepping into this place was this mysterious cold breeze. If one couldn't notice it in time, one would directly perish there, becoming one with Other Shore Mountain. On the ground, not even their corpse would remain. This was the most deceptive nature of this place. Chen Feng had once been to a lot of places. Those places that were filled with danger would usually have a huge amount of human remains to serve as a warning. Here there was nothing. Fortunately, the present him was capable of responding to this danger in a flawless manner. Hopefully things will be easier moving forward, Chen Feng stated to himself. The cold breeze would sweep past occasionally. However, Chen Feng noted that he did not even need to resist this breeze with brute force. When the breeze reached him, he could simply hide behind some solid objects nearby, and that would do. The cold breeze might be fatal, but it was also rather weak, Chen Feng pondered. In conclusion, with stones, the breeze can be blocked? It was too much of a waste to use his energy equipment just to defend against this breeze. If these stones were able to do that, soon after, Chen Feng could be seen carrying a stone shield around. Earlier, he had forcefully thinned down a chunk of rock, transforming it into a crude shield. Afterward, when a new breeze brushed past, this shield was sufficient to block it. The cold breeze is still here. However, the fatal particles have gone missing after touching the stone, Spirit responded. So that's the case, Chen Feng knowingly answered. It seemed like not only the wind here was unique, even these stones had mysterious powers. However, he had yet to figure out the origin of all this. With the shield in hand, Chen Feng traveled forth without stop. With this thing here, Chen Feng's journey became incredibly easy. However, when he was about to reach the depths of the other shore mountain, his heart jolted. Abruptly, he leaped and hid himself nearby, and his breathing weakened greatly. Distantly, within the depths of Other Shore Mountain, the voices of other humans could be heard. Chen Feng was astonished. There's actually someone else coming here? Carefully, he sent Xiaoying out to scout them. The images transmitted back to him surprised him greatly. Not far away, an old acquaintance could be seen. That was a person who he had wanted to kill even in his dreams, Old May 111, Shua. Abruptly, Chen Feng's gaze became sharp. 441, Chapter 441, what is this guy planning to do? Chapter 441, what is this guy planning to do? Translator, Lemostin editor, Tennis Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Finally, I found you. After he had become popular, he had tried looking for this guy countless times. However, be it through the mysterious organization or the genetic union, he hadn't been able to find any news about this person. Unexpectedly, he actually saw this guy here. By now, the old May that used to be B-class back then was already an A-class warrior. Chen Feng sneered. In short, you have been hiding away and training up to A-class? Chen Feng was but a normal person who held onto his grudges rather strongly. He had almost been killed off by this guy back then. This remained fresh in his memory. Now that he had finally found this guy, Chen Feng would most certainly not allow Old May to vanish once again, even if Old May was already an A-class warrior. Chen Feng's instinctive reaction when seeing this guy was to kill him. Even if Old May was an A-class warrior, the strength of his physical body wasn't exactly high. With the strength of Chen Feng's instantaneous eruption nowadays, he would be able to deal quite a huge amount of damage. If a sneak attack was mounted on this guy, however, he had barely stood up before he halted his steps. Chen Feng regained his calm as he still had unanswered questions. It's still not the time for this yet. Why was Old May here? What was his goal? Was there anyone else here? All these questions had to be answered. His present goal was a young hill sea beast. He had no intention of having someone pop out to reap the reward when he was battling the hill sea beasts. A gust of energy spread out suddenly. Distantly, a berserk attractive force appeared abruptly from Old May's body. Through Xiaoying, Chen Feng could clearly see those fatal particles being absorbed by Old May, entering his body without stop. Old May had actually absorbed those particles? Chen Feng was greatly alarmed, and instinctively he bent down and concealed himself even more. What was this guy doing exactly? Chen Feng was in a solemn mood. Fatal particles, why was Old May absorbing these things? Could it be that he was capable of using these things? Chen Feng was extremely clear on how powerful these fatal particles were. Fortunately, as these fatal particles only drifted around without direction, they were easily countered. However, if such particles were intentionally controlled by someone, they would become extremely terrifying. Old May laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. Finally, I have obtained the second particle. Second, from what Old May had said, Chen Feng was able to obtain some information. From this, it could be deduced that there were actually two of those fatal particles here. Old May seemed to possess the ability to absorb these particles. As for whether he could use them or he was trying to use them for something else, it was still unclear. Old May absorbed without stop, and Chen Feng merely watched on silently. The present Old May appeared rather bizarre. As such, Chen Feng was not willing to charge at him rashly. Soon, Old May was done absorbing. It's almost time. Old May stared ahead, his face filled with anticipation. 10 years of preparation, finally, I have reached the crucial moment. Since I have entered a class, I will most definitely become the strongest a class. As his words reached this point, his tone suddenly filled with resentment as he stated hatefully, if it wasn't because of that damnable Chen Feng that destroyed one of my imprints. As he mentioned Chen Feng, Old May's heart filled with hatred. The path he had undertaken for his cultivation was a typical path where one would only be powerful during the late stage. In other words, during the early and mid stages, he would be a weakling. Only when his cultivation was fully completed would this path he had chosen be successful. Therefore, before he was actually done, he could only focus on gathering materials without stop. For this, he had been to various locations and completed various missions. He had always maintained a low profile, hiding behind the scenes. As such, he had reaped quite a lot of profit. Everything had progressed smoothly except for that one time where all his efforts had almost been for nothing. Chen Feng, genetic union, old Mei, clenched his fists tightly. If it hadn't been for that bastard, he would have succeeded long ago, and his success wouldn't have been delayed until now. He shook his head and sneered. Forget it. This time, when I'm done, I would like to see how the genetic union can even hope to protect you. He had been waiting for this day for a very long time. Even if he was a new A-class, someone at the bottom of the class, as long as he completed his absorption of these particles and completed his fusion with them, he would instantly transform into the strongest A-class. By that point, at early tier A-class, he would be equivalent to other peak A-class warriors. When he reached peak A-class, he would be able to battle even those surpassing A-class. This was his so-called super late-stage path. Soon, old Mei muttered. Presently, the killing intent of Chen Feng, who was watching this through Xiaoying, surged. Indeed, this world did not lack geniuses. They were capable of creating their very own path to become stronger. Similarly, their enemies could do the same as well. Presently, this path chosen by old Mei was obviously even more powerful. Peak class? Super late stage? What Chen Feng cared the most about was the fact that, similar to him never forgetting about this old Mei had not forgotten him either. He had originally thought that someone at old Mei's level wouldn't even have been bothered about him. Had he been too vicious toward this old Mei back then? As he thought about it, Chen Feng was speechless. True, the both of them had already had a great grudge. If he had been maintaining a low profile, it might not be this bad, but Chen Feng had just had to become a trending topic every now and then. How could old Mei have suppressed his hatred with this? Chen Feng smiled. Seems like our fated confrontation will arrive soon. At this time, old Mei started stepping forward. As for Chen Feng, he ordered Xiaoying to continue monitoring old Mei while he followed behind from far away. Chen Feng wanted to see what exactly this old Mei's goal was and what his so-called success was. Rustle. Rustle. The both of them advanced forth amidst the darkness without stop. After a long time, finally, old Mei stopped. Chen Feng, who was observing through Xiaoying, noted with astonishment that there was actually another person in the distance. Old Mei had evidently noticed that person as well. That was also the reason old Mei had stopped moving. Trying to reap the profit of others' hard work, Chen Feng guessed. However, soon after, the subsequent development became increasingly horrifying. The distant enemy suddenly died, transforming into countless particles before vanishing. With a wave of his hand, old Mei absorbed all those particles into his body, transforming them into his own strength. Chen Feng was alarmed. He could even absorb the particles of those killed? Old Mei, hold on. There was another problem with all this, which was the appearance of more people. Apart from old Mei, there were actually others here. Moreover, old Mei did not seem shocked to discover others here. The manner in which he had absorbed the particles and the distance he had selected for the absorption seemed so well practiced, seemingly something he had done numerous times before. There had to be a trick somewhere. Spirit, map mode, Chen Feng stated with a deep voice. Spirit nodded. Yes, Shua. An illusory window appeared. With a single glance, Chen Feng began perspiring all over. On the map of the entire other shore mountain, numerous red dots appeared. Based on the parameters he had set for this map, these red dots all represented different peoples. All of them were genetic warriors. B-class, A-class. As he looked at the intensity of the red dots, his heart trembled. What was going on exactly? Wasn't this other shore mountain a forbidden land? Wasn't this a place people did not normally dare to step foot in? Why was it suddenly packed full with people? With a cursory glance, nearly 300 or 400 people could be seen. This was a terrifying amount, even if most of them were only B-class warriors. Moreover, why were those B-class warriors even here? Adult Hilsey beasts here were all A-class. Only the young of these beasts were B-class beasts. Were all these people here for the young beasts? However, which of these young beasts was without an adult Hilsey beast as a guardian? After pondering for a long time, Chen Feng was still unable to discern the reason for there being so many people here. Chen Feng was now in a solemn mood. Seems like something I am unaware of must have happened. 442 Chapter 442 Fatal Elements Chapter 442 Fatal Elements Translator Lemostan Editor Tenish Chen Feng was sure that something must have happened here at this other shore mountain. As he studied the map, he noted that the entire other shore mountain was filled with people except for one particular spot, which was where he and old Mei were at. This was a blank spot, where only a few people were scattered around. It was no wonder that he hadn't seen many people here throughout his journey. Since this was also within the other shore mountain area, why was this place devoid of people? Coincidence? Or, Chen Feng gazed at the distant old Mei. Suddenly, he felt like this might be related to old Mei. Follow him, Chen Feng ordered Xiaoying. Subsequently, throughout their journey, a horrifying scene unfolded before Chen Feng. Old Mei was seemingly rather clear with his goal, as old Mei would move forth directly until he saw someone. When Chen Feng checked the map, he noted that in the direction old Mei was heading, there seemed to be a red dot. He seems capable of locating the people here. Chen Feng paid full attention. Right at this moment, old Mei spread his hands. With a dazzling radiance, a plum blossom imprint bloomed midair. Next, a cold breeze swept out, and from that previously ordinary-looking cold breeze, an austere aura could now be felt. Chen Feng was alarmed. That is, suddenly, he had an extremely bad premonition. "Spirit," Chen Feng called out. "I saw it." Spirit was evidently extremely shocked as well. Initially, the cold breeze had none of those fatal elements in it. However, after passing through the plum blossom, those elements appeared. Chen Feng was shocked. Sure enough, fatal elements. So these things were planted by this old Mei, this damnable bastard. Chen Feng had known that this guy wouldn't be here for anything good. In short, old Mei had been using these fatal elements to absorb the life force of others. Chen Feng recalled the scene he had seen earlier. The fatal elements would first crush those people before transforming them into countless particles drifting in the air. Even if these particles landed on the ground, had they truly vanished? Had they truly become nutrients for the land here? Or perhaps they instead ended up in the hands of a certain person, becoming part of that person's strength, the person in front of him? Chen Feng's brain operated at a rapid speed as he analyzed the situation. Old Mei was an independent incident. The appearance of all these people here was another incident. The relationship between these two incidents, Chen Feng frowned as he pondered hard. Crowd, particle, fatal elements, quantity, fusion. Chen Feng's heart jolted. Could it be Xua? He turned on his screen. There, the missions issued by Genetic Union and various other major powers were listed. When he saw the topmost mission listed, he suddenly understood. So this was the case. On the list was a rather simple mission. Mission goal, Young Hilsea Beast. Mission reward, astonishing 5-star and 6-star secret art. A single dead Hilsea Beast can be exchanged for a single 5-star secret art limited to 10. A single live Hilsea Beast can be exchanged for a single 6-star secret art limited to 5. A 5-star secret art was invaluable. As for a 6-star secret art, it was a priceless treasure. For a lot of newly advanced A-class genetic warriors, the true gap between them and a true A-class expert was precisely due to the existence of 6-star secret arts. Only by possessing a suitable 6-star secret art could one increase one's combat power greatly. For this, an A-class warrior would have to continue seeking, continue accumulating, and exhaust a huge amount of time and energy, coupled with some luck to top it off, before they could successfully find one. And in this mission alone, 10 such secret arts were being given. Was Othershore Mountain dangerous? Of course it was. However, in the face of such a huge reward, all these dangers were now worth facing. Regardless of whether it was a 5-star secret art or a 6-star secret art, such an astonishing reward was sufficient to cause many B-class and A-class warriors to lose their reason. Even if they couldn't use it for themselves, they could still sell it for an extremely high price. Therefore, all these people had gone crazy. For this reward, they swarmed to this place crazily. Chen Feng was sure that not only neutral parties, even a lot of powers had been tempted as well. Such an astonishing reward was something a lot of families or powers couldn't even compete with. More importantly, rather than only giving out one set, a total of 15 sets of these rewards were being provided. With this, the scene before Chen Feng ensued. A huge amount of people were here. B-class and A-class warriors worldwide were rushing here crazily. Those A-class warriors were all filled with confidence. As for those B-class warriors, despite their lack of confidence in a head-on battle, if they were lucky enough, they might still succeed. They were here to try their luck, not to mention those possessing unique abilities. Such people were filled with confidence as well. Granted, to protect the privacy of the mission issuer, no information was available, and not even the Genetic Union was aware of who the issuer was. However, Chen Feng was able to find out who the issuer was. Using luck value, Spirit inferred that Old Mei was the issuer. It was indeed this guy. With this, everything Chen Feng had not been able to understand was now clear. In order to cultivate some powerful late-stage ability, this Old Mei was using these fatal elements to start a harvest at Othershore Mountain. However, since the amount of people here had truly been too low, he had released a mission to attract countless people here. From the start, Old Mei had never intended to let them even complete the mission. The rewards for the mission must first be handed over to the Genetic Union. If so, this Old Mei's preparations over the years should include the formulas for these secret arts in addition to from the materials he required for his own cultivation. This guy has been robbing and hopping around various large cities and working with the various powers of the different cities all to prepare these resources. Chen Feng rubbed his head. He had already arranged all the obtained data. He somewhat admired the capabilities of this Old Mei. Without any family or power backing him, Old Mei had been able to reach this height all by himself. He was indeed a vicious enough individual. If Old Mei's plan proceeded smoothly, he would most certainly succeed in his present fusion. When everyone here was dead and had transformed into particles for him to absorb, he would complete his cultivation. Next, his strength would increase greatly and he would become a powerful existence equaling a peak A-class warrior. Unfortunately for him, all his plans had now been seen through by Chen Feng. At this time, Old Mei set off once again, heading toward a certain individual. All the fatal elements here were released by his plum blossom. As these elements were hidden within the wind, they existed in the form of tiny particles. As such, the others were still capable of blocking it. However, when Old May controlled the particles personally and released them toward an individual at a terrifying speed, the mere thought of this was sufficient to plant fear in Chen Feng's heart. Even if the probability of them bursting apart after being touched by a single fatal element was only 1%, with so many of the fatal elements used in the ambush, the enemies wouldn't even realize how they had died. Those who had died earlier probably hadn't even realized anything before dying. The so-called legendary dangers of this other shore mountain simply did not exist. Rather, this was a plot. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. I need to think of a way to remind them all. Since Old May could draw this plan, he had to have prepared in advance. Chen Feng was not confident that he could eliminate Old May alone. Only by causing chaos here would he have a chance at killing Old May. Let me think. How to logically remind them all about this. Chen Feng pondered for a bit before using myriad illusions to carve out 2 rows of words on the huge boulder in front of him. With a single wave, this huge boulder was flung toward the top of Other Shore Mountain. At almost the same time, nearly all the genetic warriors here sensed something. Everyone looked at the summit of Other Shore Mountain. There's actually someone going there. Are they going up there to scout? Everyone sneered. The summit was naturally the highest place here, and thus the location with the best line of sight here. However, that was also a place that everyone here could see as well. As long as one stood there, that person would be noticed by everyone else. To reveal oneself at a place like that was no different than committing suicide. However, when everyone's gaze landed there, they all blanked. That boulder seemed huge, but in fact only a portion of the boulder still remained intact, as someone had forcefully reduced the diameter of the boulder to a thickness of a mere 10 centimeters. What's that? It looks like a shield? A shield created by a boulder? Hold on, that thing is actually capable of blocking that mysterious cold breeze? Everyone was horrified at this reveal. Some of them might not have been able to see the fatal elements with their naked eyes, but they were aware that this thing was disseminated by the wind. If that stone shield was capable of blocking even the wind, then that would mean instantly all their eyes shone brightly. They were all intelligent people. Utilizing the natural environment here to defend against the danger was merely the spark of an idea given to them by Chen Feng. With this alone, it would be sufficient for them to do the rest themselves. It's indeed feasible. Haha. Everyone was overjoyed. Hey, there seemed to be some words on that shield, Yi? Instinctively, they looked at the boulder at the summit. Looking at the side that looked like a shield, 2 rows of powerful-looking words could be seen. Someone read the words out loud. When you are looking at Other Shore Mountain is looking at you as well. Instantly, that person's mood sank. Indeed, Other Shore Mountain was indeed an unordinary place. Apart from these words, there seemed to still be some tiny words continuing the earlier sentence there. Everyone looked over instinctively, and they were instantly dumbfounded at what written there was, looking at you until the Other Shore Mountain saw you rubbing yourself while facing the mountain before awkwardly looking away. What? What in the world? Rub my ass? Damn it, who wrote this? 443, Chapter 443, Old May's Plan B, Chapter 443, Old May's Plan B. Translator, Lemostin Editor, Tenish. A furious bellow resounded from within Other Shore Mountain. Damn it, those who were here for the missions were all furious due to being provoked by the words. As for Old May, he was simply bursting with rage when he saw it. He was aware that those words were written for his sake. That shield-like boulder had foiled all his plans. Earlier, when he had tried ambushing someone, that person had merely raised a stone shield and faced it in the direction of the cold breeze. Next, nothing had happened. The heaven-defying fatal elements were incapable of penetrating the stones of Other Shore Mountain. This was what Old May cared about. Someone had seen through his plan and told everyone about it, sneering at him in the process. The scariest thing was the fact that he still had no idea who that person was. Old May was furious. Who is it, exactly? He started looking back at all those he had provoked previously. Was it that power he had scammed in the previous city he had been in? That shouldn't be the case, as that power had suffered rather disastrous casualties due to his scam. Even their strongest A-class warrior had had his level dropped back to B-class, and the rest of that power was either dead or injured. As such, nobody from that power was capable of taking revenge against him? Or perhaps it was some other enemies of his from before? That did not seem like the case, though. Every single time he had reached a new place, he had used a different identity. As such, nobody knew for sure who he was. Moreover, how could a person capable of this be an ordinary person? Old May was confused. I don't remember provoking such an expert. No matter what, he couldn't guess who it was that was scheming against him this way. No matter who it is, I want you to pay the price for this. Old May's eyes gleamed coldly. This sudden change had caused his plan to be foiled. Fortunately, he had long ago prepared some other methods. This time, he had to ensure the success of his fusion. Shua! A cold breeze brushed past as Old May continued advancing silently. He has not given up? The distant Chen Feng was watching on as this unfolded, and he was somewhat surprised at Old May's actions. He had initially thought that with this trick, Old May would be worried that his identity might be leaked and would stop for a period of time. However, that hadn't happened at all. Old May merely continued advancing toward his next target. Go. Once again, Chen Feng followed behind Old May. This time, Old May quietly approached a certain A-class warrior. Moreover, Old May seemed to possess some scouting ability as well. What he found was not a mere single A-class warrior, but an entire squad. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. What is he planning to do? If Old Mei was thinking of ambushing this group, shouldn't he be looking for a weaker target? Just as Chen Feng was pondering, an abrupt change happened in the distance. There, a squad of 7 was advancing carefully. Due to Chen Feng's warning, their hands were holding thin stone shields, and they were able to block all the cold breezes brushing past them. In a cautious manner, they advanced forward. Suddenly, a plum blossom bloomed with sparkling, translucent, and pure rays of light that caused the heart to be flustered. They were all astonished. That is, some of them immediately went on alert, careful. Their expressions became solemn. Despite the fact that this glimmering plum blossom appeared like some natural treasure, these experts that had plenty of experience were still maintaining the highest sense of vigilance. This might be some trap. Danger. Rather than approach, they instead stepped back. None of them dared to rashly go ahead and pluck that plum blossom, as it was rather probable that the moment one touched it, the entire plum blossom would explode instead. Shwa. Their defenses were fully activated. Only after retreating over 100 meters away did they start cautiously checking this plum blossom out. Is your clone still available? It can still be used. Everyone else, prepare your defensive measures. You, use your clone to approach the plum blossom. If it's some natural treasure, it's fine. If it's some other thing or something dangerous, destroy it directly. Understood. Everyone obeyed the command. Subsequently, a genetic warrior with a cloning ability separated his shadow and used it to approach the plum blossom. As for the rest, they braced themselves cautiously. Next, the shadow touched the plum blossom. It merely flickered with a faint radiance. Nothing else happened. Nothing? This might just be an ordinary plum blossom. Or perhaps this is some rare treasure unique to this other shore mountain. Maybe. Anyway, it is never wrong to be careful. Only at this did they breathe out in relief. However, just as they were about to depart, a gloomy yell resounded from far away. That familiar and imposing voice caused all their hearts to chill. This voice, not good, their expressions changed greatly. Careful, bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a small hill in front of them started collapsing. A peculiar-looking gigantic beast charged out from the hill. Its sharp-looking horn, sharp teeth, and plump body served as a declaration of the identity of this beast. Hilsey beast. This fellow had actually appeared here. Moreover, from the size of it, this seemed to be an adult Hilsey beast. Howl. The Hilsey beast roared. Both its eyes ignited like flames as it stared at the plum blossom in anger. Its gaze was filled with fury, hatred, and an unconstrained anger. It seems to hate this thing greatly. It's infuriated. That damnable plum blossom lured it here. Damn it. Their expressions became unsightly. However, they were still people with rich combat experience. The sudden appearance of this plum blossom might be a natural occurrence here, or it might also be an enemy hidden in the dark. The 2 of you, keep watch for the appearance of any enemies. The rest of you, follow me and face the Hilsey beast. Since there's only one beast here, we can still deal with it. If we start fleeing, we might end up getting killed off one by one, the captain ordered calmly. Understood. The rest started doing what they had been ordered. Instantly, the squad started striking at this Hilsey beast in an orderly manner. Very powerful, Chen Feng praised inwardly. This was indeed a squad specializing in exploration. Even with Old Mei messing around in the dark, they were still able to calm down rapidly. If everything proceeded smoothly, this Hilsey beast lured by Old Mei might instead end up benefiting this squad. Chen Feng reckoned that Old Mei wasn't that stupid. Chen Feng watched on calmly. Does he still have another plan? Presently, the squad was fighting the Hilsey beast. This beast had a unique attack duplicating ability and was able to duplicate its enemies' abilities and send them back to its enemies. This beast was evidently extremely powerful. Even when facing 2 A-class warriors at the same time, it did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, it was still a lone beast, whereas it was facing more than 2 people. Rather, this beast was facing a complete squad here. Therefore, after a short 2 minutes, this beast was already forced to an impasse and was going to die soon. With a flicker of a sword, the beast howled mournfully before its blood splattered out. Good chance. Seeing this scene, the eyes of one of them flashed, and that person prepared the final attack against this beast. The captain pulled him back. Return, have you forgotten the information we gathered? When dying, a Hilsey beast will unleash its trump card. At this, the others assumed solemn expressions. Indeed, just as the captain finished his words, howl. With a howl, a terrifying might coalesced around the Hilsey beast's body. A bizarre flame started burning around its body, and both its eyes transformed into a mysterious ice-blue color. This burning ice-blue Hilsey beast appeared incredibly dazzling amid this dark land. Howl. With a roar, the Hilsey beast furiously unleashed its attack toward the squad. Bang! Instantly, a terrifying radiance bloomed. Bang! Bang! A boundless radiance flooded out. Amid the endless blue radiance, they were finally able to get a clear look at this beast's trump card. Finally, they were made aware of what the final struggle of a Hilsey beast was like. It included 2-star secret arts, 3-star secret arts, 4-star secret arts, 5-star secret arts, and so on. Even a 6-star secret art was included in the barrage. The huge amount of abilities erupted instantaneously, swarming everyone in the squad. A444, Chapter 444, it turns out. This guy is also a boss. Tier Existence, Chapter 444, it turns out. This guy is also a boss. Tier Existence Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish. This is the Hilsea Beast's trump card. I heard that this ability is capable of releasing all the abilities it has previously used. Screw you, I'm already aware of that. My question is, doesn't this fellow only have those few abilities? Yes, and those few abilities are precisely all the abilities it has previously used. Their expressions changed. That counts. For the first time, the Hilsea Beast had demonstrated a huge power, showcasing its trump card. Bang! The first layer of the defensive barrier collapsed. Bang! The second layer of the defensive barrier collapsed. Out of the layers of defensive barriers erected by the squad, around 4 or 5 of them collapsed instantly, shocking them endlessly. Luckily, after that blue radiance broke through the 5th layer, it finally stopped. All the abilities the Hilsea Beast had used once before were done being unleashed. Haha. The Hilsea Beast that had just erupted gasped for breath weakly. The captain's eyes shone. Good chance. Indeed, there would be a great profit to reap after bracing themselves through this seeming impasse. It has just unleashed its trump card and is now very weak. Deal with it now, go. They were all overjoyed. Granted, they had just been ravaged by the trump card of this Hilsea Beast and were presently battered and exhausted. Their clothes were in disarray and numerous scars could be seen on their bodies. However, they had merely lost their defensive barrier. As for the Hilsea Beast, it was even weaker now compared to them. They all charged forth at once. With despair, the Hilsea Beast looked at the humans charging at it. In between its gloomy breaths, traces of whining could be heard. Right at this instant, a gust of cold breeze brushed past. The squad that was charging forth trembled. It seemed somewhat cold, not good. Their expressions changed greatly as they finally recollected themselves. Unfortunately, it was already too late for them. This gust of cold air that was much stronger than normal swept past them at a greater speed and with a stronger ferocity. It came right after the Hilsea Beast's eruption, and with its arrival, the entire world seemed to instantly sink into silence. The cold breeze swept past without stop, and the squad members all stood there, unmoving. On their faces were horrified expressions. They had never expected that they would be able to survive the plum blossom and the Hilsea Beast's eruption, yet would end up killed by this cold breeze. After all, they only required a single boulder to block this breeze. Where was the boulder? Oh, right, it had been destroyed by the Hilsea Beast earlier. Wasn't the timing of this breeze somewhat too much of a coincidence? How was it possible for this breeze to have so perfectly arrived following the eruption of the Hilsea Beast? It had arrived so fast that they hadn't even had the chance to erect a last-minute defense. With horror, they noted that they did not have the time to even look for a stone before the breeze arrived. Shwa! Radiance bloomed from their bodies. Numerous white particles started hovering out of their bodies. At this instant, their bodies transformed into nothingness. The scariest thing was the fact that even when dying, the only thing they could do was struggle in fear. They had no ability to resist. At this time, they could see that, distantly, a plum blossom drifted before stopping, a figure appearing there. There's actually someone else. Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. We have actually been schemed against? Accompanied by sorrowful laughter, all their bodies dissipated in the air. That figure that had appeared with the plum blossom walked toward the Hilsea Beast one step at a time. As he looked at the grateful expression in the beast's eyes, he raised his hand before placing an imprint on the forehead of the beast. From today onward, fight for me. The plum blossom imprint blended into the forehead. Old May laughed coldly. Let's go. Next, the Hilsea Beast followed behind him in a docile manner, akin to a pet. On its forehead was the plum blossom imprint, which was flickering with a faint radiance. First step completed smoothly. Hee. The one hiding and pulling the strings. How much longer can you stay hidden? This other shore mountain is my world. Old May's figure vanished. Chen Feng and Spirit merely watched on silently, not recovering from their stupor for a long time. This was Old May's plan B? Not only borrowing the power of the Hilsea Beast to eliminate them, he had even obtained the Hilsea Beast for himself? How many preparations had this guy prepared? Old May was much stronger than Chen Feng had expected. This Old May might appear somewhat young, but in truth he was already 80 years old. With his age and talent, he should have entered a class long ago. Therefore, for him to have wasted so much time, he had to have been preparing all these trump cards and materials. If this was the most important step of his plan, he would most certainly give his all to ensure success. Battle intent started rising in Chen Feng's heart. This guy is indeed a major boss. The stronger Old May appeared, the more resolute Chen Feng was about killing this guy. Otherwise, if Old May was allowed to break through, trouble would surely befall Chen Feng. Let me do some calculations, Chen Feng muttered to himself. Old May was a regular early-tier A-class. However, his ability was extremely bizarre. For example, that seemingly omnipotent plum blossom imprint of his. Spirit adherence, illusory world, pet brand, fatal elements. Using the plum blossom as the core, Old May had created a complete cultivation system. Each and every single function he created was extremely powerful enough to be a trump card. If the Plum Blossom is his first ability and the rest are his fusion abilities, presently he already has 5 abilities. As for the 6th ability, from what he is doing, he is most probably preparing his 6th ability currently. Chen Feng was able to rearrange his thoughts smoothly soon after. He was still preparing his 5th ability, a B-class gene fusion reagent. As for Old Mei, he was preparing his 6th ability, an A-class gene fusion reagent. The so-called plan was most probably the fusion of this final ability. Presently, even if Old Mei was rather powerful, he was ultimately a person with a messy collection of abilities, thus lacking a core ability capable of truly protecting himself. Evidently, eliminating this weakness was also Old Mei's final goal with his 6th ability. With Old Mei's 6th ability, he would combine it with his remaining 5 abilities and fuse them all together. This would be accomplished using the particles he had obtained after killing others with the fatal elements he released as the catalyst. The final product would be a 6-star secret art, Old Mei's true final ability. Therefore, he was presently using the particles from the corpses of everyone here to polish his 6-star secret art. If so, this was an ability that was still in the works? Soon, Chen Feng was able to link all the clues he had. Am I correct? The if ta else's logic he had installed in his luck aura started operating, setting up countless options with different levels of truth. Next, using one luck value, he obtained his answer. His guess was 95% correct. Indeed, Chen Feng inhaled deeply. This Old Mei was indeed more powerful than he had imagined. If so, his next steps should be rather simple. He only needed to think of a method of gaining benefits for himself by making use of this plan of Old Mei's. His initial target was rather simple. Come here, kill an adult Hilsea beast, and obtain the God Punisher gene. As for the rest, he did not dare to have much hope. Even if he was aware that the Hilsea beast leader would most certainly grant him a much more powerful ability, Chen Feng did not have the courage to even think of touching such a boss-level existence, as it would be a peak A-class beast at the very least. Now, though, Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Distantly, Old Mei was already rather far away. Xiao Ying was following behind Old Mei in the dark while Chen Feng was following them while thinking deeply. Finally, the frown on his head slowly eased. Perhaps there are still some methods of dealing with this. 445, Chapter 445, The Vending Stall at the Foot of the Mountain. Chapter 445, The Vending Stall at the Foot of the Mountain. Translator, Lemaston Editor, Tenish Othershore Mountain. Presently, all sorts of genetic warriors were gathered here, resulting in a chaotic mess. All the genetic warriors were hunting young Hilsea beasts, utilizing all the methods they could. As for Old Mei, he was like a specter, moving in the darkness while reaping the fruits of his plan, undetected by anyone. With the incredibly mysterious Hilsea beasts and the seemingly everywhere fatal elements, even in death, those genetic warriors had no idea who their true enemy was. Precisely at such a chaotic location, at the foot of the other shore mountain where human traffic was the highest, a vending stall suddenly appeared, causing quite a scene. That's right, a vending stall. At this place, filled with A-class and B-class experts, someone had actually opened a vending stall. Is it for real? Of course. Someone already went over to take a look. I was there. There's truly a vending stall there. Has that guy gone crazy? Everyone started having various thoughts. Opening a vending stall? Selling things here? Was this guy merely brave, or was he stupid? Some of them chose to act prudently, while some decided to test the stall. There were also some who had already begun thinking of some evil plans. These were mostly lone rangers who had no inhibitions holding them back. As such, they were not bothered by any potential background this vendor might have. They could very well rob the stall directly before leaving. After the deed was done and they hid themselves, who could do anything to them? However, when they finally reached the stall, they were somewhat stunned. That vending stall was actually a gene production stall. As for the genetic warriors that would normally start fighting it out the moment they encountered each other, they were all surrounding this stall, maintaining a rare peace while staring at the middle curiously. Hilsea gene production difficulty, 5 stars rank, unique introduction, refined through the extracts of the Hilsea beast. Various materials are required to extract the mysterious power contained within a Hilsea beast and form this unique gene reagent. Function, unleash a might equivalent to the full-powered attack of a Hilsea beast. The Hilsea beast used as the materials is the deciding factor of the might. This is, dang, gene production? Able to produce a gene with such power, is this a legendary master gene producer? An illustrious master gene producer has actually appeared at a place like this. Hilsea beast. Everyone had indefinite expressions. Without a doubt, this Hilsea beast gene was an extremely powerful gene reagent. From presently available data, the act of unleashing a might equivalent to a full-powered attack from a Hilsea beast was equivalent to at least A-class power. During battles of life and death, it would most certainly play a big role. Among those capable of producing such a gene reagent, which would not be a master gene producer. This scene, where a master producer had actually appeared here at the foot of the other shore mountain, was rather peculiar, causing a lot of people to be exceptionally cautious. They did not dare to step forth. When they looked at the vendor, they noted that he was merely a middle-aged man around 30 or 40 years old. Naturally, this was merely the age of his appearance. Above his lips was a small patch of beard, giving him a rather aged and dissolute appearance. His true age was still unknown, and it was this unknown factor that caused the people here to be even more cautious. Which master producer is not someone around 40 or 50 years old? Could this guy be a master producer nurtured by some major power? I'm not too sure. Has anyone seen this guy before? Nope, they were all bewildered. Since there wasn't anything of value arranged on this stall, it was only natural that they no longer intended to rob him. Since this guy is capable of producing one, he might have some leftover stock. That is probable. The eyes of some of them shone at this thought. However, right before that person could even make a move, the vendor raised his hand silently, showing a badge, Gene Production Association's excellent producer. Instantly, that person that had been about to make a move halted. Excellent producer? Instantly, the hearts of the people there shuddered. Apart from that genius youth Chen Feng, which of the other excellent producers weren't big shots of the Gene Producer Association? With this, who would still dare to make a move against him? Everyone. The guy with a small patch of beard was beaming as he looked at everyone. There's no point in robbing me. I don't have anything here apart from some small crass. Therefore, he rubbed his beard before continuing. Anyone wanting to produce gene reagents, you can come to me directly. As long as the materials listed here are provided together with a Hilsey beast, I have absolute confidence in producing this gene reagent for you all. As for the fee, one Hilsey beast can be used to produce 2. I will keep one of the produced gene reagents as the fee. Instantly, everyone sunk into silence. Among these people, there indeed existed some who were incredibly reckless and were not the least bit bothered about the Gene Production Association. Despite that, it was rather pointless for them to provoke trouble for themselves for no apparent reason. Since this guy did not have anything valuable on him, what was the point of robbing him? Gene production, huh? A lot of people sunk into contemplation. Right at this instant, a cold shout resounded, "Get out of the way." Distantly, a person carrying a huge Hilsey beast approached. With every step he took, a footprint was left on the ground and the earth trembled. This caused the onlookers to feel a chill in their hearts. What a huge Hilsey beast. From the looks of this beast, it should be a mid-tier A-class beast, right? That guy actually soloed this beast? The gaze of the onlookers became solemn. The Hilsey beasts were normally gathered together in groups. For this guy to be able to solo one of them before carrying that beast back here, bang. The Hilsey beast was smashed down onto the ground in front of the stall. Produce then, that person stated coldly. All right. The guy with a small patch of beard contemplated. Only a single adult beast? That guy appeared rather regretful. My initial target was a young Hilsey beast. Unexpectedly, an adult beast appeared suddenly. Just as I managed to kill it, the entire flock appeared. So that's the case. The guy with a small patch of beard beamed and stated, 1 each then. That's fine by me. That guy sat down cross-legged and stopped talking. Hee. The guy with a small patch of beard started dissecting the Hilsey beast in a well-practiced manner. Only now did everyone notice that this guy's strength was rather exceptional as well. In his hand, an energy weapon coalesced automatically before he easily peeled off the skin and flesh of the beast. This guy is indeed not weak. He. How could a master producer be weak? True, as a master producer, even if he is personally weak, the gene reagents he has on him, everyone lamented endlessly. When hunting a young Hilsey beast, an adult Hilsey beast would certainly appear. Unfortunately, apart from the young Hilsey beast that would be of some use, those additional adult Hilsey beasts were simply a burden to hunt. Granted, they were worth a lot as well. However, it would waste too much time for one to actually carry them back to sell. Rather than that, one might as well sell it here to this guy with a small patch of beard, thereby changing it into a trump card to be used against other Hilsey beasts. As for the probability of this guy with a small patch of beard being a scammer, one look at the crowds gathered here and one would know how fatal it would be for him if he was a scammer. Naturally, apart from this, there were also some others who had successfully hunted down some adult Hilsey beasts. However, a lot of people had chosen to first see the true capabilities of this guy. 2 peoples were conversing in low voices. Have you heard of the Hilsey beast gene reagent? Nope, such a thing exists. Never heard of it. At least it has never appeared on the market. If so, this will prove to be interesting. In their memories, this Hilsey beast gene reagent was something unheard of. They doubted this guy with a small patch of beard could truly produce it. Currently, countless people were looking at the stall. Shwa. The guy with the small patch of beard started extracting the materials in a well-practiced manner. Fur, flesh, all were handled in a well-practiced manner. Only when he was extracting the blood essence did he pause momentarily before continuing on, appearing like an exceptionally seasoned person at this. Naturally, if there was an expert at heart reading here, that person might be able to read the inner monologue currently progressing within this guy. Has this blood essence fulfilled the requirement to create a mutated God Punisher gene reagent? Nope. Oh, let's continue then. 4446, Chapter 446, The Power of the Hilsey Gene Reagent. Chapter 446, The Power of the Hilsey Gene Reagent. Translator, Lamostan Editor, Tenesh. That's right, this person was precisely Chen Feng. He had thought of countless methods for foiling this perfectly laid plan of Old May's. Assassinations, ambushes, reaping profit among chaos, and many others had been considered. Ultimately, he had decided to stick to what he was good at, gene production. Hilsey gene reagent? Previously, such a thing had not existed. If this thing had truly existed, the Hilsey beasts here would have probably gone extinct long ago. Therefore, to look for a suitable formula for this scam of his, he had utilized 100 luck value to find for this formula before swapping one of the main materials of this formula with a material from Hilsey beasts, giving birth to this so-called unique formula, Hilsey gene reagent. Shua. His gene production was speedily completed. In Chen Feng's hands were two rather unassuming spheres. The glimmering spheres appeared rather gorgeous, yet they had no powerful aura within them. Is that thing the Hilsey gene reagent? It should be fake, right? I think so as well. With faces filled with doubt, they looked at this guy with a small patch of beard. Here. Ignoring them, Chen Feng handed one of the reagents to the one who had hired him to produce them. That guy did not seem to doubt Chen Feng. How do I use this? It's simple, Chen Feng said, gesturing. Toss it out and activate it with your spiritual energy. I have already engraved your spiritual imprint on it. Therefore, only you can trigger it. Are you two acting a play for us all? Some people sneered. My family has a master producer, yet we have never heard of this so-called Hilsey gene reagent. Hee, who are you trying to scam? For you two to act out this play trying to scam everyone here? Do you two take us all for fools? By tricking us into hunting down the Hilsey beasts like this, you guys will exchange it with this red sphere before fleeing. After that, who will we be able to look for? Nobody knows what the function of that red sphere is anyway. Moreover, when it reaches a point where we actually need to use it, yet it ends up useless, whoever using it will most probably end up dead anyway. At that time, who can look for you two for revenge? Is this your plan? The person questioning them appeared furious. Instantly, the rest were startled awake. Yeah, wasn't that right? What was the function of this gene reagent? Trump card. If it failed in a crucial moment, the mere thought of the ensuing fate of the user was sufficient to plant fear in their hearts. If this was a trick, it would be extremely easy for them to get rid of a huge amount of competitors. Thinking about this alone caused them to feel fear. Regardless of whether this was actually true, as long as such a possibility existed, they would not be willing to take this risk. Chen Feng was also astonished. The hell, they sure are reacting speedily. In fact, he had indeed thought of something similar. However, after considering the possibility of getting exposed and beaten to death, he ultimately had not dared to do it. Unexpectedly, if this plan had been used, it would have truly been exposed. The intelligence of these people had obviously increased, and they were no longer so easy to scam. Fortunately, Chen Feng had not tried that. As his thoughts reached here, he glanced at the person who had purchased the Hilsey gene reagent from him. That was a person with countless scars of differing sizes on his face. Evidently, this was a rather ferocious person. Chen Feng coughed. Brother, are you not intend to try the might of this thing? Nope, Scarface stated with a sonorous voice. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. What if I waive the fee and give you both the gene reagents? Scarface's eyes lit up. Oh? Looking at Chen Feng with a faint smile, he thought that this producer here was truly a scheming person. Since this producer was not willing to personally get rid of the enemy, this producer was trying to make use of him to get rid of the enemy. Unfortunately, this was an offer he couldn't reject anyway. After all, this Hilsey gene reagent was a new product that he had never used before. As such, he wouldn't dare to use it as a true trump card. Since now there was an opportunity to try it out, Scarface's gaze became cold. Deal, Shua. The red sphere in his hand was immediately tossed toward that person questioning them, Shu. The red sphere transformed into a red streak as it pierced through the air as it advanced. The expression of that person changed greatly. What are you doing? Scarface merely calmly stated. Since you are saying that this is fake, you can have some fun with it. Shh, that person retreated rapidly. Regardless of whether this red sphere was the real deal or a fake, he would not dare to take the risk of taking it on. He fully activated his defense as he retreated without stop. However, the red sphere had already reached him. Bang! Accompanied by a resounding bang, the area of the explosion was instantly enveloped by a blinding red and white radiance. Bang, bang, bang. The earth trembled without stop. The violent explosion shocked everyone there. It's actually real? Damn, so powerful. An illustrious early tier A class was killed just like that? Too scary. If this thing is used to hunt the Hilsey beast instantly, they were all tempted. Why had nobody been successful in completing the mission so far? Due to the sheer amount of the Hilsey beasts here. In the vicinity of every single young Hilsey beast, there were countless adult Hilsey beasts wandering around. The only thing they could do was kill those Hilsey beasts off one by one in a painstaking manner. Moreover, they had to ensure that they remained undiscovered by the other Hilsey beasts. Every step they took was with great difficulty. If they obtained this thing here, every single Hilsey beast they killed, they would be able to transform it into a super powerful trump card. As long as they hunted a sufficient amount of Hilsey beasts, they could even fight the entire group of Hilsey beasts here. At that time, what difficulty would hunting a mere young Hilsey beast pose them? Countless people were tempted. This thing, kid, you're mine. A burly guy stepped out and pointed at Chen Feng before saying with a malevolent expression, since you have such production capabilities, you might as well serve our power. Before Chen Feng could even say anything, someone else interrupted. Get lost. With what little power you guys have, what makes you think you can compete against us? He should belong to us instead. They started fighting over Chen Feng. Moreover, some of them were even making a move against Chen Feng directly only to end up getting stopped by the others. Suddenly, Chen Feng, who was all smiles, stated, "Everyone, I will be staying here and will not be going anywhere. As long as you all provide me the materials, I can produce for you guys at any time, regardless of the power you belong to. Therefore, there is no need to fight over me. After all, I am merely a gene producer here to earn some service fees." Moreover, Chen Feng pointed at some vanishing figures far away. A lot of people are already starting the hunt. If you guys continue fighting here, I'm afraid someone else will get a head start. Only at this and after snorting coldly did they stop. The burly guy evidently did not intend to let Chen Feng go. Kid, after I'm done with this, I will come looking for you. Chen Feng smiled as he looked at them. You're always welcomed. Let's go. Only now did they leave speedily. Soon enough, the surroundings sunk into silence once again. However, not far away, there were several people seemingly resting there. Chen Feng merely glanced at them, not really bothered about them. These people had evidently been left behind to monitor him. They were monitoring him to prevent his escape. Naturally, if other powers were thinking of making any moves against Chen Feng, these people would most probably protect him as well. They should be the people left behind by the several major powers earlier. Toward all this, Chen Feng maintained a calm facade. This time, he was truly not scamming them. As such, he had nothing to be afraid of. Since he was an excellent producer, when he was out producing gene reagents, he would most certainly win honor for his Gene Production Association. More importantly, he was offering a quality product at a cheap price. After all, I am a good and honest person. Chen Feng was all smiles as he observed the busy crowd. Despite the power of this Hill-C gene reagent, with Chen Feng's strength, the beasts were still not something he could touch. After all, adult Hill-C beasts were required for materials, and even the weakest of the Hill-C beasts would still be an A-class beast. Therefore, this noble mission would have to be left on the shoulders of these cute explorers here at the Other Shore Mountain. 447, Chapter 447, I Want It. Chapter 447, I Want It translator, Lemoston editor, Tenish Soon. There were people finishing their hunt. This was a squad from a rather formidable power. In their squad, there were 4 A-class warriors, yet ultimately, they only managed to kill a single adult Hill-C beast. It's a pity that the young Hill-C beast escaped us yet again. Sigh, truly too hateful. This keeps happening. It is truly too hard to steal a young Hill-C beast. Well, capturing it isn't too hard. However, returning alive with that Hill-C beast is an entirely different matter. True, I heard that earlier, someone managed to capture a young Hill-C beast. In the end, they were beaten into meat paste by the flock of adult Hill-C beasts. Everyone sighed endlessly. This mission was much harder than they had imagined. However, it was rather fortunate they had been able to hunt an adult Hill-C beast successfully this time. With the single adult Hill-C beast we hunted, we can get that bearded guy to produce a single Hill-C gene reagent to accumulate our strength. If we have a sufficient amount of those gene reagents. They proceeded to drag the Hill-C beast corpse to Chen Feng. Chen Feng smiled. Please wait a moment. Shua. Once again, he started his gene production. Somewhat regretfully for him, the Hill-C beast blood essence this time was still of ordinary quality. Despite being powerful, it still did not fulfill the requirement required for mutation. One could not forget that, currently, all of Chen Feng's abilities were mutations. With Luck Aura, powerful and heaven-defying mutated abilities had been created. Therefore, the previous him had always selected boss-grade mutated beasts as his target when producing gene reagents. However, the boss-grade Hill-C beasts were too powerful. Therefore, Chen Feng was willing to reduce his requirement. Despite the compromise, the strength of the chosen Hill-C beast still had to be able to fulfill the requirement for mutation. The Hill-C beasts he had obtained thus far were far from sufficient for this. This was also the reason he had chosen to produce gene reagents here instead of any of the other plans he had come up with. If he had to hunt personally, for the current Chen Feng, the most optimal blood essence selection would be the stronger ones among the B-class young Hill-C beasts. That was because the gene fusion reagent he was going to produce was, after all, a B-class gene reagent. Unfortunately, this did not seem achievable now. Due to the mission Old May had issued, everyone here was hunting young Hill-C beasts like crazy. The only reason Chen Feng was still safe and sound here was due to him presenting everyone present with an option that would help them achieve their goal faster and have a higher probability of success. Otherwise, he would most definitely not have lasted this long standing out here. Therefore, Chen Feng had to compromise and select the blood essence of adult Hill-C beasts. Even though A-class blood essence was powerful, if he separated it accordingly with the assistance of his luck values, it was still possible for him to reduce the level of the blood to B-class. However, the premise for all this was it needed to first meet Chen Feng's requirement, being able to mutate. Therefore, he could only try time and time again, making his selection from among countless adult beasts. Schwa. The gene reagent production was completed. He handed it to them. Here. Good. They took the gene reagent in an excited manner before preparing to once again go out on a hunt. They believed that by repeating this a few more times they would be able to obtain a young Hilsey beast. Presently, everyone here was doing the same thing. As such, they were competing in time. As for Chen Feng, he merely sat there in silence, watching the busy peoples with a gaze filled with love. 1, 2, 3, the number of people returning to Chen Feng increased without stop. With this, Chen Feng's production of the gene reagent became more and more well-practiced as well. This continued until a moment where a new update appeared suddenly, shocking everyone there. Someone had actually succeeded. Succeeded? Is that for real? Yes, I saw with my own eyes how Master Wei obtained a young Hilsey beast. Schwa. Everyone erupted in an uproar. Someone had truly succeeded. How did he obtain it? Yeah, didn't the Hilsey beast flock attack him? Naturally, they attacked him. However, Master Wei had already killed 2 of them in an ambush, and then he tossed out 2 gene reagents to blow up the bunch of them. Next, he carried the young Hilsey beast as he turned around and fled. Before that flock of Hilsey beast was able to react, he had already escaped successfully. Wow, everyone was astonished. Surprisingly, right at this moment, a figure appeared. Yai? That looks like Master Wei. Why has he returned? No idea, everyone was puzzled. Now that he had obtained the young Hilsey beast, shouldn't he be exchanging it for the mission rewards instead? Why had he returned here of all places with this Hilsey beast? Clang! The Hilsey beast was tossed onto the ground. As everyone glanced at the beast, they gained sudden understanding. No wonder he had returned. The beast on the ground was indeed a young Hilsey beast. Unfortunately, it was already dead. For dead Hilsey beasts, their worth was greatly discounted, and he could only obtain a 5-star secret art for it. I have been careful enough. Unexpectedly, it still ended up dead. Master Wei's expression was unsightly. Damn it. For this single mission, not only do we need to kill those hateful adult Hilsey beasts, we still need to be careful lest our target ends up dead. Feck this. The rest agreed with this sentiment. However, there were still some who were extremely tempted when they saw the Hilsey beast corpse there. Someone couldn't resist and decided to inquire, Master Wei, could you sell this thing to me? This was a young Hilsey beast. Even if the materials one could obtain from it weren't as valuable as what one could obtain from an adult Hilsey beast, and it was incapable of being used to produce a powerful Hilsey gene reagent, it was, after all, still the target of the mission. It was equivalent to a single 5-star secret art. Master Wei mere glanced at them. Quote me a price. This was also why he had carried this corpse here in the first place. He was not willing to carry this thing out to exchange for the mission reward. The 2-way trip would waste quite a lot of his time. A 6-star secret art was his goal. At this, the people there started pondering as well. Without a doubt, the price of this thing here should be equivalent to a 5-star secret art. However, the gap between the prices of different 5-star secret arts was rather huge as well. Therefore, quoting an appropriate price for this in itself would be a type of skill. Someone else tried to quote a price before the earlier guy could respond. My offer. However, before he could even offer his price, a familiar voice abruptly sounded, shocking everyone present. This thing here, I want it. This voice, everyone turned around abruptly and noted with astonishment that this was precisely their producer here, the guy with the small patch of beard. You actually dare to fight with us over this? Killing intent flashed in the eyes of some of them. Wasn't this guy being harmless the only reason he was allowed to stay here? The moment this guy was daring enough to compete with them over this mission, he would transform into a competitor. With that, nobody would allow him to leave here alive. Unexpectedly, he actually had the courage to take the initiative and make a move here. Quite a number of them sneered inwardly. You are courting death. Master Wei smiled faintly. You? Chen Feng nodded with a calm expression. However, his heart was already roaring. Young Hilsey beast, that's a young Hilsey beast. He had produced many gene reagents here, and this was the very first young Hilsey beast he had encountered. With that, how could he not be agitated? He had to obtain this thing. If this young Hilsey beast here was able to fulfill his requirement, he would be able to produce the God Punisher gene reagent from it. Master Wei looked at Chen Feng toyingly. You were thinking of competing with us as well? Chen Feng shook his head. Nope, I'm merely thinking that a 5-star secret art might be just nice for my use. I am not interested in your mission. Just nice for his use. Everyone glanced at him, and instantly they understood what he meant. Indeed, this guy was indeed B-class. As such, a 5-star secret art was indeed just nice for his use. Instantly, a lot of people there felt relieved. As long as he was not competing with them, all would be fine. However, there were quite a number of people here who were similarly aiming for 5-star secret arts, and presently, their killing intent started surging. They decided to teach this guy here a lesson. 448, Chapter 448, Who else wants to give it a try? Chapter 448, Who Else Wants to Give It a Try? Translator, Limostan editor, Tennish Master Wei shrugged. What price can you offer then? These. Taking out 2 red spheres, Chen Feng continued, 2 of these as a trade. Shua. Master Wei's pupils shrunk abruptly. Hilsey Gene reagent. To capture this damnable young Hilsey beast, he had been forced to waste 2 Hilsey Gene reagents. Ultimately, he had still failed his mission. If he wanted to accumulate enough of gene reagents, a long time would be required. Now, though, 5. I want 5 of them. Master Wei's eyes were burning. Chen Feng merely looked at him calmly. I only have 2 of them. Killing intent flashed in Master Wei's eyes. 5. This beast is only worth 2 of them, Chen Feng stated faintly. Moreover, even this price has been reached after taking the 5-star secret art into consideration. If the mission happens to be completed by the time I reach there, I'm afraid this young Hilsey beast will instead become trash. Therefore, it's only worth 2 of my gene reagents. Naturally, if you are not satisfied with this price, you can continue trading with others. Chen Feng appeared extremely calm. Master Wei's eyes gleamed coldly. He already felt like killing this guy. However, as he saw the cold and detached expressions on the eyes of the others around them, he calmed down, not daring to make a move. Those people would most certainly not allow him to kill this gene producer like this. After all, this gene producer was a guarantee for them to be able to speed up their hunt. However, wasn't this gene producer too stupid? How long did he expect these people to protect him? When this mission ended, this producer would most probably not even live a single day longer. He would most probably get himself killed by all these people here. Deal. Master Wei gave Chen Feng the cold gaze before taking the gene reagents and leaving. Done. Chen Feng stated inwardly. He knew this Master Wei wouldn't waste his time for some mere 5-star secret art, since his true goal was a 6-star secret art. If so, he would most certainly want to obtain these red spheres no matter what. Therefore, 2 of them would be sufficient for this trade. Finally, young Hilsey beast obtained. The excited Chen Feng stepped forth. Unexpectedly, right at this moment, someone blocked him. I want some Hilsey gene reagents as well. Chen Feng looked at him with an odd expression. This pretty-looking guy was talking with a sweet tone while his hand was assuming an orchid gesture 1-1, causing one to shudder. The pretty guy looked at Chen Feng with an enchanting gaze and stated, Hand me the red sphere and I will allow you to live. Chen Feng looked at him like he was looking at an idiot. The rather powerful genetic warriors nearby from 2 different powers were already walking toward them. Evidently, they were not willing to allow such idiots to disturb this producer. Suddenly, the pretty guy stated, Do you guys know how many Hilsey gene reagents he has? 34 of them. From the start until now, he has already accumulated 34 Hilsey gene reagents. I know that you guys are protecting him so that the mission can go smoothly. However, the 34 he has here, is it not enough to split among us, to even complete the mission? At this, the rest were tempted. True, there were 34 of them here. Using only 2, Master Wei had already been able to nearly complete the mission earlier. With 34 of them, it would enable at least 5 people here to complete this mission. As for the total reward for this mission, there were only 5 6-star secret arts anyway. This signified that if they allowed this gene producer to stay alive, the pretty guy smiled faintly, he will keep producing more competitors for us. Therefore, rather than allow his existence to keep producing trouble for us, why not get rid of him directly and share the gene reagents among us? What do you guys think? All their eyes lit up. What a good idea. Even those who had initially been in charge of monitoring and protecting Chen Feng were now hesitating. When they now looked at Chen Feng, their gazes were burning and filled with greed. Those were Hilsey gene reagents. Who would be bothered with the background or accumulation of someone capable of producing such a thing? After leaving this other shore mountain, they would all pretend to not know each other. This plan is indeed possible. With that, the gazes that had earlier been focused on the pretty guy were now focused on Chen Feng hungrily. They were all tempted as they planned how to eliminate this low-level gene producer. Excellent producer, to be precise. Ultimately, this is not the type of place you producers should come. When you are too weak, coming here is equivalent to courting death. What a pity. They shook their heads, sighing, yet none of them intended to help Chen Feng. Shua, the pretty guy, made his move. This time, nobody blocked him. However, surprisingly, even now, Chen Feng was still looking at that pretty guy like he was looking at an idiot. Chen Feng sighed. This is the idea you came up with? When one became greedy, one would start losing their reason. This pretty guy did not quite look like an idiot. The rest around him did not look like idiots either. However, for their benefits, to make a large profit, they were starting to lose their intelligence. The only thing they had on their mind was robbing Chen Feng, to the point they had forgotten to ask one crucial question. Is there a need for this? Chen Feng sighed as he tossed out a red sphere in an unhurried manner. Bang! After a huge bang, the world seemed to return to peace. Instantly, the pretty guy charging at Chen Feng was bombarded senseless. Even with his mid-tier A-class strength, he was still instantly gravely injured, blood spurting out of his entire body. He is actually still alive? Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. Well, maybe because the gene reagent I used earlier was produced from an early-tier A-class Hilsey beast. Are you interested in trying this one instead? At that, Chen Feng took out another Hilsey gene reagent that seemed even more powerful than the earlier one, Shua. At this sight, those around him, their blood boiling, felt like they had been dunked in cold water. As for the pretty guy who had gravely been by Chen Feng, his entire body chilled as well. His eyes were filled with fear as he stared at the red sphere in Chen Feng's hand. Damn it! Only now did they recall something extremely terrifying. Since they could use this gene reagent, couldn't Chen Feng use it as well? Who in the world said that a gene producer couldn't battle? After getting stuck in an erroneous line of thought for a prolonged period of time, they had neglected that gene producers had a certain degree of combat strength as well. This was especially true for excellent producers. This red sphere was something this producer could use himself as well. Moreover, the strength of this gene reagent was rather powerful indeed. Hee hee. Anyone interested in trying it out? Chen Feng beamed as he looked at the people around him. Countless red spheres started hovering around him. As they saw this, they were given a scare. None of them dared to approach Chen Feng or even get within 1 meter of him. How obedient. Silently, Chen Feng retrieved his red spheres. As I mentioned before, I am only here to earn some extra income. As for those 6-star secret arts, even if someone gives me one, I wouldn't be able to use it. Moreover, I don't need those secret arts either. This thing here is much more useful than your secret arts, Chen Feng stated as he played with a red sphere in his hand. At this, everyone became speechless. Wasn't that right? These red spheres were terrifying enough to match a 6-star secret art. The scariest fact was that this gene reagent could even be mass-produced, so that was the actual goal of this producer here. I-449, Chapter 449, The Pitiful Old May, Chapter 449, The Pitiful Old May translator, Lemoston editor, Tennis Chen Feng glanced at them. Even that young Hilsey beast is only something I want to bring back for research. Therefore, there is no need to see me as a competitor. I will still be here silently earning the fees for my production. If there are any needs, you are all welcome. The rest exchanged glances before dispersing. Now, they no longer dared to look down on this gene producer. They decided to stick with their initial plan of completing this mission. Some started bringing Hilsey beasts to Chen Feng in succession as well. Everything progressed smoothly. While Chen Feng was helping them in their gene production, his main focus had already shifted onto the young Hilsey beast. Does the blood essence fulfill the requirement for mutation? Spirit's reply caused Chen Feng to feel overjoyed. Yes, very good. Chen Feng was agitated. He could finally get started with the production of God Punisher. Finally, he could complete the main reason he had come here to this other shore mountain. Spirit, luck values assistance. Understood. Despite God Punisher's various flaws, it is still rather suitable for me. I really want to know what the mutated ability of God Punisher will look like. Will it be stronger? Chen Feng was filled with anticipation. Shua, light swirled around and the production began. Currently, on the other side of Other Shore Mountain, Old May's plan was progressing smoothly as well. 60% fusion degree. Old May was very pleased. When he looked at these so-called genetic warriors, a majority of them even stronger than him, rushing toward his trap and throwing away their own lives, he had an extremely splendid feeling. Old May was filled with anticipation. Soon enough, I will succeed. As long as his fusion reached 100% smoothly, allowing his powerful ability to showcase its true might, nobody here at this Other Shore Mountain could hope to be a match for him. Mission? Reward? Hee hee. All the people here were mere cannon fodder. This was the confidence Old May had in himself. Then, time to move on toward the next target? Old May's gaze was focused on his next target. That was a rather ordinary early-tier A-class genetic warrior. That warrior was able to pose a small amount of threat toward him. However, that warrior was still not too difficult to deal with. Earlier, Old May had even killed off a late-stage A-class warrior. Shua. Old May approached that person noiselessly. The fatal elements were blocked, yet Old May did not think that this mattered, since he still had other methods. Old May ordered the Hilsey beast to charge at the genetic warrior. With this powerful pet, he had no fear. Howl. The Hilsey beast charged forth and started battling the genetic warrior. Old May approached silently before releasing the fatal elements from his hand. Beyond his expectations, just as his fatal elements were released, as they were still drifting through the air, the opponent seemed to sense the incoming crisis. Abruptly, the opponent tossed an odd-looking red sphere toward the Hilsey beast. Bang! With a resounding explosion, the terrifying might erupted immediately. By the time Old May had reacted to this, the only thing he could see was the previously incomparably majestic Hilsey beast dying. That's right, this beast had been bombarded to death just like that. Humph! With a snort, that person raised his stone shield and faced a certain direction. Shwa! The cold breeze brushed past him, yet he was safe and sound. His ice-cold gaze landed on a certain spot, landing on Old May's body. The intelligent him did not use the red sphere to attack Old May, as he was clear that the red sphere might be avoided when used on a human target. However, there wouldn't be any problems when used against the Hilsey beasts. He stared at Old May in disdain. You're thinking of taking advantage of me? Old May fixed his gaze on that dead Hilsey beast before glancing at that person, clenching his teeth, and rapidly retreating. That person merely shook his head as a response. He had no intention of pursuing Old May. Such people that were good at ambushing were normally quite fast as well. It would be a waste of time to pursue such a person. Squatting down, he looked at the dead Hilsey beast. I'm in luck. Even if this beast was bombarded to death, its body was still intact. This won't be considered a waste. As he finished his words, he carried the Hilsey beast and started returning. Since the red sphere had already been used, he could use this beast to get the producer to make a new one for him. At most, only some time would be wasted. It seemed like, from now on, he would have to be vigilant against the fellow earlier. As for Old May, who had just escaped, his expression was somewhat unsightly. He had already been trying his best to avoid those powerful-looking guys. Unexpectedly, he had still encountered someone difficult to deal with. This was especially true for that person's trump card, the red sphere. Old May inhaled deeply. Just like that, the Hilsey beast that had accompanied him in so many battles was gone. Old May sighed. Well, seems like I can only capture a new beast then. He had no intention of facing those genetic warriors. Thereupon, he used his plum blossom imprint to lure another Hilsey beast to him before placing the imprint on the beast's forehead. With this, he successfully captured another Hilsey beast. Time to continue the operation. The earlier failure had not reduced Old May's confidence at all. Next, the Old May who had reorganized himself started making his move once again. Even if the success rate of using his fatal elements was rather low, he wasn't really bothered. Instead, he used his Hilsey beast to attack in a well-practiced manner. However, bang. When another red sphere exploded, Old May was dumbfounded. Another one? This was too excessive. The earlier fellow's trump card was this thing? Fine. But then, why did this new target he had found have the same trump card as well? Both of them obviously had different genetic abilities. Pooh. Another Hilsey beast was killed as Old May escaped in a sorry manner, almost dying then and there. Old May's expression was unsightly. What in the world is going on? He had not expected that when he reached this point in his plan, things would suddenly become so difficult. Was it because all the weaker ones had been killed off by him earlier, leaving behind all the comparatively stronger ones? Or was there another reasons for this? Old May had no idea and could only capture a new Hilsey beast before starting his hunt once again. After wasting 2 whole hours, he managed to find a suitable Hilsey beast. Next, he selected an extremely weak-looking person. And next, bang, another red sphere exploded. The Hilsey beast that he had painstakingly captured after wasting 2 hours was killed off the moment it appeared. Who dares to ambush me? That person roared. Old May was so shocked he decided to flee immediately. However, just as that person finished roaring, a second red sphere was tossed out. Bang! An explosion that caused one to feel like the entire world was trembling ensued. After a long time, a blood-stained Old May could be seen escaping with a sorry appearance. Why was this happening? Old May was puzzled. That red sphere, he could forget the fact that 2 people had such thing, but for even the third people he had found to have it. Moreover, that person had tossed out 2 of them in a row. This was truly too excessive. One ought not to bully others like this, right? What exactly was that thing? Old May kept having a feeling like he had missed something. Here at this other shore mountain, something he didn't know of had to have happened. Henceforth, Old May stopped his plan. Carefully, he moved amid the darkness and started observing the genetic warriors here. With shock, he discovered that a lot of people seemed to have those red spheres. Almost everyone here? What was going on? What exactly was that red sphere? Old May was dumbstruck. This red sphere here was not some candy being given out for free at some kindergarten. Why had they become so common that even some B-class warriors had them? When Old May witnessed with his own eyes how even a B-class warrior could toss one of these red spheres out, ensuing in a resounding bang, Old May was left with a what the fuck expression. See 450, Chapter 450, Kind Old Man, Chapter 450, Kind Old Man Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish Old May inhaled deeply. Well, I'll follow behind one of them and see what happens. Presently, the chill that had been sent down his spine remained. He was like a chess player whose chess pieces were all in position. His chess pieces all appeared intact, yet all of them were covered with a layer of poop. When touching them, he wouldn't die, yet there would be a feeling of disgust. This was precisely how he was feeling currently. Suddenly, he recalled that huge boulder that had appeared on the summit earlier. Back then, he'd had a feeling that someone was scheming against him. From how things were progressing, could that be true? As he thought of the possibility of him transforming from a chess player into someone else's chess piece, he shivered. He had to investigate this clearly. Thereupon, hidden in the dark, Old May followed behind 3 different squads in a row. Those squads hunted Hilsey beasts without stop before returning. Old May did not do anything and was only observing them silently. However, nothing was found. These people always went down to the foot of the mountain, seemingly preparing to leave. Just as Old May was about to give up, suddenly he saw something odd at the foot of the mountain. There, at the entrance to the other shore mountain, a guy with a small patch of beard in his 30s was running a vending stall. Beside him was a signboard stating that he was here to produce TheStrongestGene reagents. Below the signboard was an excellent producer badge. Old May's expression changed slightly. Excellent producer? When he saw someone carry a hill sea beast over to exchange for a red sphere, he finally understood what was going on. So the red spheres originated from here? As he witnessed how that excellent producer produced 2 red spheres and kept one for himself before giving the other to the hill sea beast supplier, Old May's expression became unsightly. Therefore, only a single hill sea beast was required to trade for one of these. If so, his plan would be, Old May felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. He knew that it was over for his plan. With this red sphere, he had no hope of hunting those genetic warriors here. If he wanted to gather the particles, he would have to face those genetic warriors head on. But then, his combat power, could he look for those without the red spheres? As Old May swept his eyes around, his gaze became sorrowful. Everyone here seemed to have those red spheres in their possession. The scariest fact was that his initial young hill sea beast plan was supposed to keep these people here for a long time, yet now that no longer seemed to be the case. With the appearance of those red spheres, the speed at which these people could complete the mission had greatly increased. It wouldn't be long before they succeeded in completing it. At that time, his mission, Old May's heart, became ice cold as he thought of that. Could he kill this gene producer then? Old May glanced at that pile of red spheres beside the gene producer and instantly gave up on this impossible thought. He was sure that regardless of whether or not he could kill that person, the moment he made a move, he himself would most definitely die. What to do then? Old May pondered in despair. Would he have to give up just like this? He had spent 10 whole years preparing for this. Gathering so many 6-star secret arts and 5-star secret arts, each of them was something he had obtained with no regard to the price paid, and now he had to give up on it? These secret arts he had painstakingly gathered over a period of 10 years would only be exchanged for these young hill sea beasts? No, that wouldn't do. Old May kept observing the crowd that was moving around as he contemplated speedily. He was already an extremely intelligent person, as he had been able to use only 10 years to gather so many valuable secret arts, regardless of the methods or prices he had paid. He refused to believe that this was unsolvable for him. He believed that he would most certainly be able to think of something. Red Sphere, Hill Sea Beast, Old May fixed his gaze at the people walking around. Suddenly, his heart jolted. Perhaps there were still other methods to do this. Since those people could make use of the red spheres, perhaps the same applied to him? Shwa! Old May's eyes lit up. Indeed, the red spheres. He could obtain the red spheres by trading using hill sea beasts. For others, they would have to hunt for the beasts painstakingly. For him, though, this was not necessary. With a single plum blossom imprint, he could transform a hill sea beast into his pet. However, the flaw of that was the fact that he could only have a single pet under his control at any given time. Therefore, he could only use one hill sea beast every time he moved. Now, though, things would be different. Perhaps he could kill his own pet before using it to trade for the red sphere? Yes, this was feasible. The more Old May thought of it, the more he found this plan feasible. Damn it, since you guys can use those red spheres, then let us compete and see who will have more red spheres. At this, Old May calmed down. Suddenly, he felt like those red spheres were not the product of someone scheming against him. On the contrary, those red spheres were helpful for him. He would be able to use those as his own weapons. Finishing his thoughts, Old May acted immediately. Soon, he summoned another hill sea beast nearby. Puh! With his own hands, he killed his new pet. The hill sea beast merely gazed at Old May with an odd expression, evidently not understanding the reason this person who seemed to be mentally linked to it was killing it. Old May couldn't even be bothered with the beast's thoughts. Humph! Despite the fact that this imprint's original function was to summon a pet, as far as he was concerned, these beasts were mere livestock. Clang. He reached the vendor with his hill sea beast. I need production, Old May stated with a deep voice. Sure, Chen Feng replied in a well-practiced manner. Next, he raised his head, and he was instantly dumbfounded. Old May? Chen Feng nearly ended up tossing a red sphere at him. What in the world? Why is this guy here? Oh, hold on. Since my appearance has already been changed, he shouldn't have recognized me. Hold on, he wants me to produce the gene reagent? Chen Feng was somewhat stupefied. If he recalled correctly, hadn't these red spheres appeared to only make Old May's life difficult? Why in the world was this guy coming here to trade as well? Chen Feng felt like some changes had occurred to his plan. Oh, you want me to produce? Chen Feng asked cautiously. Yes, Old May stated impatiently. Faster. I'm in a rush. Chen Feng was not bothered with saying anything unnecessary. All right. Soon he finished producing for Old May before handing over a red sphere. With an amazed gaze, Old May studied the red sphere in his hand before leaving. As for Chen Feng, he was still somewhat stupefied. What is going on with this guy? Chen Feng wasn't exactly worried about increasing Old May's strength with those red spheres. For every red sphere he sold, he obtained one for himself as well. Moreover, he had also accorded a special treatment to Old May by slightly altering the measurements in his formula when producing that reagent. Well, it wasn't that big of an alteration anyway. The only difference was Old May's red sphere being somewhat weaker than a normal red sphere, around 20% weaker. At a glance, one wouldn't notice it. Even if he was found out, he could still claim that the hill sea beast used had been weak anyway. Chen Feng sunk into contemplation. Wu, what is that guy planning to do? Subsequently, after only half an hour, Old May was back with yet another hill sea beast. And next, after another half an hour, he was back with another hill sea beast. Old May kept returning. At times, he would return after 1 hour. At times, he would return after only 10 minutes. While the rest were still in the midst of traveling, Old May was already returning with his hill sea beast. His speed was truly astonishing. 1 time, 2 times, Old May kept trading for the red spheres without stop. As for Chen Feng, his expression became even weirder. Could it be he had a vague guess as to what Old May was trying to do? In short, Old May was trying to trade for a huge pile of red spheres and use brute force to complete his plan? Moreover, the red spheres would be sourced from Chen Feng. Chen Feng did not know if he should laugh or cry at this. Indeed, Old May was very intelligent. The method Old May was using to obtain hill sea beasts was indeed astonishing. Based on Chen Feng's guesses, this might be some pet taming ability. With this, Old May was able to profit greatly. In a short few hours, he had obtained more than 10 red spheres. Apart from Old May, who else could do this? Without a doubt, among everyone here at Other Shore Mountain, apart from Chen Feng, the one whose strength had increased the most presently was Old May. However, Old May seemed to have neglected something. This so-called excellent producer here was precisely Chen Feng. Each time Old May obtained a single red sphere, Chen Feng also obtained one more powerful. As the amount increased and time passed, even Chen Feng felt somewhat embarrassed as he continued this scam. Is this proper? After all, Old May is elderly. To scam an elderly this way, in a well-practiced manner, Chen Feng gave Old May another red sphere. I await your next visit. With a kind gaze, he watched on as Old May left, his inner heart lamenting endlessly. Sigh, what a kind old man.